Showtime.
I just don't like the guy. The guy's just a douchebag.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the PulpMX show. Thanks for listening. Coming at you Monday, July 3rd, 5:01 p.m. Pacific. Redbud. Lots to talk about when it comes to Redbud, man. Oh, what a great race. America's birthday. If you're listening to this and you're just grilling up some steaks, some twisted teas, and you're starting your day off, your day and a half off, well, welcome. Thanks. Appreciate it. Great show tonight here on the PulpMX show. We have Dylan Ferrandis. We have Lorenzo Locurcio. We got Brian Deegan and Lewis Phillips all taking the time to let us call them and be on the show. 702-586-7857. You can also be on the show by calling us. We're talking AMA Motocross at Redbud. We're talking World Supercross. That kicked off over in the UK. We're talking MXGP as well. Motocross the Nations. Look, it's getting to the point, and we reviewed this on the Racer X show yesterday, that we need to start talking about Team USA for the MXDN. So we'll get into that also tonight. We have some Works Connection Pro Launch start devices to give away because those guys swept the podium this weekend with their Pro Launch start device. PulpMX 20 is the code to save with Works Connection. And we're going to give 2 of those away tonight. We'll tell you about how to do that later. Thank you, Motorsport.com. Thank you, Fly Racing, Decal Works, X-Brand Goggles, Race Tech Suspension and Engines, Renthal, Michelin Motorcycle Tires at Cherby's, Firepower Batteries and Chains, Maxima USA, Pro Filter, Renegade Racing Fuels, ORW, OGO Power Sports, FMF, Guts Racing, Atlas Neck Brace, Works Connection, MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Get Data, WUSA, Ride Engineering, Weisco Piston, EVS, and a new one. MTX Braking is on board with us right now. I want to thank the guys at MTX Braking. They come from a motorcycle background, a dirt bike background, with brake pads for mountain bikes, e-bikes as well. I've used these myself. Their race compound, their red pads are amazing. The gold ones work great as well. MTXbraking.com. The code PulpMX is an introductory pulp deal when buying direct from the folks at MTX Braking. Go to MTXbraking.com. And again, these guys are dirt bikers. They come from the power sports end of things, and they've made mountain bike brakes better. So please check it out. Make them better. More power, better modulation while remaining dead silent. And as I said, 2 compounds, red and gold. MTX Braking. Use the code PulpMX. If you got an e-bike, they're a little heavier. Braking is key. These pads are amazing. They're a must-have. I've got a brand new intense taser, and I will be dropping these MTX pads in right away. I'll be taking the stock pads out and putting these things in. So thanks to MTX Braking for coming on board with us. I'll tell you more about the Millville Ride Day. I got some news about the Sturgis Motorcycle Hall of Fame as well. Voicemails coming up. Race Tech Rant. X-Brand Goggle Tear-Offs. Motorsport.com tweet at Tallon segment. And again, Dylan Ferrandis, Lorenzo Locurcio, Brian Deegan, Lewis Phillips calling in tonight to talk some motocross. My co-host from Racer X Online, Start Your Systems, Kellen Army Nation, the head captain of Kellen Army. It's Kellen Brauer. What's up, man? How are you?
Oh man, I'm a captain now too, just like you and Lewis with the ship.
Yeah, you're
I'm
captain
captain of the Kellen Army.
Captain of the video game nerds. That's you. You got that on lock. I witnessed it at Redbud. You were at Redbud this weekend. I witnessed it. Guy was very excited to meet you.
Where was this?
We were walking by the announcer's tower.
Why do I not remember that at all? I'm drawing a blank, but yes,
Shitting
I know.
on your
I know. I apologize.
The
Why do I not remember
maybe
this?
we weren't by the announcer's tower, but the guy yelled "Kellen," and you stopped him. Hey, man!
Oh,
Like he was. Can I get a picture?
Yeah.
He was.
heck yeah!
He was Kellen Army.
Well, I love it. They're everywhere.
They are. So like I said, you were at Redbud, so great guy to talk to about the race. We got a good show. Brian Deegan, the general of the Meadow Militia. I mean, dude, you just don't get the general's time very easy. So stoked for having Brian calling in. Lorenzo Locurcio, Wildcat Racing.
PulpMX is Wildcat Racing.
Dude, we did pretty good. We had a shark bolt fall out, so that's,
Drop one of the night. How many more tonight?
One of many.
The shock bolt falling out wasn't ideal, but Lorenzo was great. Boutron had his best race since the opener. Wildcat Racing, man.
The opener or Hangtown? Because he got 5th at Hangtown in the second moto.
Yeah,
so
but overall.
Yeah, I guess overall.
Combined,
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
But yeah, so anyways, good to have those guys running the PulpMX graphics. You know, nothing says America's birthday like PulpMX Wildcat Racing.
Like a Canadian's radio show on bikes on America's birthdays weekend on a Venezuelan and a Spaniard's bike.
Yeah, exactly.
It's perfect combination of all the
what he said. Yeah. So lots to get into. Jet won again.
Yep.
Jet led every lap, but this one was maybe a little different.
A little bit, yeah.
Maybe a little different. So we'll get into that as well. Directing the cameras over there and working on the app. Breaking news on the app too.
Uh-oh.
Got some breaking news
this
on
Friday?
Travis Marks, what's up, Marks dog?
I'd like to be privy to this breaking news before you announce it.
You stop it. You stop it. You
We could have a drop battle.
you texted
Oh, that?
about the app.
Oh,
like,
yeah. Yeah,
hey, I'm thinking about this.
Yeah.
So, like, something crossed his mind.
Okay.
Something
Yeah.
crossed my mind, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to go in iterations. So we'll get mostly a live streaming iteration out first.
On
And
Friday.
then-
This
it'll be
Friday?
On Friday, yeah. And then we'll get so that you can do archives after that.
Okay.
'Cause that's a little bit more complicated. So we'll go in iterations.
Yeah.
Or do we still get drops on the app is all I
Yes,
care
drops
about.
are already in the new app, actually. So
Because that's what I use the app the most for right now.
But
is to
then,
go
the
use the
but then like
drops.
the Wildcat drop. It's got to go in there.
Oh, it'll be in there. Don't you
okay,
worry.
all right.
Don't you worry. Yeah, drops are already functioning, so
Okay.
we're good.
702-586-7857. You got a call? Give us a call. We got some lines open. But yeah, so the breaking news on the app is that Mark's thought about it. That's the breaking news.
Finally. We're back on track. He thought about it again.
He thought about it.
Baby steps.
Hey,
Baby
gotta
steps.
walk before you can run.
Exactly.
And also taking your phone calls over there in the corner. The Wolf Man, Wolfie.
Wolfie.
The Wolf Pack.
What's up, Tallon? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
How's motorsport.com gearhead life?
It's pretty good. We had to work today, but it was light. I think most people are vacationing. So.
Yeah. Well, get working on my return stuff.
Oh, I'm off tomorrow, or I would.
Oh boy.
So is he your personal savant for this whole thing? Like, if you need a part or whatever, you just go to him immediately?
Yeah, and Tits too. Yeah. Yeah,
Tits
both
too,
of us.
okay.
I feel like Tits has more of a role in Steve's writing than I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tits is overworked.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, here we
Stop
go.
it.
Can confirm.
Inner PulpMX collusion.
Yeah, big golf. He's overworked with golf. It's really, really tough. All right, look, let's talk Redbud. First of all, again, I've said this over and over, and it's a great track. It's not the best track of the year in my mind. Many riders think it is, but it's not only the track at Redbud, it's the event itself. It's July 4th weekend. If that race isn't around Memorial, is it Memorial Day?
No,
No.
Independence Day.
Independence Day. If that race isn't around Independence Day, is it the same? Do you think? Is it the Independence Day? Is the Independence Day stuff what puts it over the top?
I think it's probably slightly less, just because I feel like you get this weekend, you get a lot of families that are like, hey, we can go out for 5 days, take a few days off work because we're already getting an extra day anyway, and go out and camp for the weekend. So you might lose like a few campers, but I feel like the people that are actually traveling to the race for like 1 day to go hang out and have a good time, I don't think it would take away from it. I feel like a lot of people love coming to this event no matter when it is.
It's the crown jewel of the series. It really that's a overused saying, but it's true. It's a great race. The weather was fantastic. The track is great. Facility, obviously hosts the 2 MXDNs. Crowd was nuts. They really liked Hayden Deegan winning.
Yep.
Really liked that. And they were cool with everything. It's a great race. If you're from Australia or the UK or some other godforsaken country and you listen to this and you want to come to America and go to a national, go to Redbud.
Yeah, well, I mean,
that's where you go.
There's a few Feld people this year that now that there's the collaboration, a few more Feld people are going to start coming to the events. And when they ask me, like, what event would you recommend going outdoors, I usually always say Redbud. Yeah, because of all the things you just listed. The atmosphere, the racetrack itself is really good. I don't love that it's like 2 halves of a racetrack, so it's a little bit hard to follow.
Yeah,
but
like
it's
Lakewood,
still,
you can stand there and kind of watch the whole thing.
But in terms of like riding it, it looks like everyone's always having a great time riding it.
Second best track of the series.
Second best track of the series,
Millville,
so.
best track. But,
I think it's great.
It's a really cool race to go to for sure. And I didn't watch the podium back on TV, but watching it back on TV, the motos, I think you can capture the spirit of it.
Yeah, just a sea of people.
Look, American Motocross Series. We had Chad on the show a couple weeks ago. He took some heat for saying that everyone wants to do Supercross, and he's got a point to that for sure. There's a lot of riders that would just love to do the Justin Brayton program, 100%. So I'm not knocking that. But when you watch Redbud, you have trouble thinking the American Motocross Series is in any danger at all. You know what I mean? You have trouble thinking like, oh, like nobody wants to do this, or it's dying, or like we can roll out a stacked field of 14 factory riders or 4 like we have now. Anderson came back, so 5. And we're getting the same great vibe in racing that we're having.
Yeah,
You know what mean?
I agree.
The whole American motocross is dying. I go to Red Bud and I'm like, yeah, no, it's all good.
Yeah.
You know?
The only thing I'll say to that, though, is that I talked to a few photographers and video guys after the race that are down by the podium, that are along the fence lines with the fans usually.
Yep.
And they said this year felt a little more subdued. Now, I don't know what that could be. Like,
Right.
Obviously Deegan winning, they went crazy for.
Yep.
But, maybe it was that there was a smoke in the area from a few days before, so maybe a couple people didn't come because of that. There was the chance of rain. We did get a little bit of rain, so maybe people stayed away from that. So I don't know if that was those contributing factors, or if, like you say, maybe not enough people racing the series, but whatever. Like, I still think it was really good.
Yeah, it was. It was really great. So Jet won again. Kenny got close at High Point. Jet crashed, right? This weekend, Dylan was much better. He's gonna call in a couple minutes. Sexton's back now. Sexton probably it will get better, you would think. So, how confident are you of Jet going 22-0? Like, I feel like this weekend and High Point, I don't want to say cracks in Lawrence's armor. Like, that's a little strong because he did kind of pull back away from Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's going to do it. Like, I think these guys are getting better. I think they're getting closer.
Yeah, I agree. I think that after watching this weekend, I feel like that percentage in my mind went down a little bit because I felt like those guys are closer. Like, you look back at when Ricky and James did it, as soon as Alessi went out of the series for James, like, there wasn't really anybody else putting the pressure on him the way that Dylan and Chase were this weekend. And then the same for Ricky when he won his 2 perfect seasons that he had. Like, I feel like the difference here is that Jet is actually having people that are staying somewhat reasonably close to him, and he does have the pace in hand to maybe pull back away. But even being close, like, it just takes one late tip over for it to be done.
Yeah.
Whereas Ricky would be 30 seconds gone, and a late tip over didn't matter. Like, I think that that's something that could potentially ruin this whole thing for him.
His starts are on point, so that's going to be tough, right? They're great. But, yeah, I mean, and again, Dylan's going to call in here in a little bit, so we'll talk to him about it. Riders are always, a little weird to talk to about this stuff because they have to maintain that chip on their shoulder and that confidence level. And Jet did sort of pull back away, but I don't know, man. Yeah, like I saw something where we're like, maybe he's not going to win every moto.
Yeah, well, and like to your point about Dylan and Chase, I feel like they're both like angry at this point. They're like, we should be better than this. We should be closer to Jet in this facet. So to finally like smell it again and be close enough to be like, man, all we need is a few tenths here and a bike setup change here, and we could be on them all the time. I think it's going to motivate them that much more in these next few weeks to finally snap that streak.
I checked in with Chase. I said, hey, man, not bad first race. Like, you fell. With a fall, he goes 2-3. If he doesn't fall in the second moto, he probably wins. Gets second. He probably gets second, beats Dylan. I don't know. I said, are you happy with that? And he's like, no.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean,
not happy.
I got to speak to him just a little bit after the race, not too long, but he said he really wanted to get Dylan. Like, he was like, he was trying everything he could do to figure out a way by to make the lines work and whatever. And then he said in the crash with Dylan, or not with Dylan, but when he crashed, Dylan roosted like the rut in front of him. He couldn't see. He just went over it and watched the front end. So like that even motivated him to be like, I got to get back to him and get by him to like.
Well, he got back to him,
so.
but he couldn't quite close it from there. So so Jet's great. I just don't know. I'm not ready to do the undefeated thing yet. Whether there's
I think we can talk about it. Like, I think we can say that, this, that, and this happens, that it's happening.
Right.
But I think for the next, we have to get to like the Loretta's break, I would say, before I'm like, okay, wait a minute.
After
Washougal, right. Like, if there's only 6 motos left to go, I feel like it's a different story because obviously you say he's a great starter. The whole shots have been there. He's led every single lap except when Kenny was on the track. Obviously, things are trending towards it being a possibility, but when there's all these motos left, it just takes one weird thing to happen. If there's 6 chances left, there's less chance that those weird things happen. Yeah, it should be interesting to see what it goes. Hunter Lawrence, look, it's never good when the guy crashes and gets up and goes to the cart. Yeah.
Like, that riders are like, oh, shit, but it sounds like he's going to be okay. He's ready for Southwick, so the battle should be back on this weekend. Hayden pulled it within 11, right? It's 11?
Yeah, 11
points. So, again, like, you look at Hunter, crushed the first moto. Absolutely. We had questions about a first moto. He hadn't done it all year. What can he do it? And then, just gone. See you later. And then that happens in the second moto. I guess that's That's all it takes for Jet too. You know, or we saw Tomac at Denver.
Mm-hmm.
These things happen.
These things do happen, yeah. And I saw Hunter at the end of the day. He was just walking around, looked kind of normal. He had all that kind of like sports tape wrapped around his arm and stuff. But when he got in the cart after the incident, he was like very gingerly holding it, not doing anything. When I saw him later in the day, he was kind of moving it like normal again. So I think he's going to be totally fine.
Lars said he saw blood on his glove and was like, So.
I would be more concerned about, he said he got his ribs hit again, and that was the same ribs that he got hit with earlier in the season. And obviously he went 3-1 at the opener still, but I feel like you could tell at Fox Raceway he was like laboring and having to fight through that, and then as the series went on, he looked more comfortable. So it's almost like he's having to start over there, but with Deegan and these other guys more up to speed with the outdoors that they maybe weren't at the first round. So I think that might be a little bit more of a problem.
Hayden wins his overall, first overall. He's got a moto win, got one at Lakewood.
Hangtown,
sorry. And then wins an overall.
Yeah.
So
I mean, fans loved it for sure.
Here we go.
It was absolutely bananas. They were going crazy on the sidelines. And look, I will say that I don't necessarily think, after watching him earlier this year at Futures, that if you told me he would finish whatever it was, second in points in Supercross, and now he's second in points outdoors, and he has an overall win, he has a moto win, I feel like I would have maybe called you crazy. And I know people are like, you're doubting him, but it's just like,
you're a hater.
To go to this level this fast as a rookie, no matter who you are, is very impressive. Like, even Jet Lawrence was good as a rookie, but crashed a ton and obviously got hurt. Hayden Deegan, I feel like, is on a different level than that, where his consistency is maybe the most impressive thing to me. Like, he's always up front, battling late in motos.
In great shape.
Yeah.
What's crazy is his opening round at Supercross was maybe the worst he's looked all year. Loose, out of control.
And he still got fourth.
Yeah, big saves, like a couple of big saves, a couple of wild rides, and you're like, this kid's not going to make it. And then it was like it took him like 2 races as a pro, and he's like, oh, okay, like I can do this. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's impressive. Well, absolutely.
Like I said, I think for me, earlier this year when I watched him start at Fox Raceway, and you hear him go around the track, and he's just pinging off the rev limiter everywhere. And I was like, he just reminds me of Barsha in 2009 when he came out and just was wide open everywhere, hanging off the back of the bike. But I feel like the difference with Barsha then, and even sometimes Barsha now, is that like Deegan is riding that hard all the time and kind of looks in control. Barsha, sometimes you're like, whoa, man, he's hanging it all out.
I don't see the wildness from Deegan. I just don't see it. And then you added the fact that, as I've said 20 times, the dude clearly off the track does his work. He's in great shape.
Well, you can't ride that hard that long without doing the work and being in shape like that, for sure.
So we went from Hunter Lawrence has got this to 11 points, and there's blood in the water for Hayden Deegan, and it could be on.
Could be on.
Yeah,
it'll be exciting.
And there's no way I put it past Hayden to start a little rivalry with Hunter or bump him. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, they already had their kind of run-in at Thunder Valley where Deegan was trying to get Hunter was trying to get around Deegan, and Deegan was blocking, and Hunter wasn't thrilled about it. So,
But that one was more of like, hey, Hunter's clearly faster,
and
I'm just going to try to block you, and I didn't really like that move. I mean, like, hey, I'm as good as you, and I'm ready to go your pace.
Yeah.
So that could be
the
interesting.
only thing is that we're coming into the round, and I know that Hunter's going to be a little bit hurt and banged up, but we're coming into the round where maybe it's Hunter favored the most. Obviously being a sand track in Southwick, and he's won a moto there before and stuff. So like I think that might maybe switch the tide back quickly if Hunter comes out this weekend and goes 1-1 or beats in both motos again. But for now, you definitely have to say the momentum has switched a little bit, I think.
What about Kitch?
Kitch, I mean, really solid second moto, like quietly solid.
So far, we've seen if Kitch gets a start, he can win. If Kitch doesn't get a start, forget it.
Yeah, but the first moto, he came from pretty darn far back.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like I checked him at outside of the top 20 at one point,
really?
real early in the moto.
I don't remember that. Yeah.
I don't know if he went down or something like that, but and then got all the way to 8th in that one, and he was charging. And then the second moto, like very impressive, just got the lead and quietly snuck away, and wasn't really doing the leap that much while Hayden was doing it every single lap. So like you thought, oh, maybe Hayden's figuring out lines and is going to be able to close that gap down, but Kitchen just kind of slowly rolled away from him, and hopefully we get more of that Kitchen as well, because obviously he could be another factor in winning races and maybe getting into this championship a little bit down the stretch as well.
Kitch is texting back right now.
Okay, we're waiting frantically for this.
Said, did you go down in the first moto early? He said, no, I just started 20th.
Well, I was right, somewhere about 20th or so.
Right.
But yeah, not a good start, and then second moto, great start.
Right, yeah. No, he can do it. When you dye your hair like that, you better be good.
Well, he even said in the post-race press conference after the first moto, he's like, this is stupid. I dyed my hair for nothing. Like, I went out of my way to make this cool haircut, and I finished 8th. This is terrible. So he was motivated to turn it around. All
right, we got Lorenzo Locurcio, Wildcat, PulpMX calling. We got Brian Deegan, Dylan Ferrandis, and then our buddy Lewis Phillips, boots on the ground at the UK opener of the World Supercross. So we pre-recorded that one, and we had a conversation with Lewis earlier. So Lewis will tell us the ups and downs with that. And just added to the show, our buddy Alex Ray.
Oh.
Because
there goes my hero.
I think that's it.
That's it.
So we'll talk to him and more. Kellen Brauer from Start Your Systems in as well. Firepower Parts. Max Anstey, Firepower rider. Dean Wilson over there crushing it with Firepower. With over 50 years experience in industry, Firepower commits to quality, value, and service for your machine. Firepowerparts.com. Batteries, chains, made by some of the leading companies out there. The riders, privateer guys use these Firepower parts in Supercross, in motocross, and all of it. The featherweight lithium batteries are backed by a 2-year warranty, and firepowerparts.com. Check them out on the website and on social media. Got a call. First caller of the night is Cooper. What's up, man? How are you?
Doing good, Steve. Doing good. Got a little race tech rant for you guys
all right,
regarding the flaggers at Red Bud this weekend.
Okay.
With them throwing the red cross flag with riders not even being injured, and there's another flagger standing literally across the track holding a yellow flag, not doing jack shit. Like, what are we doing out here? This is becoming a little bit of a joke.
Dude, this is 13 years of the PulpMX show and 13 years of me crying about flaggers being really bad. We saw World Supercross flagging was not good either. Like, these people are volunteers, or not volunteers, but they're getting paid shit. And they're not, like, they try to get trained, but the sport doesn't have enough money to bring flaggers week to week and pay their travel. But I agree. Like, it's not good. It's horrible at times. Like, riders have been directly injured from bad flagging. But I'm not one to sit here and yell about it too much because I don't want to flag. I'm not doing it for $50 and a T-shirt. Like, screw that. So, like, if I don't know what the solution is. I'm with you. It's horrible flagging. I see it every week.
And I especially don't want to do that for $50 and a T-shirt and then go have to stand in the middle of the track while guys are coming at me and try to direct traffic, which is what we need in that situation. If there's no red cross flag there when Justin Cooper's going over that double and no one with a yellow flag is on the track, he's jumping right into that guy.
And then getting hurt even worse. And think about this. They're younger kids too a lot of times.
Sometimes, yeah.
And you're just like, they don't know what they're doing. But, like, again, who's flagging? I'm not.
Get Weege out there.
Yeah. Like, Cooper, I'm with you.
Yeah. Yeah. But, like, why are we going to hand out penalties when there's, either give them a yellow flag to wave as well or, really
we talked about that on
the standings.
I know. We talked about that on the review show. The wrong flag was out, but then again, it's out. So as a rider, you got to be like, hey, the flag is out. Like, I can't, So,
yeah.
I mean, you see it in Supercross all the time. Some battle will be going on, flags waving, and then the dude has to, like, single, a triple, and then the flagger just puts the flag away, and then second, third, and fourth just fucking air out the triple and make up 4 seconds. Like, it's horrible flagging indoors and out. World Supercross, same problems. I don't know the solution. We don't have enough money. Like, I understand from F1, Kellen, you know more than I do about F1, but there's like they bring the same guys every race. They fly every race.
100%.
The safety crew.
Yeah, safety crew. And the technology is so advanced there that they can be like, hey, yellow flag at turn 9 specifically, driver off the track out of the turn or whatever. And obviously they all have radios so they can radio in and say, like, hey, someone's in the gravel trap on the left side or whatever.
So we're just a bunch of hillbillies with flaggers. Yeah, I mean, I'm with you, man. I get it. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Have a good night.
Thanks. Bill, what's going on? You want to talk about the Combine? Bill.
Yeah, I'm here.
What up?
Yeah, Roger McNabb, like, he's been a pro in Canada for a couple of years now.
3, I think.
And what is he doing? What is he doing racing against a bunch of amateurs? Like, I don't understand that.
I don't know either, man. I'm with you, Bill. You should see my text messages. I'm the only guy. All these other guys that I'm friends with are like, yeah, like that's what he should do because he should shine at the combine and he should get a ride in America based off his combine rides. And I'm like, wait, he's been racing men, like grown men with pubic hair and stuff for like 3 years, 25-minute motos, sand, mud, all of it. Like, he's a pro. He's a pro. I know they say he's only 18, but Jet's 19 and Bradshaw was 7. Like, I don't get it, man.
Deegan 17.
Deegan 17. Like, I don't know. They tell me that winning a combine is better than going like 12-12 at Redbud. More people will care about the combine win.
But is it? I don't know. Like,
Yeah, but
I'm telling you what I was told.
we've done stuff on YouTube of the combine, and it like, you know, some people are like, "What is this?" Like, they don't. A lot of the comments are like, "This is dumb" or "This is stupid" or whatever, instead of just like,
I don't
"Wow,
know.
that's awesome that Casey Cochran demolished the field."
Right.
Like, I don't feel like that many
Talk to
people.
Daniel Blair and Myrtle and Ryan Holiday and Paul Parabinos and all my friends that are like telling me that nope, this is the way to do it, and I'm confused. So now, and again, I like Ryder. He's awesome. I'm sponsoring him this year. I got a logo on his jersey. I got his jersey behind me here in the studio. He's an awesome kid. But now he didn't win the combine. He went 2-3 in the right 2-3.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah, because
yeah.
Ballmer's wheel broke. He got terrible starts. He worked up to 2-3. Casey Cochran beat him. So now and I'm not saying I am, but now are the amateur experts, the managers that I was told are eagle eye watching him, are the managers like, this kid's shit now?
Let's do a case study, okay?
Like, you know?
Bennick this weekend did not race the combine and
Yeah.
instead went 10-9 in the motos.
Right.
Okay, then he's going to eventually drop back down and race Loretta's.
Yep.
And we think he's going pro then after for Unadilla.
Yeah.
So when he gets to Unadilla, or if let's say he raced the combine and went 1-1, which he probably could have done, would you going into Unadilla be like, oh, Bennick, he went 1-1 at the combine versus, oh, Bennick, he went 10-9 when he raced at Redbud.
Well, I think I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah, you're going 10-9, right?
Yes, absolutely. But not my friends.
Not my friends.
Not any of my friends. All my friends think it's great. So I don't get it, man. You know? So. All right, Bill. Good talk.
Yeah, it was just like, thanks for taking the call.
No problem. Thank you.
Getting you riled up early tonight.
I mean, I was yelling and screaming about this on the weekend to Ryan Holiday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Team Green guy, and I don't quite understand it. I don't get it. And again, I'm not. You know, when you say these things, people, Ryder, they're gonna yell at Ryder. Matthew's talking shit on you. I'm not. I love Ryder McNabb. He's a great talent. He's a national champion. I think you should race pro.
And it's also, I'm not trying to talk crap on the combine either because I think it's.
Yes,
it's
you are. And MX Sports is gonna be calling you.
Yeah, fantastic. I think it's a great thing for a lot of guys, but I feel like maybe those top guys like a Bennick or a Cochran or a McNabb who's already a pro, I don't know that they really need it. You know,
They're riding at Baker's Factory or the goat farm with all the pros, doing the motos, doing the workouts. They're not going to school. They're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, they're full pros. They're full on pros,
Yeah.
just like Ryder McNabb, and they're racing an amateur combine. Yeah.
well,
You know.
oh well.
Anyways, yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm kind of with you, Bill, but again, I was told it was better off to do the combine.
So you just raise your hands and back
Just
away.
Another thing that from years from now, Kellen, on my tombstone.
Well, you talked to
know,
Ryder, right?
Yeah.
So what did he say? Did he say like, "Damn it, I went 2-3," or was he like,
No.
"Oh, well, you know, we
Yeah,
learned."
yeah. He was just like, yeah.
Oh, all right. yeah.
RenegadeRacefuel.com. They're looking for dealers and distributors. We had Tony from Renegade on a little while ago. Justin Brayton uses this. The Firepower Honda team is using this. They won championships with it. Renegade Racing Fuel is the only fuel going into JB10's tank. RenegadeRacefuel.com. Please check them out if you can. Man, they engineer their own fuel. The fuels burn cooler, cleaner, and more consistent than the competition. Renegade offers real octane and not overhyped marketing octane bullcrap. Again, they're looking for dealers and distributors for Renegade Race Fuel. So check that out, and really good stuff. Chris Kiefer tested it as well on PulpMX. So we're happy to have the Renegade guys on, and we're also happy to have Renegade sponsor our first guest of the night, calling in, giving us some of his time tonight to talk about Red Bud and more. Star Yamaha's Dylan Ferrandis. What's up, Dylan? How are you, man?
Hey, Steve. All good, thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has been for sure. Hey, so we were talking before High Point about how you, Aaron, Cooper, no one can quite grab a regular podium spot, and we were wondering like, who's going to be the guy? But you've got 3 straight motos in on the podium. This weekend you got closer to Jet. Like, Are you back? Are you happy? Are you back to where you want to be?
I want to win, so when I don't win, I'm not really happy. But yeah, it's better. I'm getting closer. I feel like Redbud was a step in the right direction. Like I say, all round, I kind of say the same thing. You know, with the new Yamaha 450, we needed some time to understand the new chassis, and it took us a few rounds. I did podium on the first 2 rounds, but I was not really comfortable. You know, I just did it I was kind of hanging on the bars and tried my best, but I was not very riding great. So I feel like this weekend, Redbud was the only one where I finally rode correctly. And I feel it's because of the change we did on the bike. We learned a lot, and we did a lot of testing during the weekend off, and it helps a lot. The bike was way better this weekend.
Yeah, Kellen. I don't know if you talked to Dylan after Fox Raceway. Dylan was one of the most unhappy podium riders I've ever talked with. Dylan, you were like, "Yeah, I got third, but my bike, we got a lot of work to do. Like, I got a lot of work to do. My bike." you were not happy after the podium at Fox Raceway. So yeah.
Yeah, because I rode pretty bad. I finished on the podium because I gave everything I had, but I was very out of control and not really riding how I'm supposed to ride. So it was difficult when it's like this. It's difficult to be happy even if you do podium.
Sure. So you talked about the rider triangle with me a little bit at the opener, and trying to find that. Is that what you worked on? Did you get that in a better spot? And then I'm guessing you just did suspension work as well over the off week.
No, that's the thing. It's not really suspension. We already find kind of a good setup in suspension, and now it's really chassis. It's really like this chassis, the balance of the bike. Like it's really that's what bothering me. That's what was bothering me, and we just work on that. And you know, with it, I can't really explain what we changed, but it wasn't really only suspension.
Okay, all right, yeah. So got it, more chassis stuff. So you caught Jet in the second moto. He pulled away a little bit. Did you feel comfortable riding that pace? Like, is that when you were catching him, when we know he's won every moto, he's the standard right now. How did you feel when you were catching him? Like, yep, I got this. I can keep going. Or did you feel out of your comfort zone? Or what did you think about that?
I was comfortable, but I was physically not ready for that. Like, I think every previous moto, I never really been in this situation, fighting for a win and able to have a clear track and just pushed every lap. And it was kind of my first moto where it was like this, me and feeling good on the bike and ready to go fight for a win. So I think physically I was a little tight, especially I burned a lot of energy in first moto, and I'm still not 100% physically. You know, when I hit my head in Supercross, I had to do a big break. I couldn't do anything for more than a month. Like I didn't cycle or run or gym or whatever. So I lose a lot physically. So this I'm still paying it today. So it's coming back. I was happy yesterday. I wasn't that much tired after Redbud, like compared to after the first round at Pala. I was like on Sunday and Monday I was just miserable. I was so tired, and so I just need to like get. I don't think it's just get back to shape. It's more like get back to this pace, and I think that second moto was a good. I kind of unlocked myself a little bit, if I can say.
Right. Before I let Kellen jump in here, Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing Dylan Ferrandis on the show. Do you think, Dylan, not having Eli there, I know you guys are quite different in your setup, but not having Eli there has maybe hurt the testing and the development of the bike as much as you would have? Like, obviously, everyone's going to work together. The team's going to take Eli's thoughts and your thoughts. And, like, do you think just you being the sole guy over there has hurt the development of getting things fixed as much as you need to be?
It's difficult to answer that. The thing is, Eli, he has such a unique riding style and so different than the normal riding style. So it's very, very difficult to compare him and any other rider. And I feel it in Supercross. I mean, the last 2 seasons. His bike was so much different, and it was like doesn't really help to be his teammate because we ride very differently. So I don't know. I think it would have been difficult to have two riders doing a lot of testing together. I think it would have been a difficult situation for the team.
Okay, got it.
Well, so going off of that, I mean, it sounds like you may have been kind of testing it by yourself anyway, coming back from injury. But were you guys able to maybe lean on, the Yamaha team in Europe at all with Jeremy and Glenn and Maxime, what they found with the bike in the few months of testing it before to get any sort of adjustments to the chassis that you were looking for? Or was it all just you guys putting your feet on the ground and doing it yourself?
I know the team talk a lot with Yamaha in Europe. They change a lot the setup and stuff, but I don't really know if they use them a little bit or not. Like it's very different track. It's a different track. It's different. I think we use very different engine because us in the US. I mean, I know from my experience riding the GP, you cannot have the same bike over there. Like here in the US, it's very more soft and we need more power. Not more power, but more deep power for very soft ground. So I think it would be a mistake to use the setup of Europe rider. But no, honestly, I don't know. I never really ask. I never really ask what they use. I know I talk a little bit with Maxime Renault because he's French and we're friends. But
yep.
We don't really talk much about setting. I know what he likes and doesn't like on the bike, and I told him also what I think. But we never really exchanged because, it would be too complicated. For me, being back from injury, I just get back on the track and just give my feedback, and we try to move from there.
Listen, are you still on the air fork?
Yes.
Well, Dylan, listen, that could be the problem. The KYB guys got me the PSF fork and the shock, and I mean, I got like top 10 at the World Vets with that on my bike. So I don't know, man. I really like that fork. You should look into it. That's just me, but you know.
Yeah, maybe you should tell them.
Okay, I'll get on that. Hey, Chest Protector was back out again this week. What? I'm so confused. I liked it when it was under. Now it's over your jersey. What's going on?
Yeah, I asked myself the same question. Last week we rode a sand track.
Okay.
And it was like so warm and humid, and I had sand everywhere, like in my back, and I just put it over for the second moto, and I don't know. I felt a little better. Like I got a little bit of feeling I had in 2021, so I was like, you know what? Let's do it again and try to ride as good as 2021, you know?
Okay,
nothing crazy.
You riders are weird. So we should look for it over the jersey this weekend then, like you're back.
Yeah, I mean, if my gear match my chest protector, we'll do it.
Okay, all right.
Another kind of weird question off of that. We have a picture that I saw of you today drinking a Coca-Cola after the first motos. Like, what's the deal with that? Are you just trying to get more sugar in your body to I guess, rehab, real quick?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, when you do a moto and you give so much energy, and you sweat so much when you show up on the podium, you just want to sugar, try to get back the sugar level back to normal. So I just did that to help. I mean, I kind of I'm very big cyclist fan, and I always see the guys from Tour de France. They always first thing when they pass the finish, they do sugar. So I started to try to do the same, and it really helps.
Yeah, so you can actually feel that difference then in your recovery, like you recover a little bit faster between the motos because of something like that?
I mean, I would not say I recover faster, but maybe help. But no, when you do a moto and you give everything, you're tired anyway. It's not a sugar drink will not help that much. But I think a little bit of everything doesn't hurt.
Have you? What do you think of the greats? I guess let's start with that, Dylan. Where are you at with the greats in outdoors?
It's not bad. Like give the everybody's on the same gate, so everybody have option to be good from everywhere on the gate. But like before, like we had to give everything in practice to get a good lap to pick the best gate. Now this is gone. Like you can really start good from pretty much everywhere. So I don't know. This I'm fine, but it's more like. Before you could prep your gate in your
your way, yeah,
and you can just like feel the dirt. Like some track you're gonna have more traction, some track you will have less. So that was more like a rider technique. Now it's like a little bit. It's always the same. Like when you get it, when you know how to start good on a gate, it will be every start the same. So just I don't know. I like better the dirt just because it was more old school and more natural. I feel like motocross is so natural. We ride in such a big field with like the dirt always being so great. Like it's to me it's very natural, and that's what I like in this sport.
Okay, and then so the last couple of races they've left the rut in front of the grates to try to create some separation. Are you good with that, or do you wish they would just plow it or disc it up before the motos, or what's your thoughts on that? Because they're trying to create some separation by leaving the rut there.
Dude, that was horrible. Like the last two rounds, the ruts after the gate were insane. Like
okay.
I don't mind the rut, but they leave from the practice start we do in the morning.
Yeah,
so already like before the first moto, I think there are already 4 starts. So
right.
The rut is already big, and for second moto, like it's insane. Like honestly, I don't mind, but it was a little too much for High Point in the mud and Redbud with all gnarly it was. It was a little too much. Like second moto for me, Redbud, I was P3 on the gate, and like I just couldn't find a clean gate. Like the Jet and Chase, they found one on the inside, like with no really bumps in the rut, but there were only 2 ruts with no bumps. Every other gate were like crazy bad. Like, and the guys, they rushed me. They were like, "Hey, let's go. You gotta pick your gate." I'm like, "Yeah, I just don't know. They're
leave me alone."
Bad. Like, where can I go? Like, Redbud was crazy. Like, way out of comfort.
So this weekend we also at Redbud switched back to the old start. We obviously had like the GP/the Nation start with that right-handed first turn, but then they had this switchback one again. Do you like the old version, or did you prefer the new one that they had for the Motocross of Nations?
I don't mind, but I just think it's that version is very dangerous. Like we go to the first turn with so much high speed, and we have a wall in front of us, like a dirt wall. So if anything happens, it turns out bad, and we see with the Moto 2 in 250 was pretty scary. So no, I think I don't mind. Like it doesn't change anything to me, but for safety, it's a very bad version.
702-586-7857. You got a question for Yamaha's Dylan Ferrandis? Give us a call here. Renegade Racing Fuel is bringing you Dylan Ferrandis on the show. RenegadeRaceFuel.com. Question for me, Dylan. Have you tried the hydraulic clutch? Is that something that interests you at all, or are you like Eli and you're just cable guy?
I think I tried this winter. It was on the Japanese. They came to do some testing, and I think it was on one bike, and I didn't feel any difference. And I let the team decide, and they picked the cable. So not a big deal. What
are we going to know about you and your 2024 plans? Obviously, talks are still going on now. I know you've talked to some teams. When do you hope to have something settled for you? Or are you close to deciding where you're going to ride, or can you give us any info on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. Right now, it looks like we retired. I don't have anything. I don't have any offer for next season. So I think retirement.
Stop it. Come on.
No, I'm serious.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, just nothing. Well, there's got to be some things going, I'm sure, but yeah, nothing signed.
Yeah, not that much going on, honestly.
Okay. Yeah. Question for you about your concussion and your injury in Supercross. Really scary stuff, isn't it? Like, I don't know if you've had bad concussions in the MXGP days or anything, but like, it affects everybody differently. Some people can take a hit and, be back on the bike in a week. Others, you get light sensitivity and noise sensitivity, headaches, all that. Like, it sounds like yours was a bad one. Those are scary, man.
Yeah. What's crazy, like, for me, it wasn't scary because it's like, to me, almost like I blinked my eyes, and I was from crashing to in the medical tent.
Okay, yeah.
So I didn't really feel, or it didn't really hurt. To me, it was like I just blinked my eyes. I didn't really see the time going on. Like it was, and it's only after when I saw my team, my wife, the people asking me if I was fine. Like I was fine, and it's just like after like a few days after I realized how bad it was. But yeah, when it happened to me, like it was super easy to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, I had bad symptom after, and I couldn't really feel it because we motocross guy, we always hurt. Like every day we crash and we had small injury or whatever, and we feel like it's normal, so we keep going.
Yeah.
So it was exactly the same. I had a little bit headache, a little bit troubled vision and stuff like that. I was like, yeah, it's fine. I hit my head. It's gonna be okay. So I rode again and crash again. Probably because I was not feeling right.
Yeah.
And then I decided to really work on it and make sure everything was fine, and it was not. Like lucky for me, I found some really great people in Europe, and I think to me they are the best in the world. They're working on concussion and everything that's going with the concussion for athletes for many years now, and they treat it like a real injury. And I learned so much, and it was bad. Like I think if I didn't meet these people, I would have never been able to be normal again.
Really?
Because,
Wow. Okay.
I really had to follow a very strict protocol, and we have to do some brain recovery, eyes training. Like it was very interesting. But I'm glad I did it, and I hope like anybody in the sport that will have bad concussion like me can ask me, and I can provide them where to go if they have this kind of problem, because it really works. And the doctor I met over there, they really explained me that many athletes in the world, they're like me. They think it's nothing, just a little bit of headache or something, but it can be bad. And if you crash again on it can be even worse. So the head is bad. It's a problem when you hit it. Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. No, for sure. And we've seen so many motocrossers over the years like get knocked out cold, and then 7 days later they pass the Alpine Star concussion test and they're on the track, and you're like, whoa. Like, again, everybody's different, but yeah, it's scary stuff, man, for sure.
So what's crazy, like I did that concussion test it's not really the concussion test, like they make you do a physical test before the race.
Yep.
And so I did it, and I made it at Daytona.
Mm-hmm.
But I talked about it with the doctor because they made me do it again a few weeks later in France.
Yep.
And I failed it.
Oh,
and so they explained me that it's because of the adrenaline of going racing, and like you want to make it so much, like you put so much energy, and you want it to do it so bad that's why you make it.
That's why you pass. Yeah.
Yeah, and so they explain me so much thing, like, and like you said, it's not normal when someone have concussion and 7 days later they race, like it's not normal. I think our sports have a more can progress more on safety on this side.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, phone call for Dylan from Trevor on one. Trevor, what's your question for Dylan Ferrandis?
Hey, Dylan. So I really hope I'm not putting you on the spot here by asking this, but hopefully we're all wrong with what we saw. But what exactly did Jet whisper to you on the podium there about your wife? Did we see that correctly?
I don't know. What did you see?
Well, okay. I didn't want to come right out and say it in case I didn't want to make you feel uncomfortable or whatever, but it sounded like when you were talking about putting the gloves on, like kind of your pre-race ritual, it seemed like he leaned back and said, "Oh, that bitch," like joking to you, and it seemed like you got pretty pissed off. Oh. Is that what happened?
No. He said something funny, and I wasn't pissed off. No, and it's fine because Jet and my wife, me, and the Lawrence, we are friends for a long time now. Like I was already friends with the Lawrence in Europe. We were in the same team, so we know them like great, and there's no problem. No, it was. I don't think he did anything bad, and if he did it, just because he's young and stupid, probably.
Thanks. I'm glad that you said that, because there's been quite a few people like mentioning that online, and I thought I was crazy, and I saw some people talking about it. So I'm really glad you cleared that up, because I thought that's what you said, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm surprised he didn't throw his fucking head through the table.
Yeah,
but.
no fighting. Yeah, they're friends. Good.
No.
Yeah, okay, good.
Thanks,
good.
Trevor.
Right.
Thank you. I should have done my research on this question, so it could be really dumb. But Dylan, did you race Boutron at some point? Like,
yeah, all my career.
Yeah.
right? Okay, so that's
all
what
my
I'm.
250 career in MX2, I was racing him, and he was the Mike Alesi from Europe, always all shot.
Yeah. So when you showed up at Paula and you see Jose Boutron, are you like, what the hell?
It scared me. Like, he was next to me. I don't remember which motor. I was like, fuck. I know this guy started great. Like, he beat me in start all my 250 career in Europe. I was like, fuck, I'm gonna have to get a good start for real.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah.
my
No.
gosh.
He when I saw him, I'm like, hold on, is that the Jose Boutron? Like the same guy, or does he have a kid? You know, because I hadn't heard of him. I didn't realize he won EMX 3
Yeah,
or something.
EMX Open, I think it was.
EMX Open. I didn't even know that, but I was like, yeah, wait, Dylan and Jose Boutron would have raced for a long time.
Oh
right?
my gosh.
So
Dylan, I know you said that you're not happy right now because you're not winning, but earlier in the year you were having some great battles with AP. You'd come off the track, you guys would both like hug. Obviously, there's a friendship off the track with you guys. How much were you enjoying just like being back and being able to race him? And obviously, you're not happy that you're not winning, but you still seem like you're having a good time out there battling.
Yeah, I mean, when you finish on the podium, it's still great, but no, I'm not really having fun. That's for sure. Not winning. It's like really something that I need to work on it, but I think it's too late. I'm too old. But yeah, it really, like, when I don't win, yeah, I'm just like I hate it so much.
you are,
It's
yeah,
crazy.
dude.
Yeah,
You made
with
go ahead. I'm
AP,
sorry.
with AP, we've been teammates since I moved to the US, so I know him. I know him pretty good, and yeah, I mean, everybody's friend with AP. You know, he's one of the nicest guy in the industry, and it's difficult to not like him. So yeah, for sure, when we had a big battle, it's always good to have some respect. And also, I know he was in my rear for long moto, and he probably eat a lot of roots, and I know how hurt he is. It's not really nice to feel the root behind someone, so especially behind the Yamaha 450. So yeah, I was kind of congratulate him for being such a good competitor, because he was trying hard and didn't make it. But yeah, he was still doing a big fight with me. So it was. I mean, I still like fighting every guy on the track, and we are still a racer. So we like that.
Yeah, Dylan. For people who don't know, Dylan made a podium in Supercross this year, or whatever it was, and you're like, yeah, I'm happy, but I want to win one of these. And I'm like, yeah, what a great ride. You're like, I want to win. So that's the way you are.
He's committed, man. He's committed.
That's the way you are, Dylan. Like, you're never, you definitely aren't like super stoked on a third or whatever. You know what I mean? So
yeah, just when you taste the win, that's the best feeling in the world. So you get addicted, and it's like a drug, and you just like. After when you taste the first place, the second and third doesn't taste the same. So difficult. I wish I could enjoy it more, because even for my team and my wife, like, sometimes she's like, all right, you need to smile. Like, it's not good, it's bad for me. And yeah, I'm like, yeah, try, but I just don't like it. So yeah, that's what
any French MXDN talk at all for you? Anything brewing? Are you on a short list or anything? Is it too early?
I mean, if there is a list, I think I'm on it.
Okay.
Because I probably deserve it. But like I answered this question at the press conference after Red Bull. Someone asked us, asked all of us, and I said, for me, I need to first. I need to finish this championship, the outdoor championship, and be focused on it. And then also I need to know what I'm gonna do next season. MX of Nation, especially when it's out of US, it's you have to plan it. You have to make sure you're ready for it. You need to recover from it. So it depends on what you plan to do after for the season ahead. It can be a problem. So I need to know what I'm gonna do next season, and then I will know if I do the nation or not. But yeah, for sure this season it's in France, and I never did more cross of nation in France, so that would be a great experience, and probably something I would like. So we'll see.
I think that might be the most insane. I've been to 20 motocross nations. That Ernée one might be the most insane one I've been to. It's just
Yeah,
nuts.
probably.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, with it being in France, like I feel like when it's in the U.S., a lot of American riders like try, I don't know, extra hard to court to get onto the team, and they'll ask around and do whatever they can to try to make the team. When it's in France and you have a chance to race in front of your home fans like that, and obviously feel the support, do you feel like a little extra motivation to like, you know, want to get on the team and be there for your countrymen?
I don't feel like I think the riders today, they are not really like that. I think the future season, the next season, is priority today.
Okay.
Like MX of Nations is really a race you do as a bonus after your season. So I think now, like, the mentality for many riders is more like depends on what the team wants to do, the testing, the recovery. So for sure, like when we decide to go, it's like extra motivation to ride at home. But to me, and I feel like from what I heard from many of the riders, they probably doesn't say it public. But today, I think the next season is more priority.
Yeah, it's coming up next year on the show, by the way, is Brian Deegan, Dylan, and obviously Hayden's great. He just won his first overall, but how about the fans around that truck all year long? It's just nuts.
I don't know. I didn't even see it. I stayed in my RV or in a 450 team.
Okay.
I don't know. See what there are many people around the 250 team.
Oh yeah. There's a lot going on over
I
there.
didn't know.
You should walk over there.
Steve, he's trying to win. He's focused on winning. He doesn't have time to look at the 250 truck.
That's a great point. Southwick, you got to be happy for this weekend, Dylan, coming up.
Why should I?
I feel like you're good at Southwick.
Yeah, I have good stats for sure.
Yep.
I think I've never been off podium over there. I have multiple wins. So yeah, that's the track I've been good on it. But we see like it's Southwick. The weather can make a lot. Like it really affect the track, and yeah, it can change a lot the track. It can be a good like a fun track or a nightmare track. So we see, but yeah, it's a track where I have good stats, so I hope I can keep up.
Chest protector over this weekend. That's it. Chest protector over. That's going to be it. Thank you for the time, Dylan. I really appreciate it. Good job at Redbud. That was exciting when you were catching Jet, and yeah, man, slowly getting better and better here. So it's exciting to watch if you can get back to your form where you need to be. I think this thing could get really great. So thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will try my best.
All right, sounds good, Dylan. See you, man.
Thank you.
Dylan Ferrandis, everybody, brought to you by Renegade Racing Fuel. Nothing going on for next year.
Yeah, that was kind of shocking.
I mean, maybe he's snowing us a little bit.
Maybe, but like, come on. He's got to find a ride somewhere.
Yeah, I know
he's too good.
I know he's talked to the HEP guys. That's happened.
Yeah, for sure. But like, the fact that he even said the words retirement, like, know that he probably is thinking it a little bit then.
I'm being serious, though. Yeah, he's not happy. Dude, the guys,
I know.
You've interviewed him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's very quick to bring up the bike every time I interview him, which is why we were so, bike heavy on this interview for tonight, I feel like. So
he doesn't make a lot of excuses. He's like a lot of Europeans. They just tell you what they think. And, you know what I mean?
I don't feel like when you ask him about the bike, he's like, the bike is the problem. It's holding me back. He's like, no, I have to figure out like why I don't feel comfortable, on this chassis, or why it doesn't feel good here.
If you're afraid to ask a question, don't ask Dylan, because he's going to give you straight facts. You know.
Well, even right there, he said many riders probably don't say that they don't care about Motocross of Nations, but I'm thinking the next season already.
Right.
So.
Yeah. No. Absolutely. Let's go to Jackson on one. What's up, Jackson? How are you, man?
Hey, what's up?
How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. I had a SMX question about the points.
Okay, shoot.
So it's overall scores for the 3 playoff rounds, but I was wondering, is it like outdoors where you get individual points for each moto?
No, it's one main event. It's a Supercross style.
No,
what?
I thought it was
double moto
format.
2-moto
format.
What?
Yeah.
I got to really brush up on this.
I don't know the answer specifically to his question, though, because each round is double points from the previous
triple,
one,
right?
correct?
Yep.
It might be like a triple crown where the overall is the score at the end of the night.
I would think it's an Olympic
that,
style scoring, which is not Olympic at all. But yeah,
because I was thinking like if
1-1.
Yeah.
If it's individual motos, then first round would be you can make up 6. Second round you can make up 9 or 12, and last round you make up 18, which would be crazy. I'm thinking of Dylan being 10th place.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Like, so if we have a SMX round where Aaron Plessinger, and I'm just pulling his name out, goes 5-5-1, and because the last one is triple points, and something happens, first turn crash or whatever, and Aaron Plessinger, is the SMX champion, are we? I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I feel like, are we going to be like, oh my God, like, I don't know.
Right.
Okay, so on the website, just real quick on the website, it does say, in which Olympic scoring will be determined in overall finishing position for each round. Championship points will be awarded in accordance to each finishing order for a two-moto 20-minute
So Olympic-style format, and so.
Okay, interesting. I do have another question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Since Trey was on my brother Trey was on the Legends lap this weekend. I don't know if you got to see him ride or not.
I didn't. No, we just talked about it.
Where do you think he finishes in the 450 class right now?
6'7", 7'6". Yeah.
Really?
What do you think, Kellen?
Yeah, I think that's possible. I mean, I don't know what his fitness is like as a test rider. I assume probably quite well because he has to do probably endurance testing too. But
I mean, there's difference between
speed-wise, he's there, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, Trey Canard, he's fast, right? Yeah, we know how he can jump in after getting hurt and just absolutely still run the pace. So, what do you think, Jackson? Are we off, or what do you higher than that, lower? Where are you at?
I don't know. I think he's been telling me his wrist, this wrist injury he had a little bit ago has been bothering him.
Mm-hmm.
He says like 10, 15 minutes in.
Okay.
It's been getting numb.
Wow.
But I don't know. He's a fat kid. He's a fat kid at heart. He's eating a lot of cake and.
He was great on that re-raceables we just did with him. He was great.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He was awesome to talk to. So, thanks, Jackson. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
No problem.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. 2 motos. I don't know if I knew that. Or maybe I didn't. I forgot about that. I don't know.
Yep.
How long are they?
20 plus 1,
20 plus 1?
I think is what it says.
All right. Thanks to the folks at Wiseco. They've been manufacturing pistons right here in the USA for over 80 years. Factory Honda HRC is teamed up with the folks at Wiseco. Full range of performance components as well. 2-stroke, 4-stroke pistons. There's a code to save on PulpMXShow.com if you want to save with the folks at Wiseco. Thank you to those guys for bringing in our next guest, giving us some time tonight. He is, he doesn't need an introduction. It's Brian Deegan. What's up, General? How are you?
Hey, what's going on? Doing good.
Are you Hayden's dad or are you metal militia guy at the races? Where are we at? Like, what's it? Is
that,
what?
Is that the big question?
Yeah, like what do people when they say to you? Like, I guess it depends on how old they are, right? On what they want to talk to you about.
Yeah, 100%. It depends if they're over 40. I'm the militia general, but anything under 40, yeah, I'm just a dad. That's cool.
It's like, hey, can I get Hayden's autograph? That's what it is.
Yeah,
right.
Fine with me.
Yeah, you're not a guy that really cared all that much about it. But hey, congratulations, man! What a race to win your first overall at. What a time. You had to have been so stoked. I mean, you're a motocross guy. You know Redbud. You know the meaning. You've raced it yourself. You know how important. It's a crown jewel of our series, as we were saying earlier. So congrats, man. That had been awesome.
No, thank you. Yeah, it was I couldn't have been, I guess, a better moment, really, like a storybook, really, to the first win. It was, I couldn't have planned it any better. But I'll be honest, like, going up to that race, I feel like Hayden had this, I could just tell he's getting like antsy, like that mindset where just like really, really wants to win. But he realizes, Hunter's obviously on a very high level. So, but when misfortune happens, you got to be there to capitalize. And that's kind of the way it played out. So, cause someone was going to win that race besides Hunter, that, overall. So, after that second moto incident and, so someone was going to win it, so it was just cool to see that Hayden was able to be that guy for sure.
Yeah, the fans just slightly enjoyed it. just that was nuts. It was really cool, So
I think a lot of people have bought tickets to events like wanting to be there at his first win. I feel like and obviously Redbud already had a massive fan base there as usual. But so it really just played out. I played out really good, it couldn't have been any better. It was cool that, like I said, an American could win that race that day. It was just a cool moment.
Did you like Redbud racing it? Did you like the track and everything else? Like, were you into it in your racing days?
It was one of the I'd say it was one of the better tracks that I liked. I mean, I grew up in Nebraska, so it's kind of that same style dirt, and it had a lot of jumps. You know, I really used to really like Troy, like that Troy, Ohio track. Anything with a lot of jumps. So that was like really like that's all I really wanted. Like stuff like Unadilla, I hated. I was just like, dude, this place sucks. You know, I just always liked the tracks that had some jumps, and Redbud always kind of had that vibe, and it's always been a crazy event there. It's always had a lot of energy. So it really just played out perfectly, and I think the Star bikes are good there. You know, I think you know, the way they changed the start was good for fast bikes, and I think it all kind of played out perfectly, you know.
Yeah, what did we have? 2 bikes that were not Star jumped the leap. Vial did it.
Volan did it a couple times
did it.
too.
Okay.
So KTM and then Star.
We had Star bikes doing the leap, and then a couple other guys.
I think the Cowies did it. Like a few Cowie guys
that's
did
right.
it once or twice.
Okay.
I think everyone's team manager is like jump the leap. Like they just like I think they're all telling them, you guys, it's almost a second a lap.
Yeah.
And so I think most everyone nuts up and tries it, and then they kind of have to go through with that huge case, and then go, okay, I tried it, you know, and then they get out of it for the rest of it.
Did you jump it in your day? Was it doable on 125? I don't remember.
No, I think there's only one guy that jumped it on 125. But
no, I think Swink did.
I don't think we ever jumped it.
I think Swink did on 125. I think RM 125 days. Yeah, but it was rare. You're right. Yeah, you know, it kind of changes every year. Was Redbud, and I keep going back to your racing career here. We'll talk about your kid, but was Redbud the race that did you in at Triple X when you threw your helmet in the crowd? Was it Redbud? What race was that?
No, that is kind of a long story of that, but Redbud was the one where I started on the very inside gate and I got up on the grass and like hole shotted by like a mile, and then I was on like a pro circuit off the shelf, you know, Suzuki deal, and dude, every straightaway I got passed by someone, and before I knew it, I was like, dude, it was miserable. It was definitely. It was only worth the picture, but
the photo of the whole shot.
Other than that, it was at Mount Morris in '98, I think it was, when I was kind of my final strings with Moto Triple X. We were on the Cowies that were like turds, and then I think Watson forgot to put coolant in my bike, and so my bike seized. And I just remember getting off the track. He's around the top finish line area, and I just remember I was so mad. I just threw my helmet in the air like super high, and it went in the crowd. and someone got it. Someone was pumped, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, granted, yes, it could have been this or that for sure. And then Moto Triple X tried to get me to write an apology letter to the AMA.
That's it, right? I remember the story now, and you're like, I'm not writing any letters.
Are you serious? That's when Kenny Watson called me or said I don't think there's text in or nothing, but he called me and it was like, dude, you got to do it. The AMA is like on us, man. And I'm like, dude, I'm not doing it. I'm like, dude, there's no way.
And then I'm like, that was it. Yeah.
That was D-Day, yeah. It was, we parted ways then, yeah. I was like, bro, I'm not doing it. And then
I mean, there's nothing more Moto Triple X than throwing your helmet into the crowd. I mean, that's awesome. That's what you guys do.
I feel like that's when they lost their way.
Yeah, really, right?
Brian, when you see Hayden in these races, he's out front, he's battling. You know, you've grown up, you've watched him grow up, you've lived it this whole time, but now it's on the professional level. Like, what kind of feeling do you get when you're on the sidelines? Like, are you nervous? Are you pretty sure of everything? Like, how does it actually feel to watch him do this?
I'm so nervous, and I hate it that I'm like that, but like, I don't know. I think it's just when you have a kid, and it's just, you just know, like, it's like there's so much emotion tied to it, and I just get nervous. Yeah, and I think as time goes on, that will probably go away. You know, but I kind of, half of it's cool too. It's exciting, you know, because the nerves it's just exciting times. You know, you got so new, and everything's new and fresh, and so every moment's for the first time, and So it's hard to duplicate that, you know, and I'm just, it's exciting, you know, so I'm definitely, dude, I'm the nervous dad running around for sure.
What are the emotions like then when he gets this win this weekend? Like thinking back to some of the accomplishments you had over your career, does it feel a lot different? Do you have like a sense of pride or accomplishment when he's able to finally win a race like this?
No, it's a massive amount of pride and accomplishment. I mean, as a proud parent, but it's more than just that. Oh, we got a trophy. It's the work during the week. It's you see your kid get up at 6 a.m, put on his running shoes, he's running, he's training, doing the motos, and you know, and the risk. And I think there's so much to it, which I think why the emotion's so high. And I feel like it's very hard to explain if you guys, you guys know the sport. You see what it takes during the week. And the other part of it is these guys are going, you know, practice tracks. They're always on the clock. I mean, every lap's fast. Every lap's on the edge. It's, you know, think of they're on a dirt bike, I don't know, probably 200 days a year, right? Like hauling ass. And so the risk is so high at this level, and that's why I just think the emotion is high, right? Like when you get those moments that are so big, that is like to win Redbud his first race. Yeah, it's a massive emotional moment, and I gotta, you know, I love it for him. I try to step back, it's his moment, and let him, right, you know, soak it in. Because he's the one doing the work. I ain't the one like putting on the running shoes.
You probably should have put the running shoes on more often, Brian.
Yeah.
Hey, so is he exceeding your expectations? For me, I mean, I'm not on the inside. You know, he broke top 10 when he came out of Loretta's last year. That was really good. Good start. I'm like, that's.
Yeah.
He's going to be, we did a preview shows because us experts, quote unquote, we know everything. I said 5 to 10, and then next year winning races, you know, like all of that. And dude, Supercross, I mean, he did everything but get a win. Now he's second in the points. He won a moto. Now he wins an overall. And we've all, us quote unquote experts, we have to rethink this and think about title, designations, all of this shit that comes with this, because he is absolutely crushing it. Did you see this, or did you think also, hey, 5 to 10 and we're learning?
I honestly, like, you know, start with Supercross. I honestly thought he was going to be somewhere 5th to 10th. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you know, but I knew his conditioning was really good. So I knew he would kind of be around with the guys who don't fade, because that's a big deal. And so, and then going in outdoors, you know, last year, you know, it wasn't the best showing, you know. He was definitely, but I'm glad we did that. I'm glad he raced those last few outdoors to see what it is. So, you know, coming into this year, he had the mindset of like, okay, I'm going to fight for this. And I think deep down inside in his mind, he believes that he can do what he's doing, and he just doesn't really talk about it. But for me, no, I figured, he'd be somewhere, like if we could break the top 5, that would be pretty awesome outdoors. Like, because I watched it, you know, I studied it last year, and I'm like, those dudes are rolling. The top 3 are rolling.
Well,
like,
you also know as a racer. I mean, you know, like, these guys are, you know, they're the tip of the spear. Like, when you see those guys, like in the top 3, even top 5, guys that are just like holding that pace the whole time, and I don't know. It's hard for me to grasp that he would come from getting 10th last year to like running and being on consistently on the podium. I mean, that's a big improvement, a big step forward, you know. And so I didn't expect it. I'm not like can't believe it, because he has surprised me before for sure, you know. 702-586-PULP. You got a question for Brian Deegan. Give us a call. Brought to you by Wiseco Pistons. And again, Honda HRC teaming up with Wiseco and full range of performance components for dirt bikes and more. That's the number one thing I think I'm impressed with Hayden is his conditioning. You mentioned it with the running shoes and 6 a.m. Dude, the guy is in shape. I mean, he's 17. He's 17, right? 17?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, you just don't see kids, even Carmichael. He wasn't in shape the first couple of years, you know, like you don't see kids that dedicated to their fitness until they get a little older and a little more mature. And Hayden's fitness is unbelievable. I mean, he's really busy on a bike, but so it takes up a lot of energy. That's the part where I'm really impressed, Brian.
No, thanks. Yeah, and that's it's hard to say. Is it a genetic thing? Is it when is it just the training? Having a good program. But when he went to Star his first day to do this, they had to do a fitness test to see where their base was. And they said, they're like, man, his cardio is really good. Like, and I'm like, well, I don't know why, because he just does motos.
Yeah.
He really just does motos. He does work out. I mean, he's not like a crazy triathlete. Like we just did the typical moto routine, but so I don't know, maybe it's a genetic thing that helps, but he does work his ass off, and he goes to bed early, eats good. He doesn't eat junk. Like, he's just really, really focused,
How do you like keep the DMs out? Like, how do you monitor that? Because I know what goes on. I've seen them, and riders show me them. And what do you do, Brian? How do you calm that down? What goes on?
At some point, like for a while there, we just kind of blocked it all out. Like we were like, you know what, we'll handle all the media, handle all the socials.
Yeah.
And at some age, he's got to do his own stuff.
Yeah.
Which he does. He has been for a while now. And I'm like, Hayden, there's a difference. I go, the best way I can describe it is you're at the races, you're walking through the pits, and you're getting ready to go to the moto, and you're go to the gate, and you're like focused, and all these fans are grabbing at you, telling you stuff, yelling at you. And you're just tunnel vision, right? You don't care less what anyone's saying to you because you're going. And I go, so what's the difference now when you go online? And all of a sudden you're going to listen to those are the same fans, the same people. Like, all of a sudden you're going to listen to what they have to say. I'm like, so I get it. If it's positive, cool. If it's a negative, we've had these talks. I'm like, dude, all the negative does, and I put this in all the kids' heads, is the negative, all it's doing, it's not describing who you are, it's describing who they are. And I think they get it. They just get it. Like, and they see the media as what the media is. It's a resource, and it's a way to promote the sponsors and promote your value. And they get that.
Yeah.
So I don't think they buy into it that much. Obviously you're human, you're going to, if it comes from a Stewart or, like a Carmichael or a McGrath okay, I'm going to listen. I got, what are they saying? And then kind of decide whether I'm going to agree with it or not.
Yeah, sure.
It's like, I think he's grew up around it. Yeah, he's human. So, everyone's got emotion. But, it's a battle, dude. It's always going to be a battle. It's a social media game, and everyone has access to it. Everyone. So, you can't block it. It's there for everyone.
Even chicks, dude. Chicks. I just like, stay away from these chicks, Hayden.
Get on that train, dude. I don't know though. Like, it's like, I mean, obviously he likes girls,
Yeah.
So,
I don't Yeah. I mean, I know what guys like A-Ray back in the day before he got engaged. I want to make sure I'm clear on this.
Not now.
Guys like A-Ray in their DMs. And I mean, he's a low-level 450 main event guy. He's not Hayden Deegan.
I needed help. I had 2 chicks.
Yeah, I can imagine what he. So yeah, you gotta, dude. I'm not a parent, so I'm not a parent. I have a basset hound, but I could just think to myself about being a parent and trying to you just hope you I guess you just in the end, Brian. You hope they do the right thing. You've taught them well. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, that's the best you can do. Right. And they're gonna screw up, dude.
Yeah.
It's life, right?
Yeah.
Just hopefully it's not bad enough to be detrimental. And you hopefully lay those foundations and I think you gotta hopefully they're driven enough to see the big picture and I think he has a lot of guys he looked up to, like Ryan Dungey and different guys that were really focused on their career, then decided at some point to, build their family. And there's that route, but it's, you never know, dude.
Yep.
Everyone's going to do their own thing.
No, for sure. Yep.
Well, so going back to along the lines of what you're saying of everyone has an opinion and all this stuff, like obviously Hayden's been in the spotlight for a long time. And now there's this new wave of really the moto fans knowing, and also us moto media and stuff talking to him and more and having opinions about him. Like, how have you felt about not only how he's handled it, but what you've thought of his transition to dealing with all of that extra attention that he had attention before, but this is obviously a little bit different.
Yeah, I think he's earned like the right now to like, to the media. He's, I get it. Before we built this machine, and now I think he's kind of earned, his right to stand his ground and be who he is because through his work and results now. But I feel like he as a parent, you kind of you get nervous. Like you're like, okay, now letting him just run on his own, say his own interviews, do all his own talking, and you always worry like what could be said, what could be taken out of context, and it happened with Haley. The stuff happens, and so you got to be careful with that. But overall, I think he's been pretty good with all his interviews. He's been surprisingly and I tell him like, be yourself, dude. Like at the end of the day, if you say something dumb or funny or goofy or who cares? Like at the end of the day, let's try to stay away from the robot, deal.
Yeah.
Let's just try to be yourself. And I go, some people are going to dig it and some aren't. Some people are going to make funny and some aren't. Like, who cares? Like, people will see you're authentic and get behind that. And that's kind of the vibe I think we're, trying to do. But, some people are better than others at getting better quotes or better, getting more out of the athletes, doing interviews and doing the media and talking. Some people are better at it, some aren't. It just depends. It's what you're going to get,
All right, we got a call for you here from Sean on 2. Sean, welcome to the show. Brian Deegan brought to you by Weisco Piston. What's your question for Brian?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
So I know, you had all this experience in the past from, moto and riding and all this stuff. Is it influencing Hayden a lot? Is that almost, why he's so fast? You think it's because, you are, his backing?
You're saying because I like the mental game we've taught him, or just because I've been in racing my whole life?
Yeah, kind of like the whole thing. All the mental tricks and everything, how to keep them in the kid's crazy, but you're keeping them mentally in the game,
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It's you got to think I've been racing for decades. All forms of racing, from the highest to the lows to the all different types of teams and pressures and moments and so yeah, we try to use that with Hayden. Always trying to use my experience and I study I'm always listening to podcasts on mental games, the mental game, on training, on the new fitness, the new health, the new, I'm constantly trying to learn, and I'm just constantly trying to use that to feed to Hayden. And the good thing is the guys at the Star, they've been great. They've been super open. They know I have a lot of ideas and a lot of, energy to try to help Hayden. And they've been super open to that, where I think some teams could be, more standoffish on that. And so it's been a great formula, to be honest. And Hayden listens, man. He's I could be like, hey, dude, that, in the sand section, Moto 1, you slipped up, you did this, you did that. He'd be like, yeah, I remember. He remembers everything on the track, which is weird. I never remembered anything. You could tell me, oh, you raced into this guy and you landed on this guy. I'd be like, really? I mean, but for him, he just super in the moment. He remembers everything. I say, hey, change that line. Maybe next moto hit this, that, and then he'll do it. And so I think it's just been a form of upbringing, ever since they're little, just always getting coached, maybe always getting told this, that. And I think he's just a good listener.
Yeah.
Some kids are good listeners and some aren't. It's just their personality.
You back in the day with the militia guys, you were part of Star Team with the Valley merger. There was 9 guys wearing 2 sets of gear, and it was a kind of a mess. But I did want to ask, from those days, and I don't even know how much you were involved back then, other than stroking a check and whatever. But did the team did that scare you away from signing with them again? And how much improvements have they made? And kind of relate, if you can, to the 2 times you've, from when you signed with Star to you working with them back in the day as a sponsor.
Yeah, I remember back then when we sponsored the team, that I remember walking into their rig and it was dude, it was pretty bad. I'm and I think when they first started, they were roughing it.
Yeah.
And I mean, to where they're at now, dude, you think of, I give them massive respect, how many years they've been in it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, for Bobby to truck it to every race, like, dude, I feel like I'm struggling nowadays, like to get to every race, and I'm like pretty good shape, dude.
Yeah.
So I like give him, dude, it's gnarly, like how much they've invested and how many years and how much improvement to become one of the best teams in the sport. Like, that's pretty gnarly, dude. And then to take the Yamaha 450 team and flip it around,
right?
Like that's gnarly. Like that. It's pretty crazy. Like, times have changed, dude. It's crazy.
Keith and Kevin Johnson and Isaiah from that to now, they've come a long way. Absolutely. We got Cody on too. Cody, what's your question for Brian Deegan?
Yeah, hey Brian. As a fellow Can-Am racer, I was wondering what's the latest and what's next for your off-road career on four wheels.
I try to jump in and race when I can. King of the Hammers is always a big one for me. That's a gnarly race out in the desert. But I try to jump in when I can. But with Hayden's schedule, it's like we're wide open every weekend. So I try to mix in some stuff during the week so I can still, fulfill my obligations. And I still like. The Can-Ams are fun because it's safe. You're in a roll cage. You can go hit jumps and go ride a track. You kind of feel like it's a moto thing almost, but it's a little safer. So
for sure,
that's my involvement. But it's good.
So is Hammers kind of the next thing you're racing then in February or whatever it is?
Yeah, Hammers, or if I can do any short course stuff, I'll try to jump out and do that. But yeah, probably mainly that event.
Thanks, Cody.
Cool.
Thank you. Brian, a couple things more before we wrap up here on the PulpMX show. So, like the incident in the heat race with Jordan earlier this year, or even the Hunter thing at Lakewood, and again, this is stuff that like we, the media, we talk about and critical of. Plenty of praise, obviously, for what he's done. When you see things like that, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Like, I'm happy to hear your side of things. Do you pull Hayden and be like, probably not that cool, or do you, or are you like, yeah, no, nothing wrong with it, man. You're gonna make your mistakes. Like, again, you're a racer. You've been in these situations. So, I'm just wondering like how you sort of tackle things like that, or on the flip side, maybe you don't say anything and I'm off my rocker in being critical of this stuff.
Yeah, I think we're together every day, so I think we talk about pretty much everything, and. So, yeah, we do cover all the topics, and I think he's got his reason. I like to hear why, why that happened, and I kind of make a decision from there if it needs to be corrected or I don't know, maybe it's just a young kid sending it and just going, it's, you're young, you're gonna make those decisions that are, a young kid's gonna make, right? And in time, those things might change or might not. Like obviously, I think he'll mature through the years and become a much more polished, racer. Yes, but I think, those moments, I think you learn from them, and I like to, for sure. If it's in the wrong, I'm definitely talking to him about it.
Right. You're like, hey man, because I mean, you were a guy. You had controversy on the track. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like for me that was my thing, and for him, I'm like, dude, you just be your thing, whatever your thing is, like there's no pressure to be my thing,
Right.
Just be. But I think, like you said, in his mind, he's a young racer that doesn't want to give an inch, and that's just his mentality. And I'm like, man, I can't soften that, but I do have to be careful. Like, I'm like, you don't want to be reckless, and there's some racers that are on the track and they've been like that their whole career, and I think there's young racers that start reckless and they learn, and I think there's a lot of different scenarios that way, but
nobody's perfect. Yeah. Nobody's perfect, especially not a 17-year-old kid, and he's gonna.
Dude. I remember Stewart, like even Carmichael, dude. Carmichael was laughing the other day. We were doing this deal, and he's like, "Do you remember at the Supercross where I like jumped and landed on your back, and you came over the pits and told me to settle down?" And it was the best story, and I'm like, see, everyone, I think all the young racers go through it, you know.
Yep. No, absolutely. I agree. Thank God, too, Brian, that when Hayden made his pro debut, Duke Finch was long retired because he would have had it out for Hayden.
No, for sure. Yeah, he would have not been
Duke, for people who don't know, Duke was a longtime ref, and I think Brian Deegan was Duke Finch's worst nightmare for a long time.
He spent a lot of time coming over to my ring. Yeah. And he going, Brian, did you do this? And I'm like, oh, no.
Duke was like,
we had a lot of good run-ins for sure. Dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
Along those lines of, you say you talk to him every day about everything, but have you already seen this year where within the moment of something you kind of almost maybe stop yourself and say like, let me let the team talk to him about that, or let me let the team kind of decide stuff? Or are you always just trying to like be there for him for whatever he needs with that stuff?
Well, yeah, 100%. You know, like the team has these guys have been doing it a long time. They've won a lot of championships. These dudes know how to win. So I have to take that into consideration that, it may be my son, and I've always coached him and I've always been there for him and always set his bikes up and always been a part of that, to where I'm like, okay, these dudes have already done it. They know this bike really well, like, and this program. Yeah, I do step back. There's a lot of times where Swanee knows how to win championships. The dude knows the game. Like, and I'm like, so there is times where I step back and let Swanee, like, I'm just like, okay, I see what's going on here, and then just get out of it, you know, like I just stay out. And so, yeah, there's a balance for sure. You know, we bring our coach to the races, and, Hayden and I will always have our time where we sit down and we watch video, watch tape, we study guys, study lap times. Like we'll always have our time. So, but I definitely give time to, step back to let the other guys do their thing, because they're already proven, dude. It's not like we went to a lights team that hasn't won in years and we got to help them figure it out. You know, it's so that that's not the scenario here. But I think the year, bringing back up, you saying, even my surprise with Hayden's ability, like I am surprised that he's been able to do run up front this quick, and outdoors are gnarly. It's not all the good guys are on the track. It's not an East-West thing. But I feel like, always we think too, like imagine if, like, say Hunter wasn't in the class, and this year, if he went to 450 already, what the year would have looked like,
Yeah.
It would have been a whole completely different year. But stepping back into reality, I go, dude, it's a good thing that you get to see how high the level is. Like that level that Hunter rides at and Jed, and their level is very high. And so I think it's worth having that experience this year where Hayden gets to see that level. Imagine if he, like I said, wasn't in the class this year, and then Hayden thinking, I got the level, we're good, we're kicking ass. And when there's, and the level's still a little higher, And so I think it's a good thing. I think this year's played out perfectly. And I think Hayden's just learning nonstop. And, and hopefully, God willing, his days will come, like he'll have his moments,
When I was wrenching, I had a rider's mom tell me the front tire was not working. I'm just like, what? A front? Yeah, let's let the Dunlop guys and the rider discuss the front tire. You know what I mean? Like, no offense, but yeah.
The good thing is, Mom does not say anything about anything to do with any of that.
The bike, so,
right. Mom does a good job of, like, if kids are whining and being like, I'm hurt, she does a pretty good job of, like, toughen up, don't be a pussy. Like, she's really good at that.
We had Hayden on the show earlier this year, and of course, what came up on the show, the ghost ride. So everyone's waiting on that, and we're gonna see how that turns out. So
and I don't think this weekend was the right place for that. Like, that wasn't. No, it was a different moment, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the first 1-1 is when he ghost rides it over the line.
With authority,
I cannot wait for the internet to explode over that. That's going to be the next thing. Yeah, they're just going to explode. And the real big winner of all of this Hayden stuff, by the way, is Duff, who's probably getting subscribers on his Instagram. Think about Duff's Instagram, Brian. Just think about this: the DMs that Duff is getting, the subscriptions that Duff is getting. I mean, that's the real winner of this whole thing.
That's his bonus. That's how he gets paid.
The subscriptions on his Instagram. Thanks for the time, Brian. Really appreciate it. The kid's amazing, man. He's really opening some eyes. And like I said, like I don't follow the amateur stuff. I don't really care all that much. I don't watch the vlogs. But to do what he does and the shape he's in and the work he's putting in, speaks for itself. It absolutely does. He's crushing it, man. So thank you for the time.
No, thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for the support. I know everyone puts a bunch of time into this, and everyone has to do the traveling and all the work. And thanks for representing the sport.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for the time, Brian.
Yep.
See
you guys.
See you, Brian.
That's Brian Deegan, everybody. Brought to you by Wiseco. Please check them out. There's a code to save on PulpMXShow.com for Wiseco as well. They've been manufacturing pistons for over 80 years. Good interview. Really good. Really good interview.
I thought it was cool to see that. Like, I know that the media has been a little critical of Hayden for some of his moves this year, and that to a degree we were all wrong about how he would perform. Yeah. And Brian was like, I honestly, he's outperforming my expectation too. And even in those moments where things were a little bit weird, we always talked about it. So he was pretty open about some of that stuff that, behind the scenes we thought, oh, maybe they just swept under the rug. No, they talked about it and made sure that they were on the same page.
Thanks to Brian Deegan for that. Thank you as well to Dylan Ferrandis as well. And Kellen Brauer, co-host tonight. Brought to you by Decal Works. The mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. DecalMX.com, promo code PulpMX23, 20% off your custom graphics. I've been using Decal Works for a couple of years now. It's fantastic stuff, Project Bike stuff, Blue Crew stuff, all of that. Decal Works, number one for many reasons. Code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. I don't think Dylan really understood the suspension joke I made where I said I had PSS, because I did.
He's like, maybe you can test for us. All right, cool. Yeah, great.
We're going to commercial break here. Lorenzo Locurcio is coming up. Lewis Phillips as well. The ex-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs. We are going to call our buddy Alex Ray before the night is over.
Hopefully it's not too depressing. We've got to make it
he's
happiness.
On the golf course, and he's been drinking a little bit. So
fuck my ass.
This late?
I think it'll be all right.
All right.
So thanks for listening, everybody. Appreciate it. Thanks for watching as well on YouTube's. And are we on Facebook or no? No Facebook.
No Facebook.
Okay, just YouTube.
Yep.
All right, so we'll be right back after this commercial break, everybody.
Yeah, he knocked his dick loose.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high-quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing power sports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other power sports machines. Whether you ride a 2-stroke or a 4-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning Factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGO.
I'm Christian Craig. I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin.
I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath.
I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jay Lawrence.
I'm Jordan Smith.
I'm Tal Hawkins.
Stargate Hampshire.
I'm Hayden Deegan.
I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala. I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Jiren Ferrandis, and I choose OGO.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport, and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
Hi, it's Tomax superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
At motorsport.com, our ride started in 1999 with a commitment to making your next ride your best ride. We take pride in having a huge selection of gear, accessories, and OEM parts for moto, street, off-road, ATV, and UTV. Riding is what connects us and makes us a family. From the track to the trail, tarmac to open roads, we're all connected because we ride. And that's what motorsport.com is all about. We've got your back. Our unrivaled and dedicated team of gearheads are willing to go that extra mile. No gimmicks, just high quality parts, the best customer service in the industry, and free shipping on all orders over $79. Our passion at motorsport.com is to ensure your next ride is your best ride. This is our invitation to you, from riders for riders. Visit us at motorsport.com.
Maxima Racing Oils was created for world-class racers who challenge the limits of possibility. Their demands on equipment drive us to look beyond conventional ideas and to exceed industry standards. It's in our DNA to identify problems, formulate solutions, and execute at the highest levels of competition. Case in point, the championship-winning factory Kawasaki race team, longtime Maxima partners who extensively use Maxima throughout the bike. Maxima's USA-made products exceed JSO requirements and can be used in all motorcycle brands: Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Suzuki, KTM, Husqvarna, and more. Maxima Racing Oils. Experience the difference. Visit MaximaUSA.com for more information.
Hi, it's Tomax Superfan Dylan here. The only thing I love more than seeing Eli win...
Whoa, wait, Dylan. Sorry to cut you off like Steve does his callers and guests, but a lot has changed. Similar to your favorite rider being on a new team, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides significantly improved performance and durability. Designed to win, the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range offers up to 16% more traction when new and up to 19% more traction when worn in comparison to the previous generation. This means consumers will not only benefit from improved performance on their first few rides, but that this performance increase will continue throughout the extended life of the tire. Michelin is a legendary innovator in motorcycle tire technology, and thanks to Michelin silica technology, the Michelin Starcross 6 tire range provides up to 11% more durability than the previous generation. This means consumers will enjoy the significantly improved performance throughout the increased life of the tire. Take it from me, as I too have to buy my own tires, this added value is great news. The new Michelin Starcross 6 tire range is available in 6 versions, specifically sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions, with the naming designation corresponding to the type of terrains and conditions where the tires were designed to win. Another innovation is the Michelin adaptive design, with specific positioning of the tread blocks in 3 zones: central, intermediate, and lateral zones, with the single goal to offer exceptional grip for the front tire and exceptional grip, traction, and longevity for the rear. To learn more about the new Michelin Starcross 6 tire line and all the quality products that Michelin offers for motorcycle segments that Steve cares nothing about, visit michelinman.com/motorcycle. And then visit your local dealer or online retailer to choose Michelin product to maximize your riding experiences. Also, too, make sure to follow at Michelin Motorcycle on Instagram and Facebook.
Love the guys at Works Connection. They continue as a 10-year sponsor of this show because, yeah, just like you, they're committed to the sport. For 33 years, they've been designing and distributing leading-edge performance products like the Elite Axle Blocks, Elite Clutch Perch, Pro Launch Start Device for performance, radiator braces and skid plates for protection, along with a shock pump, a tack, hour meter, and more for maintenance. Works Connection, great guys up there in NorCal, and super cool company. We're stoked to be associated with them. When you take a look around the AMA pitch, you'll see Works Connection proving ground for products under the canopies of Team Honda, HRC, Star Racing, and other top teams. And the best part of this whole deal is if you use the code PulpMX20, you get 20% off your order. Visit your local dealer, check out motorsport.com, and ask them to see the Works Connection product line for 2022. Great company, great products. Check it out. Thanks to Works Connection for coming on the show. PulpMX20, the code to save.
FMF Racing is proud to celebrate over 45 years of fun, building every FMF exhaust right here in the USA. Owner and founder Don Emler may have started FMF Racing in his garage 45 years ago, but Don is still hands-on in our 100,000 square foot state-of-the-art manufacturing facility in Southern California. FMF's goal? Design and manufacture the world's best performance exhausts 100% in the USA under one roof. FMF is a proud sponsor of the Lucas Oil Pro Motocross Championship for over 25 years.
I'm Cooper Webb, and I choose OGF.
I'm Christian Craig.
I'm Dean Wilson.
I'm Aaron Plessinger.
I'm Jerry Martin. I'm Nate Thrasher.
I'm Shane McElrath. I'm Hunter Lawrence.
My name's Jett Lawrence. I'm Jordan Smith. I'm Tallon Hawkins. Stargate Hampshire. I'm Hayden Deegan. I'm Colt Nichols, and I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
And I choose OGO.
I'm Tom Biala, I choose Ojo.
And I choose OGO. And I choose OGO.
I'm Glenn Ferrandis, and I choose Ojo.
You likely know Racetech as the suspension and engine tuner of choice for the world's fastest privateers. But what you may not know is behind the scenes, Racetech is the trusted source for many OEMs and factory teams throughout the motorcycle industry. For nearly 40 years, Racetech has been producing high-performance suspension and engine components and services right here in the USA. Racetech doesn't just specialize in motocross. In fact, they have many off-road, hill climb, flat track, road racing, and supermoto championships on the mantle as well. Not a racer but want to smooth out the ride on the street or add some performance to your Harley? Racetech offers a full line of suspension solutions including industry-leading, built-to-order G3S custom shocks. All Racetech products are 100% guaranteed to exceed your highest expectations. Don't wait. Experience the Gold Valve advantage today by logging on to racetech.com. Don't forget to mention PulpMX when ordering for a discount.
With over 80 years' experience manufacturing powersports pistons right here in the USA, Wiseco has evolved into a full range of performance components for dirt bikes and other powersports machines. Whether you ride a two-stroke or a four-stroke, Wiseco has a variety of pistons from reliable forged replacements to the performance-focused Racer Elite series. Wiseco offers race-proven components for the rest of your engine, too. From garage buddy engine rebuild kits, clutch and valve train components, USA-made Racer Elite connecting rods, and their CB4 thermal protection line. Wiseco is proud to be a technical partner with Factory Honda HRC for the 2023 Supercross and Motocross, driving professional-level product development that gets passed down to you. Visit your favorite online or local dealer or wiseco.com to find products for your machine.
From beginners to seasoned vets, race teams, project builds, and magazine tests, Decal Works' mission is to cater to those who love to ride, upholding the true definition of quality, service, and knowledge. Visit decalmx.com and use promo code PulpMX23 to get 20% off your custom graphics. Decal Works, #1 for many reasons.
In 1990, my dad, Jamie Gregg, started Guts Racing. Guts stands for Greg's Ultra Trick Seats, because I was just a little kid that wanted a trick seat. And if you're out there looking for a trick seat, go to gutsracing.com, your local dealer, or Motosport and place your order. Support the people that support PulpMX. You can use Pulp 2022 for 20% off at gutsracing.com.
Attention riders! Welcome aboard the all-new Atlas Vision. We hope you enjoy the added mobility, quicker flight time, and additional views. Please follow along as we outline the safety features of this revolutionary device. The first thing you will notice is the added headroom. The fore and aft positions no longer come with annoying restrictions, so feel free to move about the cabin. Quicker flight times can be achieved by unmatched comforts and unencumbered movements. Yes, we're built for speed and comfort. And now available to all customers is a 360 panoramic view. Go ahead and look around the cabin. These new angles are available at no additional charge. Located on the underside of the frame is the gold standard of impact absorption, D3O. In the event we accidentally take a trip to Indonesia, we suggest that you remain with your neck in the underextended position and allow this proven material to do its job by reducing the forces over 50% better than ever before. Although the Atlas Vision will not be noticeable, it will be there when you need it. If you are riding with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your vision first, and then assist the other person with a Prodigy, Tyke, or Brole. We ask that you keep your brace on until your moto is finished. We remind you that Atlas makes flexible neck protection. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the product is prohibited by the limited lifetime warranty. You will find this and all other safety information in the user manual located online at atlasbrace.com. At this time, we ask that you remain standing with throttles in the wide open position with your elbows up and hips fully unlocked, whatever that means. On behalf of the captain and entire crew, thank you for flying Atlas Vision. Enjoy the views.
Welcome back, everybody. PulpMX Show presented by Motorsport.com, Decal Works, and the folks at Fly Racing. Fly Racing, man, at Fly Racing USA on social media. Thank you to the guys at Fly for coming on the show. And, Ryder McNabb, Fly Racing Zone. RJ Hampshire, Fly Racing, so on and so forth. Justin Brayton, Fly Racing as well. Kellen Brauer in from RacerX. Start your systems as well. Pulp20 is the code to save with profilter.com. Pick up a pre-oiled, ready-to-use premium air filter oil filter for your next service. They make air filters and oil filters for street bikes, side-by-sides, dirt bikes, and everything in between. And again, Pulp20 is the code to save with ProFilter. Thank you to those guys for coming on board. And again, Pulp20, code to save with Maxima USA as well. Whether it's SC1, MPPL, the suspension clean, chain lube, great air filter oil also. FFT, it's called. MaximaUSA.com, whether it's Factor Kawasaki or Mitch Payton. They use the folks at Maxima for all their oil and lubricant needs. And Pulp20 is the code to save with Maxima and with ProFilter. Thank you to those guys. Kellen Brauer brought to you by the folks at Decal Works, of course. Still have some lines open if you want to call in, talk Red Bud or more. We also have the Works Connection Pro Launch Start device to give away, Kellen. And I'm going to let you, Kellen, decide. Contest at PulpMXShow.com is the email. Contest at PulpMXShow.com email. What number email wins a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device?
Do we have a range?
300-ish.
52.
Wow. Okay. 52. Let me write that down. All right, 52. Email 52 wins a Works Connection Pro Launch Start device, picked by Kellen. And then...
so in that email, do you just have like email after email say like entry or whatever it is?
Yeah.
Wow.
And then I just count them.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right down through the order.
Well, I put my finger on the up button, and I just go 1, 2, 3, 4. You know what I mean? And then that 52 will be easy.
Yeah. Okay.
But we had somebody do 200 and something the other day or the other show, and I'd count all that. So,
all right.
Contest at PulpMXShow.com. Thank you to the folks at Works Connection for that Pro Launch Start device. And we're going to give one more away before the end of the show, of course. Thank you to the folks at Renthal, Factory Honda, Kawasaki, Red Bull KTM using Renthal. Kellen, what's your bar band of choice?
Oh, I have no idea.
I mean, what do you mean you have no idea?
I don't know because my bike right now is not even in my garage.
Okay.
So the last time I rode it was like 3 years ago.
Okay.
So I really have no idea what's on it, and I don't remember what I had last on it, to be honest.
A fraction of a second, a few grams, just went sideways.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize.
A couple of millimeters at all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. Okay, what grips would you use? Are you full waffle, half waffle, soft, medium? What grip are you?
I think last time I had to put grips on, I put on full waffle.
Full waffles.
So, yeah, I think that's pretty much what I'm comfortable with usually.
Renthal.com, the undisputed global leader in manufacture and design. And please check out Renthal.com for more information. They got an inventory locator, USA only on their website. They got a Works Fit tool as well, and they got more championships than all their brands combined. All right, let's not keep our next guest waiting any longer. He's brought to you by Renthal from PulpMX Wildcat Racing. Lorenzo Locurcio. What's up, Lorenzo? How are you, man?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Thanks for calling in. Thanks for the time tonight, I should say. Man, so I'm super bummed because you would have went 8-7 and crushed it at Red Bud. But like I told you at the race, this wasn't like the race of a lifetime for you. You'll just get 7th or better this weekend also. So it sucks the shock boat fell out. I'm not taking away from that. But, dude, you're riding great. And, Southwick's a great track for you, and you could be even higher this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it two ways. You can look at how much of a progress I made in, 2 weeks, or you can look at it how that one slipped away. So I choose the other one.
Yeah.
I choose all the progress I made, and it's not like I was given that 7th position. I had to work for it. I had to pass a couple of guys, and I was very comfortable. I'm really happy with my fitness because the incident happened 5 minutes to go, so I only had a couple laps left.
Yeah.
I was feeling really good. I was just having fun, honestly. I was honestly, the track was pretty bad. It wasn't just terrible, but it was pretty bumpy, and I was just having fun. I was just flowing. I was in my own element. So yeah, whatever. We'll go this weekend and give it hell again.
Yeah, there you go. New suspension for you, right? A little more settled, a little more feel a little more comfy on the bike.
Yeah, for sure. It's just time, even though I didn't have much time on this suspension, I got to spend a whole day testing and trying stuff out. And even at the races, I had the tech with me. Power Band was kind enough just to send me Tyler there and just to be there for anything we needed, even though he just went there to hang out because we didn't give him anything to do all weekend. But just to have him there, it was nice just to pull in the mechanics area and be like, hey, I feel this. Or even after the motos, just come in and be like, hey, what do you feel? Like, I see this. And then it's nice, to what you're feeling on the like on the bike, and then what they're seeing from the outside when back to next. That also it's a good feeling because it knows you're not talking out of your behind. So
yeah,
so it's good. Like I said prior, I have nothing but good things to talk about my old suspension company. Just with their new job, it's just really hard for them to give me the time I'm required for me to be at the position I am in the championship. Before maybe it didn't matter much because, I wasn't fighting for top 10s and stuff like that, but now it does matter.
Yeah.
So we decided to go that route. And then, it's paid off. I've said it, and I told myself before, like on the flight this weekend, because normally I don't sleep on the flight. I just think about, what's going to happen. I visualize, I do all this stuff. And I'm like, man, I really need to show up this weekend and go, because if not, then all the trouble I'm causing here with like changing suspension and everything, people are just going to say like, oh, it just still sucks. So it's nice just to be able to back my words and be like, when I feel comfortable on the bike, I can go fast. And then also what I've been saying all year, that I want to translate my speed from the practice tracks to the race, I'm getting closer. So that's also something that I'm very happy with. I'm finally not feeling like frozen up at the race and stuff like that. So I'm making progress. Like I said, I'm feeling more comfortable, even though in the back of my mind, this is where I destroyed my ACL a few months ago, like last year. So it was nice just to check all the boxes I wanted. I wanted to be top 10, both motos, but fighting, I still have a lot to bridge the gap for the guys in front of me. So that's my next goal. But I've been checking all the boxes. If it wasn't for the bike, I would finish all motos so far, and that's one of my goals. So it's out of my control what happened, but I'm still just looking forward, and let's see what comes next.
Yeah, it's great. Wildcat Racing, Lorenzo Locurcio on the show. I'm really still pissed at Chiz, Kellen.
What?
I'm pissed at Chiz.
Okay.
Because Lorenzo shows up at Fox Raceway, right? We hadn't seen him for a couple of years, and Lorenzo shows up with Boutron. That's another story. And I'm just like, okay, well, I saw Lorenzo in the morning. Hey, I'm like, wow, hey, what's up? And so you guys crush it, and then I'm talking to Chiz, and Chiz is like, oh yeah, Lorenzo's been riding at the place, whatever it's called. He's been shredding, man. Sandbox. He's been shredding. And I'm like, Chiz, you play Pulp Fantasy. Like, don't you think this is valuable information for someone?
He's trying to keep his secrets for himself. He's a player.
I don't think he picked Lorenzo. And I'm like, Chiz, so you're Lorenzo and Boutron were the surprises of the opening round. And Chiz is just like, yeah, man, he's been shredding. And you didn't feel like at all you need to say this, Chiz, to anybody? Anyways, I'm still pissed at Chiz.
Oh, who knew? I didn't know you were that angry about it.
Yeah, I just, fuck you, Chiz. You should have told us that Lorenzo's flying at the sandbox.
Oh, my gosh.
So, anyways, it was really cool for you to let me be a part of the team this weekend. Thanks a lot for the graphics. The jerseys look great. The bikes, everything looked awesome. Like the color schemes and the Pulp logo. It was really cool, Lorenzo. Thank you, man.
No, thank you for coming on board. It helps a lot. It keeps it going. And, by any means, I feel like we still got room to improvement in that department. But it's, it's trial and error. It's our first year. We're still figuring things out. I'm still trying to figure out the team owner role and rider at the same time. My mom is figuring out the team manager, helping me out. My dad also. So, we look forward to always be better each weekend. And, so far, this is the first really hiccup we have. And then, you coming on board and just kind of opening eyes to people that, they can be a part of it without, being too much trouble or anything like that. It's awesome. And, can't wait to keep it going. And hopefully I know for it's announced today that for Washougal we have a title sponsor that'll be Racist Kramer. It's a punk rock band.
Yeah, Racist Kramer,
So-
punk rock band. That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. They're out of Utah, Salt Lake. So they're coming. They're actually making the trip over there. So that'll be exciting. We're planning something cool with the graphics and gear and stuff like that. So
yeah,
it's all exciting. You know, I feel like we earn all the attention we're getting, but at the same time, earning it and getting it is two different things. So everything is aligning, and yeah, we're excited. We're just living the dream, one week at a time.
Where do we rank Steve in terms of all-time title sponsors you've had? Is he top 5 for you already, or what?
I mean, it's top one.
Top one. Oh man. But seriously, for you this year, like results aside, because obviously everyone's made a big point about there's some guys missing, but results aside, I feel like watching you ride, you just look different this year to me than what I've seen from you in the past. Does it actually feel like that to you? Like you found like this next step in your own ability, your own program, or is it something that we just haven't really been paying enough attention to with you?
Well, I don't know if you guys remember when amateurs, I used to win a lot. So it's not something that it just came out of nowhere, you know, like other riders that didn't do much in amateurs, and then when they turned pro, they turned the table around. You know, in my last couple of years in amateur, I was fast, I was winning. You know, right when I was peaking to go pro, I had an injury that set me back a whole year, and that's when I missed, I feel like, my chance to get on a factory team. So with that being said, when I turned pro, I only got a 1-year deal with Rock River, and after that I was just jumping around with bike to bike. So every year was a different manufacturer, every year was a different program. And then don't take me wrong, there were great teams, but nothing to be competitive enough. But with that being said, also I matured a lot. I went to Europe. I had that chance of a lifetime to go there and actually just open my eyes, different world, different cultures, different thinking, and just kind of growing up. You know, I've said this many times, I've always been with my family by my side. And then when I went to Europe, it was in the middle of the pandemic. I was alone. You know, I grew up a lot. I kind of had to do a lot of thinking, what I wanted to do, where I wanted to take myself and my career to, and then just what men do I want it to be. You know, I've always grown up with my dad as a figure of a hardworking guy, that he came from nothing and built this empire at home. So it's like I always had that drive, but at the same time, I was like, man, I want to find my purpose. So I went to Europe. I went to France, but racing specifically. Stefan, he gave me a great opportunity to showcase myself in the EMX class, which I know I was racing a bunch of youngins, so that helped me a lot because they're fearless. If you think 250 class is sketchy here, you got to go to EMX. Yeah, they do not care. They do not think about tomorrow. Yeah. My first race, I qualified 30th. I almost didn't make it. So, yeah, that opened my eyes a lot. And then the trainer there, Thierry Van den Bosch, a French guy, he's amazing. You know, he turned my career around. He made me better. I was only with them 3 months because that's all the chance I had to be with my racing. Unfortunately, with my age rule, I couldn't continue developing with them because since they're only an EMX MX2 team. But those 3 short months, honestly, that's where I really got my speed. That's where I really got my technique dialed in. I mean, I know I've been in MTF for so many years, but I needed a change. You know, I left MTF because I was burnt out. You know, I just didn't want to do it anymore. So I went to Florida by myself. I struggled a little bit there 2 years, and then I had this opportunity with this guy, which he opened my eyes. He teach me how to train. He teach me how to do technique and all that. And even now, we still talk here and there. So just to have that support and just kind of open my eyes, I got really I improved a lot under him. And then I went to Czech Republic 2 years by myself there too also. And yeah, it was just a different world. Like, not many people spoke English. Even my boss spoke like very little English. Like, I almost taught him and his whole family to speak English, which was cool. So I had that butt racing experience where everything was great, and then I went to Czech Republic where everything was like difficult. And the team was good, but don't get me wrong, just living there, it's just a different culture. I was living on the beach in France with like all like tourist guys which spoke English, which was cool. And then I go to Prague, which is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Very cool architectures, churches, all this stuff. And then, just to go from pole to pole, the language is very difficult. So yeah, it was cool. Grew up a lot. And then when I came back to the U.S., I knew my speed. Just racing with those guys over there, Caroli, Herlings, those guys, they're no joke. So improved a lot. And just pretty much I knew I've always believed in myself, just was never able to showcase that. So now that I'm able to showcase that, even though, if you want to say the field is depleted, blah, 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 you still got to be there and, race. Each weekend I'm getting closer to the front guys. And, that's my goal.
So going back to when you got that opportunity to go to Europe and race in EMX, when you're taking that ride and you're going over there, were you mentally thinking at that time like, well, maybe I'm just going to be like a guy that goes to GPs now and then GPs is going to be my future? Or were you always thinking like, no, I would like to come back to the U.S. and this is just one of those opportunities I can take and try out?
Well, to be honest with you, I had an opportunity to go in 2019, but I had a passport issue, and that was going to be an MX2 ride, full MX2 ride. So just with my country situation, with the embassies back then, it just made it impossible because I had an expired passport. They wouldn't let me go there to like an embassy in Europe and renew it there because all the embassies in the States were closed, blah, blah, blah. Long story short, I missed that opportunity. And then the following year when COVID hit, they had an American rider which had an issue to go back out of the country because he wasn't European. And luckily for me, after that problem happened in 2019, I became a Spanish resident. Like I've been my dad, my family's from Europe. Even though we're from Venezuela, my grandpa was from Italy and my grandmother is from Spain. So I inherited the nationality. So I got my Spanish passport. That's how I got to go there. So, as soon as I got that opportunity, you're scared because you don't know the people, you don't know the team, you only hear and see stuff like that. So I asked a couple of people that wrote for the team, like, how's the team, blah, blah, blah. And you always get different opinions. But my experience there was second to none. I would do it all over again. But I knew it was something transitional because, my family, my whole life is here in the United States since I moved here in a very young age. So I knew, if I made a good living out of it, who knows? I'll probably still be there. But that wasn't the case after I had to jump from EMX to MXGP and blah, blah, blah. So, I knew, especially the first year I was there in MXGP, I was fine mentally just because I was doing well. I was improving a lot. I cracked the top 10 a couple times. I was, battling out with the faster guys, the privateer guys, not the factory guys, of course. But then the second year was just really difficult for me mentally. I got hurt at the beginning of the year, and then the language, I got mistreated. I needed surgery. They told me I didn't need surgery. I needed like wrist and elbow and shoulder surgery, and they told me I was fine. So then I was like a month in, and I'm like trying to ride, and I can, barely make a lap, and then my whole side just freezes up. I have like no strength and stuff like that. And then I take like 2 months off, and me being a hard ass, I never, pain is my friend. I could be dying. I just say, I'm fine. I want to race. I've raced with multiple broken bones, wrist. So I was just being a hard-headed. And then instead of coming back to the States and getting checked out, like my parents suggested, I toughed it out there until I was in a Czech championship race there after missing almost all year with the GPS. And I landed a jump. And next thing I know, my arm goes completely numb. Like I got no movement of my fingers. I have a really bad pain in my back, and I'm like, man, this is not good. So I spoke with the team owner. He saw me because I'm literally like just frustrated. I'm crying like out of anger, And then I'm just like, man, this is it. Like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm done. So then I came back to the U.S. I talked to my surgeon, which is done Ricky and everyone in Tallahassee in Florida. And I'm like, hey, like, I got this issue, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, hey, I think it could be your ulnar nerve in your elbow. And, like, just come over and I'll check it out. So we did some MRIs on the wrist, elbow, shoulder, and it was like a month before Motocross Nations in Redbud. And I'm like, hey, do you think I can make it? I need a race because I need people to see me, blah, blah, blah. I need a ride for next year. You start stressing before you even have to. And then he's like, all right, let's first get you diagnosed, and then we move forward. So the wrist was fine. It healed incorrectly, but he said, just wear a wrist brace. You'll be fine. I know your pain tolerance is tall, so you can do that. Definitely you need the elbow surgery because that's why your arm is going dead. And then you need surgery in your arm. But if you can, in your shoulder, sorry, if you can bear with the pain and if your shoulder doesn't pop out, then you'll be good to go. So I'm like, all right, whatever. Yeah, just give me my the elbow surgery. I'll be fine, blah, blah, blah. So then I started rehabbing and all that. I couldn't put any weight on my elbow for the nerve for 4 weeks. And then, so I was going to therapy. I was doing all this. And then the race was in like 4.5 weeks. So I was like, man, I need to really ride. And so I told the doctor, I'm like, hey, doc, I'm riding in 3 weeks. I don't care. I don't care if I lose the surgery or whatever, but I feel great. So he's like, all right, you can start doing strength. Well, strength for me meant that I could ride my bike. So I went to ride my bike. I felt fine. It just felt back to normal riding. I was here riding in the U.S., getting ready for Nations. So I had only a week. And then, like the second day riding, I literally tipped over, I landed on my elbow, and my shoulder popped out.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh no! Like I put it back in. I didn't tell anything to my parents or anything. I think they knew what was going on. I rode after that. It was weird, the pain and all that, but I made it. So we show up to Motocross Nations, and I did pretty well. I had all year without riding. My fitness and all that wasn't. All I had was just physical training, not bike training, and you need time in the bike and blah, blah, blah. But I did great. I won the LCQ. I finished 8th in my qualifier. And then on the first moto, which I was MX3, so it would have been the second moto of the program, I was, I think, 8 or 9 or somewhere there battling with Marvin. And, I blew my ACL out. And, that was it for me. I was like, I'll get my knee fixed, blah, blah, blah. But my knee was so strong that it never popped out. So then I had to do some sponsor's obligation. And then I was riding in Venezuela, and then the shoulder started popping out like crazy. So I'm like, I need surgery. So that's what I did. I came back in December to the States. I got knee surgery first, ACL. And then 3 weeks later, which was the week of my birthday, so second week of January, I got surgery on my shoulder, rotator cuff, ligament, and something else. And it was.
This is what Lorenzo's been up to from America to 2023 outdoors. This is
a lot of injuries. Good gravy.
Well, just a lot of injuries and a lot of personal turmoil too, like a real ups and downs. Lorenzo, this has to the fact that you're here. Top 8th in the points and all of that is a real nice comeback story from what you've been through. Jeez. Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, it's been gnarly, but like I said, Mama didn't raise a wheezy, pussy, whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
So, in my vocabulary, quitting is not an option. So I've always fought hard. I'll always give my hardest. So this is just another day in my life. Many people maybe don't know it, and that's why I'm saying it. I'm just not saying it so people feel bad about me. Just saying that if you never give up, you can get to where you want to be, even though I'm not there yet. So,
wow.
It's like I said, this was probably the first time that I thought about quitting, just because how hard everything was, and every time I kept trying to come back, everything is falling apart. But I just knew. The man above had a plan for me, and I just had to keep following. And then, whatever it is, I'll just keep grinding it out until it's not possible anymore.
Southwick 2018, Lorenzo Locurcio 7-7, right ahead of some guy named Cooper Webb and Phil Nicoletti. So yeah, you got to be looking forward to this weekend, man. You're good in the sand. We know that.
Yep, I love it. I never rode it much, to be honest, growing up. So when I did get to ride it, it was almost like something so like kids going to Disney, you know, like wow, like I just really enjoyed it. And after riding Lomo, I don't think Southwick is really sand, to be honest.
No.
I don't care whatever people say. After struggling there, I just got to really wake up calling. I'm like, I question my Sandman days, like my sand rider skills.
Mm-hmm.
But then, the team, the Czech Republic, they had a sand pit a few hours away from the team, from the capital, from Prague, and we rode it a lot. So I improved a lot. We rode a lot of mud, ice, snow, sand. So, I really became a all-around rider. And, this weekend, I just look forward to keep moving forward and progressing, and
Well, for people who want to be involved in the Wildcat Racing program, like I was, you can hang out at their tent, you can meet the riders, you can, be the full experience of being a team sponsor. You can just DM Lorenzo on Instagram and get involved that way. And it's a real cool deal. You have enough funds, right, to get through the rest of the season. That was a little in question, but you're good now, from what I understand. You are committed to the rest of the nationals.
I mean, that's the plan as of now.
Yep.
Incidents happen here and there. Like last night, we had a little incident with a camper, but luckily it wasn't anything major, just like a brake line.
Okay.
But that's the plan.
Right.
I want to be able to do a full season. I want to be able to do all motos, even though I had a DNF this weekend, but that wasn't my fault. So.
Right. Yeah. So they're looking for more title help, more title sponsors, more sponsor help. Again, Wildcat Racing, catch the fever. I did. It was great. It just looked really good. It was really cool to be involved. So if you want to get involved with a couple of really great, hardworking privateers, DM Lorenzo on Instagram. The Jose Butron, we had Ferrandis on earlier tonight, Lorenzo, and I said to Dylan, like, hey, you used to race Butron. So, like, what were you thinking when at Fox Raceway when he showed up? He was your teammate over in Europe, and did he say to you, hey, I want to go to America? Did you say, hey, I'm starting this thing up. I'd love to have you alongside me. Was this a goal of Jose's to do this? Of course. Did he ever win an MX2 GP or no?
He did. I think he won like a moto, technically speaking, because it was in a super final or something like that. But I don't know.
Great GP career for the most part. Jose Butron for many years. How did that come together, Lorenzo?
Yeah, so I met Jose around, the beginning of 2021 when COVID was hit and GPs didn't start till like June or July, something like that. We went to Spain for like a training camp, and that's where I met him. We really clicked together. We speak the same language, so it was kind of like a no-brainer.
Okay.
He's a very passionate rider, and he's committed. He's 32 years old, but you would think he's 17. The energy he has, the commitment he has. You should see his phone with all the notes, with suspension, gear ratios.
Measuring tires, measuring tires, everything. Yeah.
Oh yeah. He's committed, so he's gnarly. I learned a lot from him too, like the aspect of just business and stuff like that too. So it's good. We spoke every day, because he was not based out of Czech Republic. He just said that place was too cold and he didn't like it, so he'd rather go back to Spain.
Yeah.
So we only see each other for the races and stuff like that, but we always spoke every day on the phone. He always asked me how it's going. I always asked him how it's going and stuff like that. We kept in touch. And then, he always like, oh, man, my dream is to race a pro national. He's like, Supercross? I don't think so, but for sure.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I was at the beginning, I didn't really pay attention to him because I was racing GP. I was leaving live, but then when I was really struggling, he started saying that. I'm like, yeah, dude, I want to go back so bad. I don't want to be here anymore. It's, negative 30 Fahrenheit, and I'm like freezing with like 10 feet of snow.
Yeah.
And like we got to ride 40-minute motos like this. I'm like, yeah, screw this. I want to go back home. My shoulder's popping out. I'm like, yeah, screw this. So then we started talking about it, and then I actually, in Motocross Nations in Mantova, 2021 maybe, I remember, the Venezuela Federation, not the Federation, but one of the guys who was really pushing for the motocross of Venezuela, bringing it back.
Mm-hmm.
He was the team manager for us, for Venezuela team. And, yeah, we introduced them to him because, we were all parked together, blah, blah, blah. And, we all clicked together, and then we were like, hey, why don't you come to Venezuela and do some camps, do some races, like just kind of promote more of the Venezuelan stuff. And then he's like, yeah, like, we'd do it, whatever. And then, like, we started doing that. We started talking more. And we're like, dude, I want to race in the United States, but, like, I know I haven't done crap just to get a ride. And I'm like, I want to do my own team. Like, let's find sponsors, let's find this. And he's like, oh, I'm in. So, we started talking to people in Venezuela, Spain, Czech Republic, America, anywhere you can think of.
Yeah.
So we put this deal together. Like I said, as I was recovering from all these injuries, I had a lot of time off in between, like, therapies and stuff like that and recovery. So, we pulled this deal together, and then he was stoked that he could come out and race. And, I'm stoked to have him here, just kind of be racing and have two first-year team, 2 bikes in the top 10.
Yeah.
Top gas guys in the championship, even though we know Barcia's out, but whatever, we're here. So it's cool to have him there, just all the experience he brings with the GP. They call him in the GP the Matador. That's like the killer. So he's a very straightforward guy. He doesn't care who's in front of him. He always gets whole shots, which I'm surprised what's going on in here in the States.
His starts haven't been great over here, but you're right. In GPs, it was Boutron is the whole shot master. Yeah.
Yep. But I was listening to Dylan talking about it, and I'm like, yep, same way I felt about him. So, it's cool to have him here just to see his hunger. Like I said, he's 32 years old, and he looks like a 17-year-old kid.
Yeah.
So sometimes I gotta stop, calm him down because he's too much. I'm like, dude, you're too much. You're driving me nuts. Like, calm down.
He's a fiery Latin dude. Yeah.
So with you guys, like, there's a chance both of you just qualify right into the SMX playoffs. Have you said, like, hey, Jose, like, maybe we should go to a Supercross track soon and, like, actually, like, try it out because you might have to race a little bit of it, or what's the deal there?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't really want to freak him out.
Okay.
just let him do his thing for the Nationals, right?
When it comes to the time, we'll worry about that. I think he'll be fine. I think he's more scared because he's never done it.
Yeah.
Like a legit Supercross track. But I keep telling him, hey, there's no whoops, and it'll be more like a Atlanta's Daytona style.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it'll still be difficult, but it'll be more like faster. It won't feel such a Supercrossy. But, I mean, he sees every day Kenny, Kyle, Shane, and those guys riding Supercross. And, the tracks here in America, they really shock you if you look at them. But then when you ride them, they're not that bad. So, he's, for sure. He's like, I don't know if I should do it. But I'm like, dude, even if you get last place, if you qualify directly and you get last place, you still get good money.
Yeah, absolutely. No, if you can, like, doesn't matter. If he gets in, he needs to go because it's good money. Even LCQ money's good. Kellen, what were you saying, the announcers for Lorenzo?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, look, I mean, I don't think Lorenzo Locurcio is that difficult of a name to say, but if you're going to stay in the U.S., can we maybe think about changing your last name to Locurcio? Because God bless the announcers. They just can't quite get it right for you. So maybe Locurcio moving forward?
Trust me, I've dealt with this situation since I'm like 16, 17, so... I don't get it. I mean, they always ask me, like, hey, how do you say your last name? And I'm like, hey, you say it this way. And they're like, oh, say it completely the other way. And I'm like, why you bother asking me if you're not going to listen to me?
Yeah, really, right. Hey, have you talked to AC?
So it's kind of cool
go ahead.
that Jason Weech, he's probably one of the only ones that gets to ride all the time.
Yeah, because he's a professional. He's a real professional. Hey, have you talked to AC ever about your shoulder and ulnar nerve and all that? He's going through a lot of that same stuff.
Honestly, not really.
No, okay.
We used to train a lot together. 2019, 2018.
Right.
And then he went to California. I went to Europe, and we're reconnecting now. It's kind of crazy. I got the opportunity to train with those guys, and that also I got a lot better at it. But it also frustrated me a lot because I see him a lot of times during the week, and then I go to the weekend, and I'm like, yeah, this is not the same. So, but yeah, I got to train with him, Troll Train, Kenny, Chase. So, they're all my friends. We even with Kenny now, we still train together, do all that. Chase, it's close, but at the same time, not training together. And then Adam, I'm seeing him again on the weekends. And then, it's cool. Like I said, I will always remember this. The first day I was at Sandbox, they told me, the guys in charge there, like, hey, like, you're going to train here, but remember, these guys are the ones that are, like, making it all happen. Like, if you piss them off, then you're probably going to get kicked out. So,
that's a good point.
So at the beginning, I was, like, really shy. Like, I didn't really want to bother them. I didn't want to talk to them and stuff like that. But they were, like, really welcoming. They were, like, they just became friends. They're nothing like they paint them to be. So, but I always keep that respect to them. If they don't ask me for stuff, I don't go out of my way to tell them, because I don't want to be like, who asked you to tell me this stuff? Like, I got all these guys researching for me. Like, I'm just not that type of guy. Just to be able to be like, hey, you should do this. And
hey, let me tell you what we did in Venezuela. Renthal.
Like, if he asks me, cool. If not, it's I'm like I said, I'm not gonna go tell him what to do.
Renthal bringing you Lorenzo Locurcio on the PulpMX show. Thanks to the folks at Renthal. Fraction of a second, a few grams, a couple of millimeters, it all counts. Welcome to the winning world of Renthal. One of my favorite highlights of the National so far this year is at the opening round when I talked to Boutron for the first time, and I was asking him about his bike and his setup, and then he said, yeah, this guy Dan said something about fantasy, and I had to be 17th or better. Dan was telling me it's a gambling side. I don't really know, and I'm just like, fucking Truman, dude. Truman and his ignition. Yeah,
it's funny. Dan, he's always supported me. He's helped me. So when Jose came, he brought some gets from overseas, and I'm like, hey, I know the guy that can help you out. I can transform those things. Good. So, I got them both in contact and stuff like that. And then he was talking to them like, hey, are you going to do good today?
Yeah.
Because, I'm surprised he's not texting me each week. Like, how do you feel? Like, how we doing?
No. Boutron was like, he just don't pull off. He told me. That's all, Dan. Dan.
Honestly, we did not what to expect coming into the season. So I think we both were really nervous. And then on top of that, you get Truman telling you, hey, you got to be finished 17th or better, or else everyone's going to hate you.
I know. Jose was very confused about it all. That was really funny conversation for sure. It's been really, really fun to watch you guys do this well. I think, Kellen, it's kind of like there's just neat stories that develop over the course of a Supercross season or a motocross season, and the Wildcat guys, I think, for us in the media, this is the cool story.
Yeah, it's become the summer of Wildcat. Like there's always a summer of some privateer or something like that we learn and develop with over the year, and it's cool to see this story for sure.
Like, there goes Lorenzo right by Anderson. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Wildcat, dude. Okay. What can you do? So.
And it's amazing though, like that nickname, because that's my nickname here in the States. Honestly, like that, if you go to the Sandbox 2018, 2019, you'll hear all the boys call me, hey, the Wildcat.
The Wildcat, okay, all right.
So it's kind of funny because one of the I was riding in 2019 for this dealership in Kissimmee, and the owner, every time he saw something he didn't like graphics or anything like that, he'll say Wildcat. So I sent him a picture of my graphics, and he said that, and I'm like, what the heck is this? So I text the general manager. I'm like, hey, what is this? And then he goes, oh, he didn't like him. Like, he hated him. And then I'm like, started messing with my graphic guy. I'm like, hey, this guy said they're Wildcats. And he's like, what the heck is that, dude? And I'm like, he hated him. So then he started messing with me, and then, like, it just got carried over. And then one of my buddies, he mechanic for Michael Moseman, saying he started getting the word spread all over the Baker factory. So everyone knew what the Wildcat was. Next thing I know, I think it was someone from the TLD team told Alex, and then Alex like, hey, what about this Wildcat thing, Wildcat? And they're like, Kenny heard it, Chase heard it,
was
Adam
over.
heard it, and then escalated, and then we were like thinking for a team name. You know, we didn't want to be like, hey, like so and so energy drink or whatever, because we got an energy drink sponsor, we got a sandwich place sponsor and stuff like that. And we're like, no, we cannot do that because we just had to do our own identity.
Yeah.
So I was like, hey, screw it. Just let's call it Wildcat. You know, it's just, what a better way just to explain ourselves.
Yeah.
Wildcat, you know?
It's
So,
fantastic. Yeah.
And then I'm just really glad that everyone stuck around. Like it just stuck around. Everyone liked it so far. So it's funny how it just came up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Anything else for Lorenzo before we let him go?
I was going to say, like, is the plan moving forward then stay in the U.S.? You want to come back and like maybe race Supercross next year, or maybe wait and do nationals again with the team? Like, what do you want to do?
Oh, baby, I'm committed a full season here in the States.
All right, there we go.
I'm going outdoors. There's no quitting. We're just going up from here. I'm looking to, like I said before, even if I do get an offer from a team that makes sense to me, even if I move, like I said, to a team, my goal is to keep growing the team just to kind of whenever my body and I decide to be like, hey, we're done.
Yep.
I can just always fall back and have something to rely on. You know, I love motocross. I'm really passionate about this. I study a lot. I watch all the races, GPs, whatever, So this is my life. This is what I grew up with. This was my dream growing up. It's still my dream. So, I'm just going to keep it going as long as I can. And then, like I said, if I find a program that's better than what I can put together, then I'll do that. Or else I'll just keep riding my program, which I know my limitations. I can pick whatever I want to ride with the bike. And then, the next goal is to find some help from a manufacturer. And just kind of establish ourselves as a team, not a one-year wonder, not a, come and go. My plan is to come here and stay in the States. I'm committed. Supercross. Outdoors, of course, after that.
Awesome. So the best way is people DM you on Instagram, right? Or do you have an email you want to give out? What's the best thing to do for people?
I mean, the team email is easier. It's wildcatraceteam@gmail.com.
Okay.
That's probably the easier way, honestly, just because I'm so busy with like training and stuff like that. I just saw an email from a guy from the weekend. He emailed me, how can I help? And he emailed me in my private.
Yeah.
I should be checking that more often, but just with all the traveling and all the crazy stuff, I'm tired. I'm trying to figure out stuff, like talking to the KTM boys to see if they can help me why my poll came out and all that stuff. So, the team email is probably better. My Instagram, if not, the second best thing is Lorenzo Locurcio _. You can just really hit me up there. I'm always there. And if not the email, my mom takes care of that email, me too. So we can always, there's more eyes on that account than my personal.
Well, thanks for letting me be involved. That was awesome. So,
thank you, Steve. It was cool for you to be the first one to come on board and, think of outside the box and do all this stuff.
Yeah, Wygant gave you guys a lot of love. He hated saying my name, he said, but he enjoyed giving you guys some publicity on the show. So that part was good.
I saw the race and they put a lot of camera angles on me, so I'm like, I'm glad I didn't look like a gooner out there.
Yeah, you could have been like, Phil was complaining today because he said he jumped the leap every fucking lap, but the one lap I didn't jump it, they put me on camera. And he was telling Weege, like, fuck you, Weege. Yeah.
Trust me, I made sure I jumped the leap every single lap. I knew if they caught me slipping, it was going to be that one time, and I didn't want to be the talk of the day. And then I was already making enough fun of Jose for not jumping it.
Yeah.
So, I was like, no, I got to lead by example. I got to do it every lap, even though I'll die if I chase it. But,
I was telling Phil, I was giving Phil shit that PulpMX Wildcat team, beat him this weekend, and he was like, Bouchon was catching me, but I said, no way, he's not getting me. But he goes, Lorenzo, he was fucking gone. So he kind of gave you some credit, Phil did. So, yeah.
That's weird. Honestly, like Phil and I, everyone says how hateful he is. He's been good to me. I mean, he cuts me out every time and stuff like that. But we were talking on the gate, and he was just like, we're coming both from injury. So I'm just literally saying, hey, bro, like that's pretty cool what you're doing. Just being all this time off, and then it's like, you know how he is.
yeah. He's grouchy and yeah.
But yeah, it's cool. You know, I think he got top 10 this weekend, so it's cool to see him coming back to his own. Maybe he's not so grumpy anymore.
Yeah, maybe not. Thanks, Lorenzo. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Good luck. We'll see you at Southwick.
Thank you, guys. See you this weekend.
See you, Lorenzo.
All right, that's Lorenzo Locurcio, everybody. Wildcat. It's a cool story, man.
It is.
It is really.
Yeah. I mean, and honestly, like you said, completely caught me off guard. I didn't think that this would be the story we would be talking about this year, but that's the great thing about it.
It's almost like Masterpool's crushing it, and Marchbanks has been great, and Lorenzo's almost not getting as much press as he's 8th in points. He's probably not getting as much points.
I think that's because everyone's still shell-shocked that Jose Butron is out there, and you're like, Wildcat, Butron, what? I don't even get what's happening right now. So
thank you to Renthal for bringing him on board, and again, get in touch with Lorenzo if you want to be part of his program. And it's crazy, Kellen, you know I follow sport pretty closely, and I knew he went to MXGP, and I knew that he was I think I knew the Bud Racing thing and all that, but there was that time where you're just like, he's not racing anything, he's not doing anything, and then you hear him tell the story of what he's been going through. It's like just the old story about racers, right?
Yeah, so, unbelievable.
Thank you to the folks at Wildcat for letting me part of that deal. That was really cool. MotorcycleIndustryJobs.com, Job of the Week. It's the first and only job board built specifically for motorcycle industry people. And if you want to get started in the industry, you can't just start at Start Your Systems with 100,000 subs like Kellen and be off and running and be super rich. You got to start somewhere. And it's the bottom. And you can get a job at the bottom or in mid-level on motorcycleindustryjobs.com. Job of the week, Triumph. Triumph, looking for dirt bike racers. No, I'm kidding. New dealer recruitment manager, full-time job based out of Atlanta. Triumph is looking for full-time dealer recruitment manager. The purpose of this position is to develop new dealers and potential dealer prospects on a weekly basis to support and maintain a profitable, professional, and sustainable dealer network. Probably got a dirt bike coming, I would guess. They want to probably find dealers for that.
Probably. I would think so.
Right. So please check that out, motorcycleindustryjobs.com. And if you're a company looking to find people, contact those guys to get your job posted on there as well. Alex Ray coming up here on the show as well. Ex-Brown Goggle Tear-Offs. For now, it is the Race Tech Rant time. For nearly 40 years, Race Tech have been supplying motorcycle industry with the high-quality suspension components made right in the USA. The Gold Valves provide a plush feel with drastically improved bottoming resistance and increased traction. All Race Tech products are 100% guaranteed and made in the USA. Race Tech Rant. I got two of them.
All right, let's hear them.
One moto-related, one not. What do you want first?
Let's go not first.
Okay. Listen, people, I get it. July 4th.
Oh, God.
America's birthday, Independence Day. I'm cool. Everyone gets to get hammered and go on a river or whatever fucking you people do to celebrate. I get it. It's fine. We got the same thing in Canada called Canada Day. So this rant is not American directed. It is also directed towards Canada, who has Canada Day, and any other countries that have sort of their Independence Day. So this is not like I hate America thing. So just calm the fuck down on the emails and the tweets.
You'll get them anyway.
Here's the thing. I think we've discussed this before. I don't know what the fuck the deal is with fireworks, man. Like, I don't get it. Like, listen, I'm as thrilled as the next guy to see a color in the sky and hear a noise. Oh, wow, look at that. Like, cool. But, dude, 5 fucking hours of it? Like, this is where we're at? Like, just listen, we've had animals my whole life. Every animal is scared to death of fireworks. I really feel for these little guys and the fireworks. I mean, our dogs over the years have been we got one dog that pissed itself.
Ugh.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not saying no fireworks, people. My Race Tech rant is just like, can we calm the fuck down with the fireworks? Can we just shoot fireworks off can there be a law? 2 hours of fireworks and then that's it.
I think there kind of are laws like that. I mean,
there's no laws.
Well, there's a lot of states that you can't do fireworks at all. Like,
what?
I live in California. You can't shoot fireworks off in California. It's a fire hazard.
What are you talking about? You can't shoot fireworks.
They can do the shows because they get the proper licensing for it. But just any Tom, Dick, and Harry in the neighborhood can't just go stand in the street.
You can't go out on your street and shoot a firework off.
No.
Hold on. I lived in California a long time.
And a lot of people shoot fireworks off because they go across the border and get them illegally and come back.
Okay, so all right, so hold on. So technically it's illegal, but no one's actually getting arrested because
if a cop shows up when you're doing it, they're not going to arrest you, but they'll be like, "Hey, here's a ticket for this."
So your big law doesn't really even apply to California.
No, but I'm saying there are laws.
Okay. Can we just calm the fuck down with the fireworks? Like, I'm going to hear in the morning at 1 a.m. I'm going to be sleeping, and these goddamn fireworks will be going off. And, like, again, you're a child. You're amused easily. At the hour 3 mark of the boom and the red sparkles in the sky, does it start getting boring? Is it the third hour in where you're like, I've seen it? I just don't understand it. I don't get it. It's scary for the animals. Some of us are trying to sleep. And what is so amusing 3 hours in about the same thing that you've seen for 3 hours? Why is it still so interesting? And why can there not be laws that 2 hours and that's it? Or whatever amount you want to make it.
Oh, man.
Like, Kellen, it's going to go on for fucking six hours tomorrow night. Like,
I know.
I live here. Mark's right. It seems excessive in Vegas.
It goes real late.
Yeah.
It seems excessive
You
here
do
in
live in a
Vegas.
party town, though, to be fair. So it's like double as bad here. Of course there's going to be people coming here that are like, yeah, Airbnb, let's just go out front all night and shoot fireworks off.
Okay. But 3 hours in when the same shit is happening, like the same and the colors, are you still excited? Are you, I can't wait. 3 hours in, you're like literally like, I can't wait to see what I just saw for 3 hours. Like, why are people still excited 3 hours in to see the same thing over and over? I just went to Indiana Jones. I liked it. Good movie. I'm a huge fan of Indiana Jones movies. I'm not sitting the same Indiana Jones movie 3 hours in a row. Like, I'm leaving. I'm no longer.
What if it's a 3-hour movie?
Well, that's fine, but I'm saying the same movie.
Yeah.
I'm no longer entertained.
Okay.
I'm going to move on with my life. And not to mention the animals and the dogs that are all scared. And not to mention some of us have to fucking work the next day. So I don't get it.
Yeah. I'll agree with you for a little bit of it because I have an animal. I have 2 dogs. One of my dogs is deathly afraid of fireworks and thunder, so we have to give her some like CBD treats to try to get her to calm down, and then we put earmuffs on her, and that still doesn't really help.
Earmuffs.
Yeah, so like I go through that struggle as well. But just like anything, people love just like loud stuff. You go to a concert for 3 hours and just have you leave with your ears.
That's different songs. That's like
I'm just saying you go to a loud thing for 3 hours and leave with your ears ringing. But if you're drunk, you're like, I just had the best night of my life. Like people are into that because it's just like a way to party and have fun and like be young and dumb and stupid again. So that's what they do.
That's great. Party and have fun is great. What is fun in 3 hours of seeing the same shit in the sky that you saw for 3 hours? Like, what is fun about that? Where you're like,
because if there's let's say there's 25 people at a party,
yeah,
everyone at the party might want to shoot one firework off, but after an hour, only 5 people have done it, so the next 20 have to do it. I'm just saying, I think that's why you end up having people just do it all night long because they're just dumb and young and having a good time and drinking and
there should be laws, Kellen. 2 hours and that's it. For 2 hours, you can be a booger picker and be amazed at a fucking red light in the sky.
What'd you say, a booger picker?
Booger picker.
Booger?
You can be amazed at the red light in the sky. Like you could just freak out for 2 hours, and then it's over. And then it's over.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm not saying that. But what the fuck is so amusing after 3-4 hours of the same shit? That's where I'm at. So,
Booger.
Marks, are you with me on this or no? Just light them off all night long.
Like light them off, sure. But like, I do get mad when they're going off at 1 a.m. still.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would agree with that.
Fucking Tallon's probably a 1 a.m. guy.
No, I'm not a big firework guy. I like my fingers and hands connected to my body.
I don't get I get the celebration, and I even get lighting some off. But for fucking hours, this is still cool to you? Like you're some sort of child, like you're an orangutan, and you're just like what? You saw it, bro. It's 3 hours in. You're good.
Yeah.
Move on.
Again, I agree. Like
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that late, but I'm sure that there's people in this world that if they saw four hours of motocross racing, they'd be like, "You just see the same thing. You see them do the same jumps over and over again. They're just going in a circle
things
for
are
4 hours."
changing. Riders are passing
I know
each
that
other.
because we pay
No,
attention
but
to it. So those people might think
that's
it's
the most ridiculous thing ever.
okay. Whatever.
It's just the riders are.
People are into what they're into. If they like throwing fireworks in the air, then that's what they do.
I'm trying to get to the bottom of what is so exciting. I've seen the same shit for 3 hours. Like what is it? Like what? I don't understand. Like I just put yourself in the you're hearing a boom, you're seeing a red thing go across the sky, and then what? You're just beating off for 3 hours because it's the best, it's the most exciting thing you've ever seen in your life. So that's my one.
Okay,
rant.
all right. I'm not a firework guy either. I don't really even care. But,
Right. I
I
couldn't.
don't pull a penis out of your mouth while you're working.
I couldn't tell you the last time I lit a firework off. Like
I've never
probably
done
when
one.
I was 15.
I don't think I've ever
I
done
don't know.
one.
Maybe you need to do it again and relight that candle there, Steve.
So we go in the front yard after this?
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right, that's my one race tech rant of the night.
Take Pookie to Boulder City for the fireworks show. It's pretty good.
We went to a fireworks show. Pookie and I went to the top of the fucking Red Rock a couple times and watched the fireworks show. Again, nothing wrong with it. 30 minutes.
Yeah, a show is different than in your neighborhood for 5 hours. Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to be a firework hater. 30 minutes, cool, right on, let's go. You know what I mean? Like it's over, it's done. It's the fucking 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. of the same shit, and the bombs going off like it's fucking Baghdad 2003.
My God.
Like General Schwarzkopf has sent in the troops. That's stupid.
Bombs over Baghdad.
Okay.
My gosh.
My next rant is.
Oh, there's more.
Yes.
Oh, there's another.
My next rant is, if people are listening to this that are my friends and in my group text, and there's that doesn't exactly narrow it down. There's like probably 100.
You have a lot of group texts.
Oh my God, it's ridiculous. JT's in every one, and Ouija's in half, and I never know what's fucking going on.
I have like 3 group texts, and 2 of them are you. So like,
no,
yeah.
No. So anyways, this is a rant at those guys. They're industry people, they're riders, they're VIPs in the industry, let's call them, either riders or industry people. This is my rant at those people. Like the World Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like making fun of it. Like, okay, I mean, again, you're going to hear an interview with Lewis Phillips, who was at the British round. And we do have some laughs. The gate didn't drop. The flagging, you're going to hear Lewis talk about this flagger restart. But, I mean, we also make fun of the AMA series and the motocross series.
We're doing the same things.
I work for Racer X, who owns the motocross series, and I still have a hell of a laugh at a lot of the motocross series and the AMA and everything else.
Yeah.
So I'm not – this is different. That what I'm talking about is the snide comments about the series itself. Like, oh, did you hear this? Did you see this? They canceled the round. They did this. Like there's a certain amount of glee that people are getting from seeing this series fail or make mistakes. I don't like that. That's my race tech rant. Like, dude, this is just another series that's paying guys a lot of money that are, like Grant Harlan with an I. Our buddy Grant Harlan with an I. He can make a lot of money doing this. Cade. I don't see any, listen, I don't have any hatred for these guys. It's awesome. More rides, more money, another thing to follow, another thing to watch. They're going to be in for a tough struggle in my mind because they don't have the industry support they need to seemingly to survive. That's another story. That's not none of my business. But for now, like the gate didn't drop, and there's a lot of things going on in my group text about that. But we've seen the Monster Cup gate not drop. I think the AMA Supercross gate didn't drop one time too.
We definitely had gate malfunctions, like full restarts.
Yeah.
Malfunctions
Or, it's happened over here, and I don't like the attitude where they're happy these guys are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like that. There's a lot of money for racers out there. We're always yelling about there's no rides, and it's right. There are no rides.
Right.
There's rides over there. There's no money. There's money over there. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah.
More power to these guys. I don't see how they're going to make it long term. That's none of my business. But for now, great. Like, awesome. You know what I mean? So I kind of don't like – I mean, I guess I could put this in a long text and put it in every group text. But I don't like it.
Do you push back when they come at you with like some sort of ha ha ha? You're like, yeah, they do that here too. Or do you just...
no, I don't know about something like that, but I've been like, hey man, these guys are making great money.
Yeah.
Like in JT's instance, I've been like, dude, you would be racing the fucking World Supercross.
Yeah.
100%, you would be there. So
Yeah.
cut it out a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I don't like the snide stuff about that kind of stuff. These guys are trying, and they're paying a lot of money.
Yeah.
And good on them.
Yep.
And good for the riders to have teams and all of that.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, I think from what I can gather of the people that I know that are constantly kind of bickering about it, is that they're more partial to the U.S. side of things anyway, because they have either business here or they just feel that this is the better series or whatever, and so then you suddenly have that bleeding red, white, and blue kind of bias a little bit, where you're like, I want to see my home stuff succeed more, and that's the same thing that we always have with Motocross of Nations, where it's like, I don't really give a crap about what the other countries are doing. I want the U.S. to win and stuff. Like it's the same kind of patriotism side of it, I think.
Yeah, and I've always pushed against that. Even Canada, like there's this tournament in hockey called the World Juniors, and Canada whoops up on it for so long. They haven't won for a few years, and now they're back winning. And Canada would just puff its chest out at winning this thing, and I'm like, yeah, hockey's the most important thing in the world in Canada. We should win this, and who cares?
Yeah.
I've never been one of those patriot dudes to just like my country over everybody else, whether it's this country, which I've now lived in longer than the one I did in Canada, or Canada. I've never been like that. I've always been way more cynical. And I don't think, if you actually looked at the two series, like there's no fucking way. And again, I hope Adam Bailey doesn't listen to this or get too mad. There's just no fucking way the World Supercross is ever going to take over what we're doing here. It's just not. It's not going to happen. But it can be a viable other series.
Yeah.
So if you're an American fan, you just know that there'll be a race in Anaheim 1 and there'll be a race in Salt Lake and whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like, American series is fine and it's great and it's working well. And there can also be another series that pays riders money and gives them rides. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, I love that for all those riders, there's another opportunity for them to go make money, and that for us as, fans or members of the media, there's more racing to cover. There's more things to talk about and all of that. I will say, like, just from my side of it a little bit, like, I'm going to take my Racer X hat off here a little bit and just go back to being a fan, because I remember feeling like this when I was a teenager and I was a fan. The thing that bums me out about WSX, and it's the same thing that I feel about GPs in the U.S. being separate and all this, is that, like, I'm a motocross fan. I love watching dirt bike racing. And my favorite race every year is Motocross of Nations, and it's not close, because finally we get to see...
but you're not getting it. You're getting the three best from the countries.
I'm just saying, finally, we get to see, like, Eli Tomac and, like, Hurlings or Fevra or someone of that level square off.
Right.
Like, we don't get that very often. Ideally, I wish that we lived in a world where the top
F1,
GP guys...
Like F1.
But F1 isn't like that anymore either. In the 60s, you would have Dan Gurney and you'd have Jim Clark and you'd have Bruce McLaren from three different walks of life end up in F1 together racing each other, and they'd actually be pretty, good battles and stuff. Nowadays, it's mostly European dominated. You have one American who somehow squeezed in because he moved to Europe.
You got a Canadian.
But he bought his ride.
Yeah.
And so...
But he's good.
I know, but it's the same thing with all motorsports. Like, that is... There are great drivers in IndyCar that should probably be in F1 but aren't.
Yeah.
And there are great drivers in NASCAR who could maybe be in F1 but they aren't. Like, it's the same thing. And so I hate seeing this segmentation, which is happening a little bit in Moto now, because there's another series that's pulling attention. And instead of having Roxon and Harlan and Wilson and all these guys racing motocross on the weekend, we don't see them, and instead they're racing a different series. And I feel the same way that we don't get to see Sexton and Jet and all those guys race them in Supercross right now, or that we don't see Sexton and Jet, all those guys go race Fevra and Prado and all those guys right now as well. Like, as a racing fan, I just want to see them all together, but we will not get that with our current model and the way that the economics of it work, because there's not enough press and all this to go around for the guys that would get 20th, even though they're elite level talents.
Yeah, the dirty secret of the Motocross of Nations is it's really not that competitive. It's 8 guys.
Yeah, like,
class,
God, I would fall over in my chair tomorrow if we had a top 20
You might
US.
be falling over in your chair.
I know.
They're working on it.
I know. But can you imagine that? Like, just to have literally have Dylan Wright and some of the best Australian riders aside from the Lawrence brothers and a lot of the Europeans and all the Americans just come together and have one, like, super moto race. Like, crazy.
Like on supermoto bikes or super?
No,
Okay,
you know what I mean, like super combined motocross.
I guess
race.
when I
like,
said F1, I was thinking like there's no other competitor in car racing to F1, but I know what you mean. You're right. My example wasn't great, but I just mean there's no like F1 is the pinnacle of car racing, and there's no like somebody with F1 cars trying to be the same series.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. But
yeah.
You're right. You're right. F1's more political than maybe anywhere as far as drivers.
But
right?
it's all motorsports. I just want to see the best. The same way in motorsports, I want to see the best drivers go against each other. I want to see the best riders race each other in motocross.
Well, I don't understand the fucking fireworks thing. So.
Okay.
There we go. The Race Tech Rant of the Night. Skyler, what's up, man?
Hey, Steve, what's going on, guys? How are you tonight?
Good. What's happening?
Hey, quick question. I know a couple weeks ago, I know you and JT were talking a little bit about like maybe there's like if there's possible anti-Lawrence sentiment out there. And I just wanted to kind of talk about that because, you know, I'm a rider, my family rides, everyone I know rides, and I really can't find anybody that roots for the Lawrence kids.
Really?
And I don't know. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's just more fun. Like you have rooting interest when you root against him. I don't know if it's the interviews, but I'm just not finding anybody that roots for him, and myself included. I don't have anything against the kid.
Okay,
really,
but let me ask you this:
I'm just finding.
Let me ask you this: Is it because they're foreigners? Like, did people root for Roxon? Do you feel like is it a foreign thing?
So personally, I'm a huge Roxon guy.
Okay.
I really like Ken. I don't know if it's just recent events with kind of like how they've come off in interviews. I really can't tell you what it is, but just everyone that I know, and I know a lot of people that ride, I just don't find anybody like going, yeah, I hope Jet kills it. I hope Lawrence kills it.
Well,
and I don't know what it is.
I mean, I'm not saying I disagree with you. You're obviously I can't disagree with you or you and your friends and all that, but dude, I think they got a lot of fans, man. Like, there's a lot of people out there. Like, obviously, the donut line is long every weekend, and so I know what you're saying, but they're out there, you know, like.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree. I remember JT saying, yeah, I don't think those people are out there. And I feel bad saying, like, I'm one of those guys. I'm just not sitting on my couch going, yeah, dude, I'm loving that. I'm loving him blowing the doors off everybody.
You're not wishing they break their arms or anything. Well, you're just not cheering for them to win.
I think that's just it. Like, a little bit of recency bias. I don't think there's a lot of fans that just don't want to see pure domination. They want to see good, close racing.
Yeah.
And, like, it's awesome to see the talent that's displayed by Jet, but sometimes you're just like, man, I wish we could see closer battles, closer action. So when someone's walking away all the time, you kind of build a little bit of like, I'm sick of it. I want to see somebody else win. And we've already had the Lawrence brothers kind of like in our face for the last 3 years. Like when he almost won at Anaheim 2 in 2020 against Dylan, the crowd was like losing it. And then he was the talk of the entire next week, like because he was the underdog. Now that they're the favorites, I think it's switched a little bit.
Right, which is what Skyler's saying here, right?
Right.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know.
Mean, do you feel like he's going to – I feel like it might go kind of the RC route where RC, when he came up to NC in 01, it was like, wow, this kid's going to beat Jeremy. And then we're dropping him from the rafters in Superman or, King stuff.
Yeah.
And then everybody turned against Ricky for a couple of years. And then it became, let's root for Ricky because here comes James, right? Here comes Travis. And there's like – I don't feel like there's anybody to come up against this kid.
I think Sexton will. I don't know. But yeah, interesting. I don't know, man. I mean, they have tons of fans, so I get what you're saying. I think it's it wasn't like Jet changed from the donut kid. He's just dominating, and so that's what it is. I think Kellen is onto something there. It's just like we don't want the same dude to win all the time. So
yeah, probably. Yeah, you're probably right.
All right, thanks, Skyler. Thanks for the call, man.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a good night.
All right, thank you. All right, we got another Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device. Fifth caller. Tallon, fifth caller wins the Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device. We need their email and their year and make and model and all that. So thank you, sir. 702-586-7857. Alex gave us $5 on YouTube, and it says $5 for Kellen, and you will not be getting that $5.
Okay.
$5 for Kellen since I missed the RF race this week.
Is it Efforts? Alex Efforts?
Yes.
Yeah.
What's RF?
Race Factory.
I thought you run Start Your Systems.
I do run Start Your Systems. Race Factory is MX Sports to MX Simulator. Start Your Systems is Peacock to MX Simulator. Race Factory runs the races. I broadcast it.
Huh. Okay.
So they say RF races because it's like saying missed the AMA National, basically.
Okay. All right. Mark, did you get the Wildcat Racing logo on for your dumb car racing?
Yes.
Oh.
It's called iRacing.
iRacing. Yeah.
Yes.
Do you do that?
I did for a while, but it takes a lot of time to play it consistently.
Like time you could be building an app, that kind of time.
Oh man.
Let me live my life.
Okay.
I'm a peacock, man. You gotta let me fly.
All right. Okay.
Thanks to Nick for getting those graphics on our cars. It's pretty sweet.
Alex Ray coming up here too shortly, by the way. First week in August is Sturgis, and I'm doing a little broadcast. Marks, you got to help me with this.
Oh, okay.
I'm doing a broadcast.
Time I could be using to build an app.
I'm doing a broadcast from the Motorcycle Hall of Fame at Sturgis. They're inducting the 1981 MXDN team.
Wow.
So I'm gonna be like doing the show or hosting it or something
on
like
Monday?
that. No, it's like a midweek thing.
Oh, okay.
It'll be on our YouTube channel and Racer X's too, I think. So just stay tuned for that. But thanks to the guys at Sturgis for having me out. And the 81 MXDN team will be inducted into their Hall of Fame.
Right on.
So I want to talk about that a little bit. Also, Kellen, you I also want to talk about the fact that you got Jack in the Box for the show.
Yes.
So you lived up to
Yummy.
like there was no, it wasn't a gimmick, it wasn't a game. You stopped for food and you brought Jack in the Box in.
And it was delicious. I don't know why you're so upset about it.
Okay, I'm not upset. It's just it's too much.
Yeah.
Millville Ride Day, August 14th and 15th. Thank you to John Martin and Alex Martin. Millville Ride Day at PulpMX.com is the email. We're picking a select few for the Saturday, and then Sunday's an open ride day at Millville. You got to pay some money, $30 I think or something. But Kiefer will be there. A bunch of us will be there. So thank you to the folks for Millville for doing that. We'll tell you more about that as it comes. But Kiefer's going to be there, and I think Will Hahn's going. Phil wants to go. Troll Train. Justin Brayton may go. Oh yeah, heavy hitters.
So who's who?
Starling wants to go. Osborne mentioned driving up.
Is Denny coming? It's fairly close to Denny Stevenson.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah,
you could have someone rent the Denny and help pay for.
Oh God,
you getting out there.
We got our winner for the Works Connection Pro Launch Start Device. Thank you for calling. Thanks to Works Connection for all of that. The 8 o'clock hour brought to you by Off Road Warehouse. Proud to be supporting Team Chaparral. Nope, that's the old read. Proud to support the ORW guys at the Club MX guys. It's the ORW butt patch on the back of Phil Pants and Marchbanks and J Mart when he was racing. They have stores throughout the West Coast, including Temecula, San Diego, and now in Corona and Vegas. PulpMX code to save at offroadwarehouse.com. Get you the bike to the track with style and performance from offroadwarehouse.com. And again, off the top, MTX Braking. PulpMX code is the code to save at MTX Braking. These guys, they come from motocross and power sports. They brought the better braking tech into brake pads, 2 different compounds as well. So if you're a mountain biker, try the MTX stuff. It's fantastic. Really works well. So thanks to MTX Braking for coming on board. PulpMX code to save with those guys. Before we get A-Ray on the show, race review on Racer X yesterday with Weege and JT. It's kind of interesting. MXDN.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Sexton's changing teams. He's not going to go. Jetson Cooper can't go. He's getting married. Who are we sending?
I don't know. So you think 100% Chase would not debut on a KTM there?
Not 100%, but I would put high. Yes.
I think that they may not want it. I think Chase would 100% do it.
Okay.
So I'm not ruling Chase out as going yet.
Let's go off the fact that most riders changing teams don't race.
Correct.
Yes.
But, I mean,
So let's just assume.
We didn't think Dungey would show up and race Monster Cup when he went to KTM, and they were barely figuring the 450 out, and there he was. So
okay.
I don't know. I'm just saying. But if you take Chase out of it, like I think Hayden is probably about a shoe-in at this point based on the way that things have gone this year. You could say RJ has been pretty solid, and obviously Kitchen's won a moto now, so you can maybe put him in the discussion. But, I mean, Hayden's earned it at this point. He's consistent. He's now won a moto and an overall, so I don't think you can bet against that. So then it would be 450, and then what do? I would say, looking at it at this very second, you would say probably AP and maybe Webb if he comes back, but then he's switching to Star, so no. So then probably maybe AC, but if AC wants to take some time off at the end of the year, and Cowie doesn't really do it, so no Jason. So then Barsha when he comes back.
Okay.
Can Phil make the team? Garrett Marchbanks, like Masterpool. I mean, Masterpool would, that's kind of a sneaky maybe, right?
Yeah. Tell him Talent.
Sorry to interrupt there.
Travis.
Yes, sir.
He said to call him at 8:20.
He texted me and said, "Y'all calling?"
Yeah, we are. Call him now.
At 8:20 when you said to call.
Yeah, he said to call. So,
wait.
Is it?
Give it.
Huh?
Give him 5 minutes.
Okay. All right.
This guy, dude, I don't know.
Loose program.
I don't know.
He's been golfing. I think he's drunk.
He wants to go golfing with. He is, and he wants to go golfing with Tits. He says.
Okay.
Drowning in his sorrows.
Well, he's got he's got a lot of time on his hands, so he can go Tits now. So yeah, it's interesting. Like, it may not be that great of a team.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? Especially after we just won it, and then we may have to send kind of a B team. Like, I don't want to call it a B team, but
Covington, Seeley, Osborne.
I don't know about that level. I feel like, I mean,
low key shot.
Sorry, but you seriously call that a team like that was?
Well, I said B team, and you said you wouldn't even call it that level.
Yeah, because I feel like that was. I'm sorry, Seeley and Covington. I feel like that was a little bit of a C team.
Wow. Okay.
It's just the truth.
Yeah.
Quit being a dick.
I know, right?
Yeah, totally.
They're never going to talk to me again.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
But yeah, like I just feel that there's probably a chance they don't go in as the favorites after repeating or after finally winning and trying to repeat this year.
Do you think maybe they don't go at all? Let's say they can't.
No, I feel like RJ is going to probably want to go at all costs if Hayden declines. So then you have him wanting to go. I feel like you end up getting guys like Barsha and Plessinger that would also die on the flag as well. So
I think Barsha will come back and be close to good speed.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think you have too many guys that now that we've won again, the curse is lifted, whatever, it's cool to be on the Motocross of Nations team again. On top of that, there's not a huge gap from the end of the year. They obviously have to go race Supercross kind of before they race that again, but instead of a month off and then maybe try to get ready for it, it's just a week and then you get ready to go again. So I think there's too many factors in play that would say, yes, we're going to send a team. Okay. There's no chance we don't go.
What are your excitement levels for SMX? Where are we at? On a scale of 1, let's go 15 for Tim Ferry.
I would say, like, I'm getting to more like the 9, 10, 11-ish range, just because I didn't really think I would care about this like cutoff for the playoff thing, but it's actually been kind of interesting.
Following you on Twitter, you care a lot.
Well, so that all kind of started from we have a sponsored feature now on RacerX.
Oh, there we go.
Well, listen, like I said, I didn't think I would care that much about it, but now we have a sponsored feature that is us trying to detail who's going to make the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
And so that's how that all came about, of like tracking it a little bit more. And now it's kind of like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, we're going to have some interesting guys make it. There's a lot of money on the table. The format is something we've never really seen before.
There was a conversation on Twitter today. So if you're injured or you're not in the class, a la Jet Lawrence.
Or Tomac,
they're going to just take more out of the LCQ.
Out of the LCQ.
Nobody qualify. Like, it'd just be less qualifiers.
Correct. Yeah. So like theoretically right now without Tomac, there'd only be 19 people that qualify in, and then they would take 3 out of the LCQ. But there's a chance that there's more if Craig doesn't come back, because Craig is currently qualified, but he might not be ready.
There's only 10 in the LCQ, so like we could be taking 5 out of the LCQ or something.
Yeah, I don't know how that's going to work. Like, I don't know, if it gets to the point where there's a lot of guys that aren't there, will they add more to the LCQ? Because it sounds like it's like really a hard 30 cutoff is what they're trying to go for.
Right.
That you have 30 riders that make it plus maybe a guy that wins a race or whatever. But yeah.
Marks, what's your excitement level at 1 to 15 on this SMX? Kellen just said he was like a 9.
I'm stressed more than excited.
Oh, PulpMX fantasy purposes.
Yeah, we were discussing scoring earlier, and it made me realize, shit, I got work to do. So we'll see. We'll see. Racing wise, yes, I'm pretty excited. It'll be cool.
Yeah. Where are you at?
Yeah, like a 7.
That's not that far away from me. I said like a 9.
I'm halfway excited.
Yeah, I mean, look,
that's the equivalent of a 5 on a 15 scale.
Yeah, thank you.
You're such a cheater.
I'm still full focused on motocross and now WSX and MXGP and paying attention to their championships and stuff.
Canadian
but
moto?
Yeah, definitely deep in there too.
Balls deep in Canadian moto.
But I think it's just going to be really interesting to see for the first time and see how it plays out and see how the riders take it, see what we're going to get. Like, because if this is going to be what we're doing moving forward, obviously this is going to be a talking point 10 years from now at some point if they're going to keep doing this. So it's something that's new and unique, and might as well get excited for a little bit more racing.
Got a tweet here that said fireworks of any kind are illegal in San Diego County, and if you get caught setting them off, you could be looking at $50,000 fine.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, but everyone does it. I mean,
I know.
I lived in San Diego. I remember a lot of fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, we live in a very hazardous fire area down there, and
but I don't feel like that threat doesn't mean anything to people. There's just tons of fireworks.
Well, I mean, the problem is that like if you shoot them off on a random night, there's a chance that they'll find you because you're the only one doing it. But when there's a bunch of people doing it on the 4th of July, I think most people just assume like, oh, they're not going to catch me because there's 14 other people doing it. It's the same thing.
Well,
so
yeah, that's why I'm saying like on the July 4th day, these threats don't mean anything.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Right. Okay. That's all I meant. Kellen Brauer here from Start Your Systems, and please check out Decal Works. They're bringing you Kellen tonight as well. PulpMX 23 is the code to save with those guys. Okay, all right, we got our next guest on the line. I want to talk to the folks at Get as well. Thank you to the folks at Get and the 2-stroke CDIs, 4-stroke ECUs. Honda's using the ECUs on the 250 side, and they're using the Get data loggers and the whole shot devices. You okay, Steve? The dashboard, the RPM dashboard. I don't know why that just blanked out of my mind. Yes, the RPM dashboard as well, the Honda guys. So thank you to the folks at Get. If you want a discount from the folks at Get or anybody else, check out the PulpMXShow.com to learn how to save, whether it's a discount code or an email or whatever it is. Atlas Brace as well. The Get guys, FMF, their codes are all there. Their way to save is on PulpMXShow.com. So thank you to those guys as well. All right, let's get to our next guest here. It's an impromptu phone call. Alex Ray.
Yep.
There
goes my hero.
Oh,
watch him as he goes.
Stop, dude. No.
Okay, so wait. Are you really done?
Yeah. No, I'm done.
That was it.
I'm over it.
That was it.
Yep.
You just don't. Never mind like a bike issue and it's not going that well, as you told me at the race. Like you don't want to be out there.
No, this was going on a little bit before. Like, I mean, I was talking to my dad about it, like, sort of on the way to the race.
Yeah.
And I told him, I'm like, hey, like, you know, if this is like, I didn't want to be there. Like,
right.
I don't know. Like, I haven't really, like, I said it this morning, like, on our podcast on the Swap Moto Live thing.
Not familiar with that company. Not familiar.
Hey, well, didn't you used to do a thing at Transworld?
Yeah, Transworld, yes, but not from a swap model at all. Yeah. No.
Oh, okay. All right. Anyways, I was talking a little bit on there. My buddy, like, he's pretty much my best friend, right? Like, Heart Raft, he had a crash at the beginning of the year, like preseason stuff, and you know, I was just, it's just been on my mind, right? Like, it was pretty tough on him, you know, with, you know, almost being paralyzed and, you know, like, he's a guy who went his whole career pretty much. I mean, which it wasn't, you know, very long, obviously, because he's still young, but, you know, he never crashed. Never crashed. And obviously, like, he had a bike malfunction and that's what led him to crash, but it took one crash, you know, and it's no secret. I've had 12 years of pretty much landing on my head and just eating shit, and, you know, like, you know, crazy stuff. So, like, ever since then, like, it's just been hitting home, you know, a little close to home, and you know, just with me getting older and, you know, engaged and all this stuff, and I tried to get it out of my head, like, I couldn't get it out of there. So.
Yeah,
you know,
no,
like,
man. I think it's smart of you.
On me, and I was just like, hey, let me just, you know, count my blessings, wipe my hands with it, and I'm done. You know, and that's what's been going on, like, pretty much the whole summer, and which, you know, me showing up, like, it may not seem like it, like I told you earlier, it may not seem like it, but I haven't been riding like myself, and I just don't want to. I just don't want to do it anymore, you know, at that level. I still want to race. I still want to have a good time. I still want to go to the track. I still want to hang out with my friends, do all that stuff, but I just don't want to race at a professional level anymore. And you know, it just, I was just sort of over it this past weekend, especially with the bike issues and stuff like that. Yeah, and with my dad being there, it was a little bit easier, you know, like because he's sort of seen and like what I was going through and everything, and yeah, I was just, you know what, I was over it. I was done with it.
Well, I mean, it's good that you recognize that, right? And you're not trying to just put it in the back of your head and send it and possibly hurt yourself. And then if you hurt yourself, you're like, I don't want to be here anyways. Why did I race? And now I'm hurt. You know what I mean? Like you stopped yourself before anything bad happened, which is a good thing. No one likes to go out the way that you did that. Like you want to go out Justin Brayton way or whatever. You know, all these ways where you're putting in a good result and you're going off proud of yourself and everything else. And not that you're not proud of yourself, but I mean proud of that race or whatever. However you end it. But know this, Ray, like 90% of racers go out the way you do. Either they don't qualify, they have some shitty results, or you know what I mean? Like,
well, and the thing about it is, like, what it comes down to is, like, I mean, I went out saying that, like, hey, this is like I'm done. Like I wasn't forced to be done, which would be way, way, way worse, right?
Yep.
So that's a plus, and then too, like, I don't know, you can say it any which way you want to, but like whenever I started racing Supercross, whenever I turned pro, I was a young kid. I was fat as fuck. I shouldn't have been out there. Whatever. I was a gate filler, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I turned it around and I put in the good results. And then after, like, say this year, like my head wasn't in it, and I felt like I was like after I got hurt, like after I broke my thumb, and then after I broke my finger, and like all this stuff happened, I felt like I was a gate filler, and I couldn't like catch up. And I'm not gonna just be a gate filler whenever I show up there. Whenever I'm spending my own money, it's all coming out of my pocket. I'm in the red. I'm not gonna just be a gate filler, right? So that, like, between that and just everything, like I've been there, I've done that. Like I feel like I've done enough for myself as a kid, just coming from Tennessee, just being a young kid coming from nothing. Like, it's a lot harder for me to do well versus like someone with a little bit more talent, right? Like for me to get where I was, I had to kind of work my ass off, right? Like, I mean, I'm sketchy. Like everyone says, like, yeah, like you crash, you do this, like, but that's me putting my 100% effort into it, and that's, I mean, sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you had told Pink JT A-Ray, hey, man, you're going to make 70 main events. You're going to get a factory Yamaha fill-in rod. You're going to get to travel the world racing. He would have signed up for that.
Oh, 100%. Oh, my God. Oh, dude, whenever I was 16, like, dude, I walked around with that freaking lanyard around my neck, like, dude, and with just a hard-on all through the pits, dude. Like, you could just see dude, I was just, just bricked up the whole time, you know, like, I was stoked, you know, like, and then I was just stoked to be there too, you know, and I had a lot of friends who were older than me, who were racing with me and stuff like that, and like I was just the dude like there. Like, I mean, I may have had a little bit of bad influences around me at that point in time, but I mean, I wouldn't trade it for anything, man. Like I had the most fun probably out of anybody in the pits, you know. So I'm stoked on it.
You got 2 chicks in Finland.
Oh, yeah. I asked for help, but nobody wanted to help.
I needed help. I had 2 chicks.
In my own hands.
Yeah, you know? I mean, you know, these things are great. Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I've had a good time, you know.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. No, listen, buddy, it's been cool, man. I mean, it's a little bit bummer because we're gonna lose the pop-up on Pulp Fantasy.
Just give it to somebody else. Give it to Hardy or someone.
We're going to add him to the list every week, and I'm just going to click it.
Hardy.
Give it to Alex Ray Memorial Pop-Up or something like that.
Yeah, it's
Memorial Pop-Up.
We'll call it the Alex Ray Memorial. Yeah, and it'll be Hardy. He'll pass it on. No, man, like I said, it's been terrific to see all the things that you accomplished.
You know, it's so funny, like hanging out with a guy like Coop.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because he's had so much success, like, you know, in Supercross and outdoors and everything. Like, everybody, like, we call him, like, 5-time, 6-time, like, you know. And then I'm like, yo, bro, I got 6 LCQ wins. So, like, everybody's calling me 6-time. And then everybody's calling him, like, with his, like, championship wins. Yeah, and I'm like, yeah, bro, I got 6 LCQ wins. Dude, come to the gauntlet, dude. You don't want to
Yeah, you don't want anything to do with that LCQ guys. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, no, yeah. So is it just straight into enjoy the ride life, or like what are you gonna do? What's next? How long are you gonna wait and decompress?
I mean, yeah, like that's sort of the plan, obviously, yes. But I'm probably gonna take a couple weeks to myself. You know, I'm gonna take this week. My fiance, she's in Kentucky. She's on her bachelorette trip, so she's there the whole week. So I'm in the house by myself. My roommate, Kenny Belt, he went to
where's Kenny Taco Bell?
Australia.
Oh,
yeah,
Jesus.
he went to Australia tonight. So I got the whole house to myself.
The last time we went to Australia, he got lost, or they couldn't find him, or they thought he died.
No, he went to like Cabo or something. And
Oh, was that
lost his
Cabo?
phone the first day. Yeah, and then he was there for like 4 days. He was supposed to fly home on a Wednesday, so I'm sitting here on a Wednesday night, like waiting on him to get home. He never comes home.
Yeah.
So like Thursday and Friday, we're calling the embassy. The dude's nowhere to be found. We thought he was dead, and then he just shows up on next Monday. I'm like, all right, dude, like that's cool.
Right. So okay. So
Yeah, he's
hopefully,
like, yeah, man, it was crazy. I left my phone. It's the whole thing.
Kenny Taco Bell listens to no man.
man.
So hopefully he can behave himself down under.
Probably not.
Well,
but
come up here and golf with Tits. He golfs every day. So
that's what I'm saying. I went golfing today. I'm going to be golfing all week, and then maybe next week I might get my life together. But this week I'm for sure going to be.
Come on, Alex. Where's the invite? I got my clubs too.
Better than
well, let's go. Let's go.
Gee, man.
I'm ready. I'm ready. You say the words, I'm there. You know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna. I mean, I think of the joy you've given us watching you over the years, and the tweets,
amount of entertainment,
and the tweets.
It's amazing.
I mean, never mind like your own personal safety, just the things that we've all seen that we're not going to see anymore. It saddens me, you know.
Yeah, the amount of tough blocks. Like, I mean, I've fought the dude in the middle of the fucking track.
Yeah.
I've endoed. I've looped out.
That's why I told you this before. I told you this a month ago or so. Like, I really like you're going to work for O'Neal. You're gonna sell some gear. I get it, but man, like ride a little bit. Come race the West Coast stuff. Like you'll get in the night shows. You maybe make some mains. Like, you know, don't kill yourself getting ready, but race a few Supercrosses for fun. With all the pressure gone.
No.
With all the pressure gone, and you have to go to. Okay, all right, never mind then.
Look, I saw Alex ride at they did a Max's Tire intro recently, and that was the happiest I've seen him all year. He rolled up with a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He wants the no pressure, go out and just ride and have fun type of life now.
You know, that's the best thing. You know, whenever you can go out to Paris or you know, like the local track here in California, and you know, I got Dahmer, Swap, Chase, like, you know, like just like the whole Swap Moto Live crew. Like we just cruise around. I'll follow them around. Maybe we'll throw some whips and then, you know, have a Modelo or something afterwards with Dahmer, and like that's it. Like maybe I want to do like Day in the Dirt or something. You know, maybe race vintage bikes.
World Vets,
like
World Vets.
Yeah, World Vets, 30+ class. Like I'm down.
He could be part of your 24-hour team.
Loretta's, but like I don't. Dude, I'm telling you.
He can't be part of my 24-hour. We need the bike back. It's got to last.
And you're saying like, hey, dude, like maybe like come out do the West Coast Series or whatever. The amount of pressure I put on myself for like a professional event or like Supercross, outdoors, everything, I don't want to go through that anymore. Every single weekend at Supercross, outdoors, whether it be any of the races, I put so much pressure on myself. I get myself nervous so bad to where I'm. Like I've said this before, I'm literally pissing all over my seat. Like I piss myself every weekend, and I hate that feeling.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can ask the last few mechanics I've had. Like I'll have a puddle of freaking piss on my seat. It sucks, and like I worry myself to death on the gate or you know before practice or anything, and I hate that feeling.
Yeah.
You know, so like, yeah, I want to go out. I want to have fun with my friends. I want to ride my motorcycle and then not have any pressure of having to go fast or do anything like that. So
okay, fair enough. Well, we do have the X-Brand Gagoteros for you.
Oh, okay, all right,
let's do it. Let's do it.
It's the X-Brand Tear-Off segment. 15-second rapid-fire Q&A.
Rapid fire.
It's quieter this week.
Did we turn it down? Can we turn it up a little bit, Tallon?
It was already pretty loud. I don't know. If
I know, but we got to be somewhere between where it was and where it is now.
Okay. All right. Definitely was quieter.
One of our ears.
I turned it to 69%.
Ew.
Perfect.
Hit it now.
Yeah, let's go.
It's still pretty quiet.
Nah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
15-second rapid fire
The
Q&A.
X-Brand goggles. The X-Brand goggles. Choice of champions everywhere. Fantastic goggle. The Lucid goggle couldn't be any better for sweat absorption, lens changing ability, the colors, the styles, all of it. The FXR Factory Ride goggle and the Alpine Star goggle. They look a lot like the Lucid goggle. Pulp Show 23 is the code to save with X-Brand, EKSbrand.com. And, yeah, great company, great goggles, and they fit really well, of course, as well. So these questions are submitted by Corey Moser. Kellen?
I like Moser.
You like Moser?
I do like
I'm
Moser.
not familiar with him.
Oh, okay.
A-Ray?
I don't know. There was a drunk guy wearing a torpedo Speedo or some shit. Being my mechanic one time at Washougal, but that's all I know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Steven?
Yep.
Will Jet go undefeated this outdoor season?
No, I said off top. Nope.
I like that you timed yourself for that answer, and you knew that you were going to only answer with one.
know, right?
Like, come on.
We run a tight ship around.
Tight.
Hey, Ray, who's your biggest rival?
Oh, biggest rival.
It got to be Cade, right?
Hanny?
No. Too soon.
Too soon?
Too soon.
What?
Oh
Too
man.
soon.
Oh god. Yeah. Let's go. Cade. Yeah.
Kellen.
Yep.
Besides Deegan, who has the biggest social following?
I think Kenny actually has a larger than Deegan still.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
All right. Steve, what was A-Ray's best race?
Ooh. Well.
Come on, you got this.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few. The LCQ in Minneapolis is something. Minneapolis?
That was a good one. Yeah.
There's that one. That's absolutely incredible. Was that a Triple Crown? Was that during the day, and then it was Triple Crown to get in?
I think it might have been a Triple Crown. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's that one. There's also the Red Bud LCQ a few years back.
Oh yeah, that
he was eighth. He was 8th or 7th on the last lap and passed 4 guys, completely out of control. Completely out of
Dude,
control.
my lap time was like 4 seconds faster than anybody's. I don't know. Like I just went for it.
Well, the Glen Helen YZ 450 fill-in ride day was pretty good.
That was very eventful.
Very eventful. So yeah, I think I'll go with the Red Bud LCQ because I was like,
yeah,
he's not making
it.
I'm like, he's not making it. And then, dude, it was like a fucking rocket.
Never doubt, dude. Never doubt.
Yeah, but I think I DNF'd both motos.
He blew his load in the LCQ.
Yeah.
Yeah. I shot my wad. I think my bike blew up too, or something. I don't know what happened, but
yeah.
Hey, Ray, what's the best and worst thing about Cade?
Best, God, I don't know if there's a best thing. Worst thing is probably the amount of, what do you call it? The amount of personalities he has.
It's called being a fucking friend. You should try it sometime.
Yeah, and then the best thing would probably be his fucking consistency, honestly.
He's such a douche.
All right.
Kellen, what would you like to see improve in moto gaming?
Oh God!
In 30 seconds.
One thing?
Yeah.
Oh, take away the fucking joystick, dude. They made it too hard.
What?
Yeah.
The joystick. Golly, probably just in general, people who make the arcade games that understand how to ride a dirt bike, I would say, is probably number one.
So we'll just never get the physics back from
From Reflex?
From
No.
Reflex, right?
No.
We'll just never get it back.
Nope.
Gone forever.
And I still don't get it because Ron Cotto works on the dev team at MXR's ATV, and it's pretty weird. So
I heard Legends is close to Reflex.
it's
Close-ish.
I wouldn't call it close to Reflex, but it's getting better for sure.
Steve.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I suck at all of them.
I want to bring back ATV Fury, man.
I agree.
It was great.
Percentage pie that Kellen could transition from virtual announcing to live announcing.
You know, I've never heard his virtual announcing, so I don't really know. Is he good? Is he like biased? Is it screaming and yelling or what? You
You
know,
should
like,
support your guy over there and watch one of his streams.
Wow,
imagine that.
Do you?
I feel like on a real
I do,
broadcast,
yes.
he would just slip up and say Jeremy Smith 10 times.
Sure, yeah, you can do it. Honestly, live announcing is not that hard. What Weege does is pretty hard. The play-by-play of a sporting event, getting in and out of commercials and all that. But I do a lot of live announcing at the Nationals. It's not hard.
I will be on the Racer TV broadcast for Loretta's this year.
Oh, you will be? Okay. But that's the announcer. She'll just be live announcing at the track.
Yeah, I mean, basically, but it's on Racer TV on YouTube.
Yeah, no, I know,
so.
but they don't. It's not a separate announcers. They just take the
No,
track
I don't
audio,
think so.
Right. Yeah.
Kevin Kelly and
Right.
Megawatt and all those guys, yeah.
Right.
Hey, Ray, Swap or Steve, who's helped you out more?
Ooh, I feel like Steve gave me a platform from the beginning, but I felt like Swap has given me a little bit more of like a sturdy base. You know what I mean? Like he helped me out this year, like with my program and just over the past few years, and giving me a voice like through the podcast every Monday.
What a waffle. What a waffle.
All right, last one, Kellen.
Yeah.
I don't think they get a blowjob before the main event.
Who has been your biggest influence or help into Moto Media?
Yeah, probably Weege, honestly. I mean, but like originally, I'd say Andrew Campo, or maybe, yeah, no, probably Campo originally, and then Weege now.
Kellen has this story where he was in the press box like back in like 08 with us.
08, no.
Or 2018 with
No,
us.
20. I worked at Verb from 12 to 17.
Yeah,
and I
so
went to
you're like, yeah, I was in the press box with you guys. I don't think so.
I literally asked this question to you already. Do you go like hang out with Chase Curtis and Ryan Nitzen? Like you're just up there like, hey guys, what's going on? Like good to see you at Anaheim.
No.
Exactly. That's who I was back then.
Okay, calm down, dude. Don't get all mad.
Well, you just.
I don't know. I've witnessed Steve in the press box. It's very, very like, I don't know. Like he's the man. Like he
Judicial?
steps above everybody. You know what I mean?
Stop it. What? Because I talk to everybody and we like to laugh and joke with everybody. Is that?
I don't know. Steve's like honestly, Steve's like the Donald Trump of fucking the press box.
Jesus Christ. Thanks.
It's badass.
Thanks, God. Thanks, Ray. That's great. Weege and JT like to say this holding court thing, but it's not. We're just talking.
When Sean Brennan shows up, you do hold court. It's like a gathering of the circle, and then you start making demands, and we're all just sitting around waiting to hear
But I'm
what's
just
next.
talking to Sean. I'm not saying, hey, everybody gather around.
No, you start saying like, I would like, for him to be able to interview those guys, and you're just like pointing at all of us and saying, demands and this.
Stop it. Last time I got you.
God forbid someone gets pizza delivered to the press box, and then you have like all of the VIP guys come in and just take a listen.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. The Indianapolis Colts players. That was actually pretty funny, the whole pizza thing. Like, Sean getting his pizza, all that. I demanded like three races of pizza.
Did he end up living up to 2 races where it was just for us and not for other people?
Yeah, and then and then Cade and Cartwright bought pizza in Salt Lake.
In Salt Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
And Sean had pizza delivered to your house, too.
Yes, on a Monday night.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Sean had like so much pizza. We had so much pizza.
Unbelievable amounts of pizza were delivered to his house.
Oh, man.
It's pretty funny that all year long. That
I still love that they tried to get pizza in Oakland, and then just nobody could accept the card.
Yeah.
It just kept bouncing.
Yeah.
You can't deliver to the stadium. Catch the fever, Oakland.
Yeah, Oakland. Customer satisfaction high. Well, hey, Ray. Hey, you got more time to come up here to host the show. Let's figure out a date for you to come up.
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah. I got a lot of free time on my hands.
Yeah,
you know
you're
what
not
I mean?
doing nothing. So we'll get you.
Fuck my ass.
We'll get you up here.
Yeah, dealerships aren't open on Mondays either way.
DV's coming up in a couple weeks. That would be a good one.
Oh man, that would be good.
He
He
would
could teach me how to gamble.
He would just berate you the whole time, I feel. I'm all stressed out about DV coming up here because we had Lucas on the last time. It went south, and it was Rutledge Wood That went terribly. Ronnie Stewart, he told him to quit and get a job. I gotta like somehow get like McGrath, Stu, and Carmichael as guests. Otherwise, DV will just fucking ruin them.
He'll still probably trying to ruin them.
Radio, so either way you win.
I guess.
Fuck you, you're fired.
I'm just stressed that I got to figure out this guest lineup for DV that will somehow get some respect from him.
Yeah, just all the people who've beat him in the past, and then I think you're good.
I think you just need a 10-year anniversary Lasergate show. You really do. You
Yeah.
need to bring Watson in studio somehow because he was in studio for that. You got to have Genova and Tony on the phone.
Good God.
And Kyle Cunningham was on that show too.
Laser. Poor Kyle Cunningham.
Bro, I listened to that not that long ago. I'm like, and I think I sent it out to tweet. I'm like, yo, it's 10 years since the Lasergate.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, this is so bad. Oh my God.
Marks, were you around then?
I was a listener, but I was not.
Oh, okay. Because
part of the program here.
I believe it crashed our server like twice.
I just remember you saying during the
I don't
show
remember
that
what we had for a server, but Swizz was
at some point during the show you said you had sponsors texting you saying, "I don't care about my commercial. This is awesome."
Yeah, exactly. No, it was, the funniest thing was Genova's like texting me saying, Tony's going to call in and straighten this all out and talk about it. And it just, I mean, if that was the idea of PR, like, you know, like if they're like,
Listen to me.
hey, let's call Mathis' show and, you know, explain everything, and it just it went absolutely.
There's like drug ring inside of MX Sports.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah. Well, A-Ray, what a career, man.
Yeah. I know it. I mean, you've been my mechanic. You sponsored me for Washougal Outdoors. You know, like, hey, you know, I appreciate everything you've done.
I remember
for me.
when you got hurt and you were like, I got no money. I'm like, here's $1,000. Just come up and I'll do a podcast with you. You'll sit on the show. Like, I was just like,
remember I took out your trash.
Yeah, that's right, you did. I was like, here, I'll put you to work. Here's some money.
Oh man.
Yeah, I did everything. Yeah.
Just
I'll
fuck off.
do anything for $1, man.
But you know what? You're gonna still ride dirt bikes. It's what you love to do. Like you said, all the cool events, all the swap moto stuff. Like you're gonna still have a great time. You know, riding a dirt bike. So.
Oh yeah, of course. You know, so
it's
what? Gonna be fun.
I better not hear like before the World Vets that you and Mr. Side are in some sort of training camp. You know.
Oh God, no, absolutely not. I ain't going to Texas, dude.
I'm just checking. I just,
No, World Vets. I'm gonna ride 30 BC. I'm gonna ride 30 BC. I'm gonna show up with no numbers. I'm gonna show up like with a freaking Klaus O'Neill 1993 jersey, no number on the back, no name, nothing. No one's gonna know who I am, and I'm gonna ride 30 BC.
Speaking of O'Neill, did you see The Rock in his O'Neill gear this weekend?
Oh, dude. No, well, okay, so I didn't see him riding because I had left before that.
Oh, you did leave,
I loaded up all my shit. I loaded everything up. We left. Me and my dad, we pieced out.
Was Ronnie good with this? Or was Ronnie, was he sad, or what was wrong?
Ronnie was beyond stoked with this.
Oh, he was? Okay, all right.
Yeah, Ronnie was beyond pumped. But I did see The Rock walking through the pits with his little entourage of kids. I don't know who it was with their Lorocco shirts on. But that dude, I don't know what type of fucking drugs that dude's on. HGH, steroids,
he's jacked, dude.
Everything, bro. The dude was walking through the pits like it was almost like he was pissed because it was like he had veins like going through his neck and shit. Like I'm like this guy's pissed off. Like, I'm like, damn. This dude just left LA Fitness. Like he had a pump going on before that freaking fight lap.
He did, man. And I saw him in his O'Neill gear. I should take a photo of it.
I saw him smiling, talking to fans, and I was like, wow. Mike LaRocco smiled. I'm surprised they didn't turn a stone.
He's actually got a really good sense of humor.
I know.
When you get to know him a little bit. Well, yeah, A-Ray, let's get you back up here hosting a show. You got some time on your hands. Congratulations on a great career. 85% of pro racers would take your career in a second. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
You did a lot of good, cool things, man, so be proud of that.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks, man.
All right.
I appreciate it.
See you,
Thank
Ray.
you.
Hell yeah, Ray.
Later.
He's just in my ass.
Yep.
There goes my hero.
Yep.
Shame. Well, honestly, or not.
I mean, Kellen, you've been following the sport. The gentleman gave us So many.
So many.
Like this year at Salt Lake, first practice session, he's fucking sideways and upside down like the first time he did the track.
Oh, it is a little bit of a bummer that we don't get the there's A-Ray off the track. There he is over the berm. There's tough blocks on the track. I bet it was A-Ray or whatever anymore.
Yeah,
don't get it.
We're the real losers of this.
Yeah, I know.
Our highlight reel.
Poor us.
Poor us. Anybody think about us? Right?
I'm telling you, we got to have Hardy be the new A-Ray Memorial pop-up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, everybody. Hey, so Lewis Phillips, our guy, he went over to the UK, watched the opening round of the British World Supercross round, and because it's super late in London, Kellen came in a little bit early, and we called up our buddy Lewis Phillips to talk to us about what he saw, what happened, the ups, the downs, the cardboard tough box, all of it. So thanks to the folks at EVS Sports for bringing us Lewis Phillips. And, here's Lewis and I and Kellen talking about the World Supercross round, the opener, a little bit of MXGP talk as well. So we'll be right back after this, everybody. Here's a conversation. All right, everybody. Next up here on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports, the original protective gear company. They've been protecting champions and riders for over 30 years. Chisholm, Axel Hodges, Travis Pastrana. And they also help out RJ Hampshire. And if you know anything about RJ Hampshire, then you know that EVS protection gear is really good. So thank you to the folks at EVS. Pulp30 is the code to save at EVS. What started out as one knee brace has evolved into a full line of protective gear to help keep riders safe. All right, the opening round of the WSX Series was over in the UK this past weekend, and I want to talk about that on the show. I want to talk about some of the results and everything else that happened. But there was only one man that I know of that was boots on the ground in the UK covering World Supercross. Lewis Phillips, what's up, buddy? How are you?
Good, thank you. Yes, my boots were firmly on the ground. I was, eyes and ears were wide open, and I was taking it all in.
Nice. Okay, so you were also at the one last year. I went to that one as well, the opener in Cardiff. No rapping, though? No concerts this year?
No, none of that, which is a shame because I'm a big fan of music.
Yeah, we know this, right? Absolutely.
But they disappeared without mention, which is weird.
But the cardboard tough blocks, of which I love, they were back. They were back.
Yep, and there were just as many casualties as last year, sadly.
We were talking.
The cardboard boxes need a union fast.
Yeah, they are not treated right. There's no way. Our buddy Kate said they're going to bring in some foam ones, I guess, but I don't know, man. I love the ease at which the cardboard boxes get kicked out onto the track everywhere. So.
My favorite part was on Friday when I walked into the stadium and I got a behind-the-scenes look at the cardboard boxes being prepped.
Yeah,
I felt like that was what it's like to be behind the scenes.
Yeah,
is that why they were in the grandstands?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if they were like covering the lower part of the seats with cardboard boxes too. Like they're just everywhere.
Yeah.
They're on the track. They're in the stands. They're anywhere you can see them.
All right, Lewis. What's the vibe? Let's do a vibe check. Friday before the race, Saturday before the race. Like you know a lot of these guys really well now. The American-based Supercross guys that were there. What was the vibe like?
I guess the first thing that really stood out to me is I'm surprised how little everyone prepared for this. Pretty much every single rider told me that they had like 1 day of riding and they haven't tested this part yet and they don't know what they're doing with this. So that was a shock. But we've got 91 days to round 2, so I guess that's not a laughing matter. But I guess this was just this is kind of like a pre-season race in a way. The series starts in September, so any kinks can definitely be worked out over the next 2 or 4 months.
They probably need to work on spacing of the races a little better, I would say. But they had the cancellation in France.
So,
yeah. So they've added Dubai for it, but I guess that's the best weekends. But yeah, you would like to see a little less of a gap than 91 days.
91 days is like, when you say that out loud, it's quite like, wow.
Yeah. I watched some highlights of the race. Ken Roxon the overall, McElrath won the overall, and SX2. What's your thoughts on the racing itself?
Honestly, it was all very similar to last year.
Yeah.
It kind of felt like this was just a direct follow-up to Cardiff. Not much changed as far as the event and the racing. The racing was chaotic. Obviously, everyone presumed that Kenny would run away with it. He didn't. He got stopped by the force that is Vince Freeze. We all saw that coming, of course. And I guess that's to do with the format. The reason they put that format in is for chaos and entertainment. So I guess it's working. But ultimately, yeah, the riders who we expected to win won. Everyone kind of slotted into their place despite the crazy format. And yeah, my biggest takeaway is it just felt like a carry-on from last year. It felt like we have never been away from WSX.
The floor plan looked pretty small than Cardiff, or was it, or am I just not catching it right on the video? Like it looked like a more of arena cross.
Yeah, this was the first time I've been in a soccer stadium, and I was surprised how small the floor was. But again, I don't know if that was just some sort of perception issue or like being in the American stadiums. Like the football stadiums are obviously massive, so maybe it was just a weird comparison. But it did feel small.
Mm-hmm.
The track, they could have made better use of the space. Like they had that switchback section, which was just inside. But for whatever reason, that seems to be a WSX thing. In Cardiff, we had a section like that. Melbourne had the flat S-turn. So that seems to be a section that they want to make their trademark, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But yeah, not many guys were happy with the track. Not much room for passing. Too basic.
Right.
It was really basic, to be honest. The only thing that made it technical was the soil was quite soft, so it got quite chewed up.
Mm.
Did you have many of the guys, or did you ask any of them about how the jump spacing feels, how the jump shapes feel? Because this is obviously not the same people that do U.S. Supercross, but a lot of these guys are more used to that. Is it the same? Did it look the same? Did they feel like it was the same?
I think it's different, but it's fine. I felt like it was all a lot mellower. So I guess you'd have a problem if these guys who don't build the AMA Supercross tracks are trying to build steeper, gnarlier transitions, because that's when it gets a bit hairy. The track was so mellow that it was fine, but I don't know if it was mellow because we've not got guys who are experienced building Supercross tracks, so they don't really know the way they should be. But as I said to a lot of riders, like everyone in the series, American or European, has a Supercross background. Like Subaras, guys like that, they can ride Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
So I was surprised that the track design looked like it was built as if we were getting a load of MXGP riders who had no previous experience in Supercross at all.
Well, do we think that maybe they just did that for the first round the same way, even in the U.S. sometimes the first few rounds are a little bit more tamed down? They don't want to hurt guys right away, so they start easy?
Yeah, I did hear that it was an effort to keep the riders safe, but then Cade told me it was for another reason that I forget right now. Cade, to be honest, no one is on top of WSX more than Cade. Cade is asking every question possible. He knows every flaw, every positive. Like, Cade is on top of everything. It's very surprising.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. So the Vince, the freeze win, just first turn chaos and got a start?
Yeah, well, Roxon's starts were terrible all night long. Like, which is surprising because I don't feel like they were that bad in AMA Supercross.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can't remember many Roxon hole shots, but I feel like he was always there or thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
To be honest, Freeze rode really well. Like, of course, the format suits him. A tighter track where you can't make passes suits him. All of that. But just watching Freeze, he looks better than maybe I can ever remember. But I feel like maybe that is a result of, look, these guys know this is an easier field. It's an easier championship. That must give guys like Freeze a lot of confidence because they believe they can do it for once, which is obviously quite a difference to AMA Supercross.
Yeah.
And I think that maybe just brings the best out of certain guys, and Freeze definitely falls into that category for me.
Savachi upset, spelling of his name, upset he wasn't in the press conference. Poor Joey.
But the spelling of his name is inexcusable.
Why wasn't he in the press conference?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Cade was mad that he wasn't invited to the press day.
Oh, Cade also. Okay.
Yes, again, Cade is on top of everything.
Listen, I think the MDK guys, they seem like they had a terrible weekend. So maybe MDK needs to, really shape up here.
Another rider on MDK, not Cade, told me that they are very late, but they have the potential to be good. So 91 days, and I guess we will see that potential.
In the second race, like Freeze gets the win, Roxon's behind him, but it says in the official results they get third and fourth because they jumped on a medical flag or didn't respect the medical flag. So when did that happen? Was that known in the stadium as well? Like what's the deal with that?
Yeah, that happened. There was fallout from that before the podium after the final main event, but it was never really communicated anywhere, which that was a problem last year. Like, stuff wasn't communicated very well in the stadium, and it was, unfortunately, exactly the same thing this year. Results, penalties, anything. There was no real education on what the situation was, what was going on, what had changed. And, yeah, it was just kind of like everyone was along for the ride.
But did you actually see it happen? Like, did you see them not respect the medical flag, as it says?
No, I didn't see it. Not with my own eyes, anyway.
Oh, okay.
Or with anyone else's, for that matter.
Reading your tweets and following along, Michael Lessie caused a red flag. I watched it on Chris Blose's Instagram, and Mike looked like he went from one side of the track to the other. And then, like, the red flag didn't come out enough or far enough for what you were thinking? Like, it took a long time?
Well, Mike was knocked out for 4 laps, which is, 4 minutes? Just shy of 4 minutes?
Yeah.
It took them 5 laps to bring the red flag out. And when they ultimately threw the red flag, it wasn't a red flag. An official just stepped out in front of Shane and gave him, like, the kill engine gesture, which was bizarre. And you could even see Shane, like, double-checked and was like, wait, what? Am I stopping racing? What am I, like... But honestly, that whole situation needs to be addressed because the yellow flags were atrocious. The medical flags were atrocious. The next lap they came around, Shane and Max tripled onto the tabletop. Mike was pretty much on the landing of the tabletop. Shane and Max had to landed on the tabletop, slammed on their brakes so hard that we are very lucky that Shane and Max didn't join Mike on the ground.
Jeez.
And then even once we had the medical flags out, they were positioned on the inside after the turn. So effectively every lap, Shane and Max went round and had no idea whether they were meant to commit to the section or roll. So
the flagging in American Supercross is often bad. So what you're saying is the WSX guys don't have any sort of lockdown on great flagging either.
I can say I have never seen something like this.
Wow.
Even once they eventually stopped the race, the fans were screaming, like, about time. Like, really, everyone was very... To be honest, I thought that the Mike situation was extremely serious. He was not moving for a very long time. And there was... it was such an obvious red flag. Like, it should have been red flagged on lap 1.
Did they have a red flag or no? Do we need to get him a red flag?
Sounds like not.
Yeah.
There was a rumor that the reason the red flag wasn't thrown sooner is because they didn't have one to hand. I don't know how true that is.
Okay, all right.
But that was definitely something that went around.
Lewis Phillips on the PulpMX Show, brought to you by the folks at EVS Sports. Pulp30 is the code to save, evs-sports.com. Chiz, also using EVS, and Chiz in the World Supercross round at round 1 as well. Speaking of the crowd, how was it? How was the fans? I thought at Cardiff, in the pits and walking around, genuinely the fans were very stoked. I felt like they were awesome. They were stoked to be there and really happy to see Tomac, Roxon, and all those guys. How was it for you?
Yeah, there's been a lot of negativity about how empty the stadium was online, but truthfully, I don't think that we can expect any more from British motocross than the turnout we had. It's the middle of the summer. Tomac isn't there this year. The lineup isn't maybe as strong. There's not the intrigue of Tomac versus Roxon, which I would think sold a majority of the tickets last year. So it didn't look great on TV because 2 ends of the stadium were just completely empty. But as far as British motocross standards, I think it was a success.
No Phil.
And they were into it, to your point.
Yeah, no Phil either.
No, and we saw last year that was the main reason they turned up.
No, absolutely.
Can you walk us through the Enzo Lopes story of the day? Because all I had originally heard was, like, Lopes' shoulder is out, he's done, and then I look at the results, and he finished 3rd overall. So, what's the deal? What happened?
Phil was trying to get a hold of him on a WhatsApp after practice and said, his shoulder's out, he's fucked, it sucks, he's done, I can't fucking believe it. And then, I'm like you, Kellen, 3rd?
Yeah, he popped his shoulder out on like the second lap of practice and then walked into the medic tunnel. 2 minutes later, he was just stood on the side of the track watching, like nothing had ever happened, which was confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Then he told everyone that he was just going to tape it up and it would be fine. And now he's telling everyone that, yeah, I'm probably going to get surgery in the 91 days. So there's a wide range of emotions there.
Yeah.
But he did pop his shoulder out and somehow it was fine for the night.
Wow. So, yeah, it sounds like he rode really well. He was close to winning the third one, I think, right?
Yeah.
He caught Shane or something. So disappointments and surprises, rider-wise. Give us some surprises and give us some surprises for riders and disappointments.
I think, well, like I said, I think the biggest surprise would be Freeze.
Yep.
Just because he did genuinely look good. I know I've said that already, but you can put a lot of it down to his starts, for format, all of that. But he genuinely looked quite competitive, and like using the eye test, you could figure that out. I expected Colt to be better. Just, I feel like Colt could be the second best rider in this series and kind of run with that title. He hadn't broken in his race bike at all, so he was struggling with that on race day. They only have 2 practice sessions of like 10 minutes, which is no time at all, really. So yeah, maybe I would have expected more from Colt. I think Cade can do very well in this series. I think he should shoot for top 5 each week.
Wow. Got a lot of Cade talk.
I pulled him aside. We had this conversation. I really motivated him.
Well, Cade did tweet about this conversation. He said it was one of the best he's ever had or something like that.
Yep, that's what I do.
That's what you do.
Did you talk to him about the boat and the dominoes?
No.
Okay.
No, I feel like somehow I escaped from that conversation without harm.
Yeah.
I don't know if he doesn't know I was there or doesn't remember that I was on that show, but I don't feel like implicating myself.
Don't bring that up, I guess. It's just with Kellen. We'll just
Gosh. But so genuinely, like, you thought speed-wise he's better than Chiz and Brayton and Nichols and those guys? Because, like, I mean, those are legit dudes that he would have to beat too.
No, okay, this was going in. So Cade said to me that his goal was 5th to 8th, which I guess if you look on paper, that is kind of realistic. And I said, yeah, shoot for 5th to 8th, but definitely shoot for the top end of that. Because obviously stuff happens to those guys. They're not going to fill the top 5 every week. Well, look at the weekend. Colt wasn't in there. Brayson wasn't in there. And I think, I meant to bring this up with Cade, but I believe in his qualifying session, he had the second best time. So we can work with speed.
Yeah. I checked in with Weege about Brayton's 7th, and he said that they're just lucky to be out there at his age. So.
Well, this format probably isn't built for Brayton.
Yeah.
I don't think they had 39-year-olds in mind when they made this up.
Brayton, JB is saying he hurt his neck, too. So. All right, so disappointments?
What, rider-wise?
Yeah.
Well, Nichols, like I said, Seeley doesn't look great on paper, but I thought he rode quite well as well. Like using the eye test.
I was going to ask you about that because it wasn't good on paper. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously his AMA Supercross excursion was rough this year, but he looked more competitive. I felt like it looked like he was better prepared at least. So I would expect more from him coming up. I have no idea what happened to Harlan, who is spelt Harlin on the results.
Harlan,
weird.
Yeah.
But I saw him just watching in the middle of the track in the third main event, like leant up against his bike, just best seat in the house. Yeah. So I'm not sure what happened there, but you would expect him to be better than that.
He started the race and then pulled off? Or? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Or someone told me he got taken out, but the problem is with this format, so much happens in the space of like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It is so hard to keep track of what happened when, who, like, it is, I feel like it's impossible unless you sit and take frantic notes.
Last year we saw Freckle go like 13-1-13 or something, or something like that. And this year looked like more the same. He did really well in one race or 2 races and then crappy in the other.
Yeah, he should. I think he can win this, can't he?
Oh,
Let's
yeah.
be honest.
I think so.
He is in the McElrath-Anstey-Lopes conversation.
Sure.
I'm not sure what keeps happening in the one main event a night.
Right.
Because
that's what he went 1-1. Yeah, he went 1-1-16, I think, last year in Cardiff. Yeah.
But again, I think I want to clarify this with SX Global because every interview they do, they mention that they are all about the entertainment. So I think, based on that, I get the impression that they want results like that.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want someone to go 4-4-4.
Right.
They want craziness and, oh my God, I can't believe these wacky results. Which, to each their own, if that's the goal, then it's clearly working, because look at these results. No one was really consistent apart from Miller and Peters, who somehow managed to run the board with exactly the same results.
Peters is always going to Peter. Peter, see, that's it. What about, did we get to the bottom of the Melbourne logo on Roxon's jersey?
Yes. Apparently WSX can sell stuff against Roxon as part of the deal.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh.
So, like, he's got commitments as part of his deal, which I don't have. I still need to, like, clarify that and get my head wrapped around how exactly that works. But, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if when we get to Germany there is additional
Can we get
stuff going on.
If I go to the city of Winnipeg, could I get Winnipeg on his jersey?
If you've got the cash.
Yeah.
Well, we've already seen you're in with Wildcat. So
Wildcat performed this weekend, although it couldn't escape the PulpMX jinx, and a shock bolt fell out in the second moto. So,
at least Boutron came strong.
Oh yeah, Boutron had his best results since the opener. And I think you know this, Lewis, but we found out that Boutron and Jeffrey are talking a lot about suspension and settings and everything else.
Yeah, this is why I told Boutron to just ask Jeffrey for money to finish the season.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Why not?
Just do that. Like, it's quite simple. Jeffrey has a lot of it.
I was going to say, is Boutron the new man friend now that Ruben's out? Is that what we're missing in this whole thing?
Yeah.
No, Boutron's always, like, at every GP, Boutron just hangs around the side of the KTM truck. Like a fan, but obviously not a fan.
Yeah.
But he's just waiting for someone to come out so he can poach him for information.
Lorenzo told us he's big on, like, measuring the heights of tires and the widths, and he's got a shim stack in his notebook, and he's very, very analytical. So
you don't become an EMX Open champion without that sort of routine.
No, you don't.
Definitely
not at all. How was opening ceremonies and all that? Did Ralph and Jeff and Chad, did they know? Did you talk to them at all? Were they down? Were they happy?
What? Well, opening ceremonies, very similar to last year. Every single rider came out.
Okay.
Very funny because the riders who weren't interviewed had no idea how long to stay on the track.
Oh, yeah.
So you could just see them all looking around, like, clearly quite pissed off.
Yeah.
And then randomly Colt was the one who said, fuck this, started his bike and just rode off. And then everyone followed. And what? You've got 44 riders out there. So Colt started, and then you had apart from 5 of them, you had 39 riders snaking out of the stadium. It looked like a European beach race.
Like Homer in the bushes, just going backwards, just being like, I'm out of here.
Yeah, so I got a lot of joy out of that. And speaking of opening ceremonies and Ralph, another thing that tickled me is Ralph was reading the names, and he said, like, on the MCR bike, we've got Michael Alessi, very Von Burgundy.
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, like, Ralph, you've called this guy's career. You know it's Mike. Like, this is the same man.
Yeah. There's not another 800 out there. Well, we had Tim Cotter this weekend say it was Jose Burton from Wild Racing. So
that's close enough. It's close. It's in the ballpark.
Yeah.
But no, I was actually very happy because one of the gripes I've had is I feel like every interview that SX Global have done has been very PR speak. Like, they haven't really let the mask slip at all. And I was looking for a bit of humility, I guess you could call it. Just a bit of, like, you know what, we are new to this and we're going to make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So I interviewed Chad on press day. And, like, my first question to him was, look, there's been a lot of PR speak, but you're real, so let's get real for a second. What's wrong with this series? Like, what do you need to fix? What are you and Adam butting heads on? And he gave a fairly honest answer. I mean, he didn't actually touch on anything specifically, but it was more like, I feel like when he was on Pulp, he was, peddling the series quite hard.
Yeah, there was some criticism I got from listeners that he was like, selling it a little hard.
It was less than that, though. So I was quite happy that there was some realism to the comments from the official team, which is what I'm hoping to get from Adam later this week.
Yep. Okay.
But, overall, obviously, you were at Cardiff. I think my biggest surprise is we are 8 months on, and I can't really see much that has changed, either for the worse or better, which is odd to me. I feel like, it's been 8 months. I kind of expected to walk in and see a completely different series, almost unrecognizable. Obviously, that's why there's a pilot season. We learned all of this, let's throw that out and start again for real. But, it was mostly the same. Format didn't change. Okay. Opening ceremonies was the same. If you ask me for the biggest difference between Birmingham and Cardiff, I don't know if I can even give you one.
Okay.
Well, so I haven't been to any of these races yet. Is there you can see people with FIM shirts down there shooing people around the same way that the AMA does here? Is there some sort of you can actually see the whole production going on, or is it very much just suddenly guys are on the gate and then we're going, and it doesn't seem like there's much rhyme or reason to it?
Great question, Kellen, actually, because obviously I'm quite familiar with the FIM. Every year in MXGP at round 1, there is an FIM representative who's in the press conference and kind of opens the series. Last year at WSX, same thing. Adam Bailey, Tony Cochran, and an FIM representative opening the series. This year, there was no FIM representative kind of there as a public figure. Which I actually asked the PR team and said, it's a bit odd, no? They do that with MXGP. They did it last year. Apparently, there was the PR person there from the FIM. So someone was there.
Was that Gypsy, or was that...
No, he was the PR person for the series.
Oh, okay, got it.
You've got your wires crossed.
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad.
Close, though.
My bad.
That was weird to me. And so, again, I had my eyes and ears open to everything. So I noticed that and kind of tried to figure it out. But there were people in FIM shirts on the floor, but to your point, it felt like there wasn't much rhyme or reason to things, which leads me perfectly to another moment that tickled me. So after the Alessi red flag, we did a staggered restart. And 2 great things about the staggered restart that I will never forget. One, there was a guy with a green flag, but he stood with it above his head and didn't do anything. He just stood with it above his head like a pole. And for some reason, then an official who I believe was wearing an FIM shirt, but maybe not, went up to Shane and gave him a thumbs up, which meant go. And I have no idea why the man didn't wave the green flag, because that's how you do it. So then the guy gave Shane the thumbs up, and Shane again kind of looks very confused. So the official just went, yeah, go.
Well,
but the second best part of this is the track snake. After turn 2, you cross the start straight. So the guys at the back of the staggered restart were in the track. And the guys at the back did not obey the staggered restart at all. Because after the leaders went, they fled like they feared for their lives. And to be honest, they needed to, because if they had stayed there and obeyed the staggered restart, they would have died.
Well, to me, that green flag thing sounds maybe the most FIM that I can think of, because in GPs, isn't it, I don't know if it's Ingo Parch still or whatever his name is, but doesn't he walk across the start gate just holding a green flag and then puts it down, and then they put the 15 card up or whatever? There's no rhyme or reason as to why he does that.
That is true. That is true. I believe you're right.
Yeah, but that's a start.
No, I know, but I'm saying that seems like the same thing. Just a guy holding a green flag saying, the session is about to go green, I guess, is what the point of that would be.
No, Ingo Parks walks across as in he checks everyone's in their position, checks there's no issues, and then he raises the green flag behind the start to tell the 15-second board people, we're good. Let's go racing.
But I thought he was in the middle of the starting straight, and then he walks behind the board people, just holding the green flag.
No, he walks behind the riders and waves the green flag.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's different.
Whereas this man just stood with the green flag, and the riders were told that you aren't allowed to pass until you pass this man. So his purpose was just a marker, which again confused me, because he could have waved the green flag and the riders could have gone.
They either had a thumb guy or a green flag guy, and they had to pick. They had to go one or the other.
These are the observations that I left with.
Right.
Wow.
Well, listen, they got 91 days to tighten it up. So
I am very, very interested to see what happens in Singapore, because it's obviously in England, you've got Anstey, you've got Wilson. That's a good platform to start from. Add Roxon, it's good. Australia, I feel like Australian fans really feel a sense of ownership with this series because obviously SX Global comes from there. And I see a lot of Australian fans who kind of hold it dear to their heart. So obviously Melbourne worked. Singapore, that could be the most amazing event ever and a sellout, or it could be empty. I have no idea. So I'm really curious to see what the hell happens. And also whether they make changes, because as I said, I haven't seen much at all. If anything, to be honest, I don't know if you remember, but at Cardiff, the press conference setup was quite cool, wasn't it? Do you remember they had like a structure?
Yeah.
And it was all quite Formula One and felt like a step forward. Whereas this year, they just had a backdrop and a table. And again, I was like, well, hang on, this feels like we've gone backwards.
Right.
It's a press conference, so who cares, I guess. The fans will never see it. But once again, I had my eyes and ears open to everything. So that again made me wonder, like, well, hang on, how have we, like, they should have kept that setup. It was really cool and really professional and made an impact on me where I'm talking about it a year later.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Huh. Well, yeah, hopefully, they'll figure things out. The field is good. There's a good depth of riders. Like I feel like everybody's pretty close. The way the format is, will work as well to keep it all close. So that's all interesting and to watch. But yeah, it is. In 91 days, I'm not going to be able to tell you anything about the UK round and what happened and where we're at. So
they said that they have no interest in starting in July ever again, and they want to start August at the earliest.
Yeah,
which kind of makes me wonder. Like originally, they came out and said we don't want to be an off-season series. We're going to compete with it. We're going to go alongside the nationals and the summer races. Blah blah blah. Whereas now saying that they want to do August at the earliest, that kind of sounds like they're going back towards an off-season series, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, honestly, it might be the best thing they can do is do that, attract attention. There's something going on in the off-season,
I would imagine they realized that, but yeah, maybe the plan is down the road to extend into the summer, but September until November seems like a prime opportunity for them.
Any conversations with Rick Ware?
No, I've never done that, actually.
Oh, Rick's great. Rick's awesome.
Honestly, I just spent all of my time talking to Cade and Roger Harvey.
Oh, well, okay. I mean, not a bad duo. Yeah. Was Genova there?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Big guns.
Yeah, to be honest, everyone was kind of there who you would expect. Like Garibaldi was there instead of Indonesia.
Okay. Wow.
Which, again, that kind of made me go like, oh, wow, this is clearly taken quite serious.
Right.
Yeah, there was no one missing who I would have thought should be there.
Interesting. MXGP talk before we go. Lewis here on the PulpMX show, brought to you by EVS Sports. Pulp30 is the code to save at evs-sports.com. Kellen and I were talking before we got you on the phone, and dude, I thought Yago, I just was like, there's no way Yago's got a chance at this. Like, it's not going to happen. Like, he's missed too much, but he goes 1-1-1 this weekend, including the Saturday qualifier race. He's 40 points back. Like, he could actually win this.
Yeah, it kind of, I was with you. I thought there was no way, but suddenly it feels like we blinked and he's in it.
I know, right? Yeah.
I think it's going to cut. It's between Adamo and Gertz now, because I think DeWolf is only, off the top of my head, DeWolf is like 11 points clear of Gertz. So that's effectively a straight up shootout between the two, and you've got to put your money on Gertz. Adamo is the only one who really has a buffer now over Gertz, where maybe he could get it done, but yeah, I think
Adamo is good at
those two.
And Adamo is kind of like not a one soil specialist. He's pretty good everywhere. So
yeah, he's not great in the sand.
Right.
He's probably a 6th, 7th, 8th place rider in the sand, but he's been working on that with Caroli like a lot.
Right.
I hear that even between hard pack races, they've been a normal. So obviously they've realised that. But Adamo is a little bit like a young Caroli. He doesn't make mistakes. He's there every week. Sometimes he settles and like takes what he can get, but he's just there every week. He doesn't put a foot wrong, really. So there's a good chance that he could take it. But yeah, between Adamo and Gertz, I would say.
Do you have a favorite of those two? Like, do you think Gertz is going to get him, or do you think Adamo's too consistent to lose it at this point?
Before this weekend just gone, my favorite was Adamo. But now I think that Gertz will do it. But it's kind of like recency bias because Gertz was great and he swept Indonesia, but Gertz was also great at the start of the season, and then round 4 or 5, he threw it away with stupid crashes, mistakes, tip-overs, and started losing points. So there's nothing to say that old Iago might not come out next weekend, the weekend after, and suddenly Adamo hasn't lost any points or maybe gained some. But right now, we've got Lommel coming up, we've got the Dutch GP coming up, we've got the Finnish GP coming up. There's a lot of sand, so I think Gertz will get it done.
We got out of the 4 motos in Indonesia, we got 3/8, while the Beta Watson train got like 3/12.
Honestly, we had a rough trip to Asia. It wasn't for us, but that's why I'm going to the next round in Lockett. I am going to do what I need to do to get us on the right track. Maybe I'll stick a twig in Ferrato's front wheel or something, or take out some spokes, whatever needs to be done, and we will gain the points that we need.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Because right now the Ferrato Watson wagon battle it's over.
It's over.
I wonder if Ferrato will punch me when he sees me.
Can you get me a Ferrato jersey?
Haven't you got one?
Yeah, but I need another one.
You want a slim down
Yes,
Ferrato jersey?
yes. The other one I have is double XL. Yeah,
The other one is custom made.
yeah. This one is, that was MX2 Ferrato. So,
in case you were wondering, MXGP wise, Fevra hates Prado, and that's not gotten any better after the weekend. So just
I didn't see any highlights.
Well, they banged the bars a few times, and Prado, like when he took the lead in the first race, like kind of cut over on him pretty hard, right?
Yeah. Fevra hates Prado, and that's not changed. To this day, maybe my favorite interview I've ever done was Mantova in 2021, when Prado on the microphone was going, Fevra just called me an arsehole, and I don't know what I did.
Well, Prado's got a little bit of Mike Alessi in him, in Mike's prime, where, he tends to move all over the place, and he tends to get good starts, and then just go, what? So,
yeah, that was exactly the interview. But,
oh, man.
Yeah, Fevra and Prado are not going to be sending each other Christmas cards.
I feel like I don't hear that as much from Prado about this year, because he's better, right? But
I guess because he's just in front of them?
Yeah, he's just better. He hasn't like get caught and then had to fight, right? He's just speed-wise, he's good. So
it doesn't matter if Prado becomes the cleanest rider in the world. Fevra's opinion will never change.
Right. Okay. Well, call you back up in 91 days for round 2 update for World Supercross.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm allowed to go to Singapore.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Maybe I'll be the thumbs up guy.
There you go. Yeah, that'd be great. All right, Lewis. Well, thanks for the intel on round 2 WSX, and EVS Sports Pulp 30 is the code to save it. EVS-sports.com, and we will talk soon, Lewis. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the voicemails about this call.
Sounds good. See ya.
See you, Lewis.
See ya.
All right, everybody. That's Lewis Phillips talking about the opening round of the UK. The thumbs up guy was great. We're going to try to get some cardboard tough blocks for the studio here.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's do it.
Like with WSX banners on it and everything?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Love it. No, that series is interesting. I just watched the highlights. I didn't watch the individual races, so just watched the highlights. And, yeah.
It was tough. I mean, like, it was happening at the same exact time as Redbud for us. And Wi-Fi-wise, it wasn't really easy to pull up the live stream in the media tent. So
No, absolutely not. Michelin guys are on board with us, of course, whether it's motocross, whether it's a street bike racing, whether it's the cruising market. Michelin's got a tire for you. Also, mountain bike guys, they've been really great tires with mountain bikes. The E-Wild series is fantastic. So thank you to Michelin for the Starcross 6s. Thanks for all of their tires across the range. MichelinMan.com/motorcycle to learn more about the complete offering of Michelin motorcycle tires, and of 6 versions for that SC6. Sand, mud, medium soft, medium hard, and hard versions. All of it available, and really good tires. They got rebates going on as well from our buddy Randy, as he mentioned. So please check it out, MichelinMan.com/motorcycle. And the 9 o'clock hour brought to you by the folks at Acerbis USA. At Acerbis USA, whether it's disc guards, frame guards, chain blocks, and slider kits. replica plastic kits as well. Love the Acerbi stuff. Fits great. Cooper Webb, Adam Cianciarillo, Justin Barsha, Anderson, a few others. Use Acerbis. Fork lug protectors. I mean, hey, you never can have enough of those things. At Acerbis USA on social. They got some cool plastic they've been putting out all year long. And thank you to the folks at Troll Training as well. TrollTraining.com. They got a Loretta Lynn's boot camp coming up with some Will Hahn guy. The Troll Training guys and Will Hahn teaming up to do that. So go to TrollTraining.com to learn more from those guys. And I think Troll Training is going to do a Wildcat sponsorship coming up.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is the flip off war over?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We have decided to call it off for outdoors.
Okay.
It was stressing us both out too much. We were not sleeping.
Stressing out.
We were too worried about it. It was affecting our lives. So we decided to call it off. Yeah.
Is this from you first or from him first? Who came to who to say let's stop this?
Kellen Brauer, everybody, on the show. Brought to you by the folks at Decal Works. It was me.
Okay. Was it just the loss after loss after loss that was really wearing down on you?
Yeah, I had a lead on him outdoors though.
Yeah?
But I couldn't do it.
Did you ever find out who the ringer was? Who was the insider giving him details?
No, I never did.
All right.
Yeah, complete bullshit. So thanks to Lewis Phillips, by the way, for calling in. Appreciate that. EVS Sports as well. All right, motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon. No, that's my mom.
It's the motorsport.com tweets at Tallon segment.
Motorsport.com, OEM and aftermarket parts at great prices, great return policy as well. Whether it's Honda, Yamaha, Kawasaki, Suzuki, Honda, they got parts for you. They got e-bikes as well. Big e-bike guys at motorsport.com. Free shipping on everything over $79. Great return policy as well. They got a dedicated team of gearheads over there like Tallon. Tallon, did I miss anything in promoting motorsport?
4th of July sale ends tomorrow. You can get up to 60% off on some gear, discounts on OEM parts, and we have some pretty good deals going on.
All right. YZ250 are giving away for outdoors, too. They got a YZ250 contest going on.
I'm not eligible for that, so I'm butthurt.
Okay, fantastic. Moving on. These questions are submitted to @PulpMX Show on Twitter, and Tallon picks the best ones and reads it to us. Let's do this.
From the Brop crew, since we just were talking about the World Supercross. Round 1 overall rating, looking at the track layout, the racing, broadcast, etc., with 10 being the highest.
Well, I only watch highlights, so I don't know if I'm really judge. I'm a really good judge here.
Yeah, I don't know. 6 or 7, I guess.
Sure.
This is riveting. Brett Clark. Steve, when it comes time to pass the pulp torch, which of the following would be in line to make the show less janky? Lewis, Darkside, Marks, Lone Wolf, or Frappy Pete? And we'll throw Kellen in there. There's 3 right answers if we throw Kellen in there.
Less janky. Like what would make the show less janky?
Upping the professionalism,
when you're ready to.
Yeah,
it's like when you're ready to step down or something.
Yeah, but then what?
Yeah,
who takes over?
Well, it was more than that. It was something else.
It was less janky too. But I don't understand. I feel like
if only Tallon could read the question back and all of us are discussing this.
When it comes time to pass the torch, which of the following would be in line to make the show less janky?
Okay.
But I feel like
it's worded oddly.
It is worded oddly.
Yeah.
Frappy Pete.
All right.
Wow. Yeah.
He has the funding.
I'm leaving.
It could be a golf show.
I'm leaving.
It would just be a golf show.
Yeah.
There was only 2 wrong answers, and they were me and Tits, and you picked one of them.
So today on the par 4, I had a 7-iron, and I'll tell you what, I was about 20 yards short.
Par 4, shot a 7.
Yeah.
Good job, Tits.
Oh man.
From Ray Atwood, who would be the best to watch on a GoPro, RJ or A-Ray?
Oh.
I think RJ.
I think RJ too. Yeah.
Like A-Ray would be. Honestly, I don't think you would capture enough of the wild moments A-Ray has because it's all happening at the rear of the motorcycle. RJ would be just like, oh, he's passing that guy. Oh, he's crossing over here. It's all over the place.
Yeah. Oh, he saved it. Oh, he won. Oh, he crashed. Yeah. All of it. All of it. I'll go RJ too.
Steve's elevator mechanic. Kellen, what is a better drop? We Just Laugh or Steve's Wildcat?
Should we play both just so we have?
Yeah, let's hear him fresh. Let's hear him.
There we go.
I think I'm gonna go We Just Laugh.
They're
it's
both so good.
They're both very good, but I feel like We Just Laugh, especially Marks or whoever it is that does the drops. You guys put it in very well opportune times.
Yeah.
I feel like.
I like the Wildcat.
You like the Wildcat?
It's good.
The Wildcat's not even from Pulp. It's from the review show. Like it's out of line. It's taken out of context.
I'm an equal opportunity dropper over here. So.
Is that the first time that you've had like a Pulp drop not from the Pulp show?
I think so.
Really?
No, it's happened.
Well, I mean, like that's of
It's
Steve
not often.
or
It's not
someone else
often.
like
I
that.
think, I think we have. I think the JT Wine and Dine in '69 is that from the review show? I'm pretty sure that one is.
Okay. I don't know.
From 671 Mac, Steve, do you think Mitch will let Kitch run the steak pegs?
That's a great question. Yeah. I mean, he let Mumphy run the ankle savers. So yeah.
I kind of feel like Mitch is willing to do anything
Yeah.
to make those guys happy and win races for him.
Right. Yeah, he's letting Kitch train in Florida and California a little bit. So yeah.
From Heather's Stopwatch, Kellen, is there any chance we see you bring a bigger focus to the GPs on Racer X, or going to be more GPs to cover the races in the future? Or are you going to more GPs to cover the races?
I mean, I would certainly love to, but it's tough. With our current schedule, we do have a lot of heavily focused U.S. side stuff.
And it doesn't get clicks.
Yeah, it's kind of the truth, right? Like we do have some GP related content and it doesn't get much traction usually, so that's the unfortunate side of it. And in terms of going to GPs, like it was a perfect storm that I went to the last two in 2021 because title race was close. It made sense going to one city for 2 rounds. I don't know if that's going to happen again, but if there's storylines to cover, I think they're interested in covering them for sure.
My interest since Jeffrey went out has dropped a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the 450 class has become kind of a foregone conclusion. Yeah. And is MX2 enough to say like, hey, we got to go cover it and all this? I don't know.
Yeah.
From O Sashes, I've heard it pushed around in at least semi-legitimate spaces that Suzuki is in fact going E-Start for 2025. Is there any truth to this or just rumor BS?
How the hell would you have 2025 RM Army info? You know, like I don't know. I'm not saying this guy's wrong, but I mean,
it's an updated bike, but no E-Start for 24. I think Kiefer said something.
Kiefer said it was coming with E-Start. So if anybody wants to get on Kiefer,
well, I think they've already posted about their 2024 models.
Yeah, no, it's out.
It's not any E-Starts.
Right. So Kiefer said it was.
Well, he says maybe they'd come out with like an FE. That would be E-Start.
But you're fucked.
Bless you.
Thank you. All
right. From Ezra Banks. Kellen, do you think the addition of paid content into MX bikes has hurt the progression of the game? It seems like lots of people are unhappy with the state of the game right now and making the switch back to MX Sim.
It's a loaded question.
Which games are you talking about?
MX Bikes.
What's that?
It's a different simulated game. So there's 2 simulation games that are really kind of like the popular ones right now.
Is it the one that you do, Start Your Systems?
Well, I play both of them and I cover both of them, but like the racing series that I cover is in MX Simulator.
But you just said... Okay, never mind.
Okay. Yeah. To answer the question, you know, I think it's going to make some people unhappy, but I do think it's hurt the community. And I think that if you go back to a decade ago when MX Sim went to more paid mod stuff in the community, that it really fragmented people and a lot of people weren't happy about it back then. And a lot of people left the community. And I think we're starting to see that kind of same wave happen in MX Bikes. It's too small of a game. It's too small of a community to bank on the fact that everyone's willing to pay for created content. And I agree that the creators deserve to be paid because they're putting in a lot of time and effort, but I think it's just too small of a community to be successful. So yes, I do think it's hurt it.
From MXG, address the suspicious timing of Webb taking the weekend off after signing with Yamaha. Thanks.
Did he sign? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I think.
I mean, this week. Yeah, I don't think that's...
He crashed. I know he crashed. But, yeah, I don't know.
From Jimmy G. Gentlemen, is Kawasaki offering Masterpool engines or parts? I can't understand why they wouldn't. Cowie looks worse when a top 5 guy blows up... With the top 5 guys' bike blowing up after a privateer beating their factory riders.
As with any, like, privateer that's crushing it, or whatever brand they are, they will get... If they go to Cowie and say, hey, can you get some clutch baskets? Or, you know, we're chewing up through... we're chewing valves up, whatever it is, they'll help out. They'll give them production stuff. They're not going to give them factory stuff, but all these OEMs, like when Freddie was crushing it at Honda, they were giving them parts, and The Blue Crew guys are giving out parts as well to guys. So all these OEMs will do it. They just got to be asked and figure it out. So
Another one from Jimmy G. Do you think Dungey would have found the podium if he made his outdoor comeback this year over last year?
I don't know.
I'll say yes.
Sure, yeah.
From Greg Wilcox. Kellen, who's your USA MXON picks?
Yeah, loaded question. I think, like I said, based on what I think is going to happen, I could see it being at this very second Chase, Deegan, and like AP or maybe Barsha. Something like that.
Would you like to bet that Chase doesn't go?
I'm not really a gambler.
Okay. Right.
I just feel that like Chase is really prideful in it, in my opinion,
Well, they
from
all
what I
are.
understand.
They all
are,
yeah.
but I feel like having been on the winning team and then not being able to go back and rep the number one is what he would be ending up with over there. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's too big of a draw to skip.
Okay.
From Jamie J 227. What and where is Kenny Watson these days?
Kenny's working at Paris Raceway. He's a marketing guy there. He's around. He only texts me when he really wants a phone number. He just texts me, Kellen number, and I send it to him. He goes, thanks. So
I haven't got any text from him.
No, well, that's just used
I know.
But yeah, he's around. So Kenny's alive and well.
I'm a kinky bastard, okay?
From LL Cool James 425 for Kellen. Does Hunter keep the red plate for all of outdoors?
Oh, man. Yes.
From Todd Krieg 531. Steve, who would you be more afraid to arm wrestle, JT or Larocco? Whose biceps are bigger?
Well, I feel like Larocco's bigger guy, so more leverage. Bigger arms, longer arms, more leverage.
I would immediately lose to both, so I don't have any
Okay.
skin in the game.
I'll go LaRock.
He'd stare daggers through you, though.
Yeah. Good guy, Larocco.
From Not So Average Joe, do you guys feel as if this Dylan struggle with the bike is a him thing or the actual motorcycle? And do you think Eli would have figured it out by now?
Yeah, we actually touched on that in the interview with Dylan there a little bit. I don't think, like Kellen said, Dylan's not giving you excuses. He's saying he's not comfy with the bike.
Yeah, and I feel we don't give enough credit to the fact that, he came off a really tough injury to deal with and then has little to no help developing the bike right now on a new platform outdoors for the first time. I don't know. That's a pretty tall hill to climb.
Yep.
McG 194. How long until Jet pulls a Bubba and rips all the tear-offs on the line?
Ooh. Probably not long, the way it's going.
Well,
no, I'm kidding.
He does hit a lot of lappers, unfortunately, so I think you'd need a few at least.
From Lax Defense Coach, who is the 250 free agent that everyone is waiting on a decision before everyone else signs, per Mr. Maeda and A-Ray?
They said there's a 250 guy that's holding everything up.
Is there a big guy who hasn't signed yet?
I don't know what Justin Cooper's doing. I think he's going to the 450 side over there, but I don't know for sure.
But does that
hold everybody
free
up
a star space?
Not
I don't
really.
really
I
think
don't
so.
think so. No.
All right. Is it Voland?
No, he's not holding everything up, but no.
But he could be a free agent that maybe people are waiting on because
he's fourth in line or whatever. Like Kitch and Shimoda.
Well,
they've
so
all signed.
I have a question for you. I feel like there was a little bit of rumblings that if Voland was out, Kitchen would be in at KTM, but then we know Kitchen's not going there. If Voland is out at KTM, who goes there?
Yeah, I don't know. They offered it to Kitch rode the bike, and then Shimoda. Yeah, they were trying those two guys.
But neither of those guys are going there. So.
I know.
From Heather's Stopwatch, Steve, were you stressed at any point that the Pulp sticker curse would affect the PulpMX Wildcat race team and mess up their solid season?
It kind of did. A shock bolt fell out. We had 3 out of 4 good motos, and then a shock bolt fell out. So it kind of lurked the PulpMX deal.
Well, they did only put one. You had those PulpMX Wildcat stickers.
Yeah.
I think they only put it on Locurcio's front fender, not
Yeah,
Boutron's.
that's true.
And Boutron finished both motos, so.
I got some of those stickers to give away. Contact Marks and figure it out, Marks. And if you want some PulpMX Wildcat stickers.
Contact Marks.
Just DM him.
Yeah, DM Marks.
I don't open my DMs, so that won't work.
Okay, well, sorry everybody. Marks is fucking you over.
Yep. Sorry everybody.
Last one from Lightning, Mr. 78. He says, Steve, if you have a 10th anniversary Lasergate show reviewing the show about a show with the original suspects, he'll consider forgiving you for your fireworks rant.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'll keep that in mind.
Laser.
I mean, I said DV's coming up here, but I thought it was after Washougal, but it's not.
Before, right?
It's before. It's after.
Well,
Millville,
you could preview reliving it all.
100% when DV's in there, we will discuss the Lasergate show and get into it. And then what will DV? What will DV be?
Fuck you, you're fired.
I mean, he.
Do you think you could get either Genova or Leslie to call in and talk about it?
No, I don't. Do you?
What the hell?
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
I feel like they might. Why not?
Tony might.
Yeah, maybe. You could get them.
Not. N-O-T.
Because I feel like I was listening to Re-Raceables with you talking recently about maybe reviewing this one, but you're like, none of those guys would ever call in.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I feel like you could get one of them.
I was wrong.
Jeff Alessi on?
I don't know.
Jeff, what exactly were you thinking?
I will say the unfortunate thing is Jeff stops by some of my streams, and immediately people will go to the lasers.
Yeah.
Right away.
Yeah.
10 years on, people will be like, you got your laser pointer on you in
Right.
the chat room? And it's like, come on.
Yeah. No,
You're out of your mind, dude.
Yep. All right.
No!
That's horrible.
Motorsport.com, tweet at Tallon segment. Thank you to Motorsport guys. Great guys, huh, Tallon?
Great guys.
You been enjoying your time at Motorsport as a gearhead?
Yeah, it's fun. And it's nice working from home too, and saving on gas, and just I don't know. It's just nice working from home. Everyone's cool. Like we have a group chat where we all talk all day, and we talk moto. Like I had to work this Saturday, so we're just talking about the race and hanging out.
Do people know that you work for the Pulp Show? Like, do they know who you are? Like Wolfie? Like you're a star?
Wolfie.
The people that listen know, but I mean, I don't think anyone's ever really like announced it. But
okay.
If you know, you know.
Oh wow. Okay.
If you know, you know.
Okay. Goddamn.
All right.
Well, Kellen Army was in effect this weekend, so you're a fan.
Sorry that you caught me at a time when I was stopped in the middle.
No, this is great for you.
Yeah.
You're getting publicity.
Yes.
You're getting fame.
I'm loving it.
Like McDonald's. All right, everybody. 702-586-7857. You can call anytime, leave a voicemail. And we're going to play them this week. We don't always have time, but we got time this week to play the voicemails. Here's the best of the best that was for the voicemail line. And let me tell you, some real fucking nut jobs out there. All right, here we go.
Hey, Steve. Driving into work this morning and listening to the show. Man, when you surprised Daniel with Jim, I was literally sitting into my truck in traffic at a stoplight grinning, like by myself. Just anybody saw me, they probably like, what's wrong with this guy? But that was great. Great stuff.
Yeah, that was fun.
Great stuff. That's a pair right there, a good combo. Anyway, really enjoyed the show. Always enjoy your stuff. Thank you.
Look at that, a nice voicemail. We're coming in hot with a nice voicemail. Yeah, Daniel was scheduled for a long time because he had some stuff going on in California with Orange Brigade. So Daniel was scheduled for a long time to come in here. And then I was talking to Jim about coming up, and we were kicking around some different stuff. And then I thought, hey, Daniel's coming. Do you want to come in with him? And then he's like, absolutely. And then I'm like, well, let's do it as a surprise. Let's not tell Daniel. Come in at 5:05. And he thought that was even better, and there we go. So Daniel was really happy, like legitimately stoked to see Uncle Jim.
Of all your like regular-ish co-hosts, is that the best like you can surprise him with this person moment, or is there another co-host you could think of that like if you were able to work it out that X other co-host came in?
Paul Lindsay and Kenny Watson.
I was thinking like Weege and JB.
Yeah, that would be
something
pretty
like
good.
that. Yeah,
that would be pretty good.
Blow his mind.
Yep.
Hopefully one will whip up a titty.
Opie.
Darkside needs to stop telling you that he gave you a heads up on how bad of a shape that bike was in.
Thank you.
Guy could have told you, I told you it was in bad shape. Oh, it's a relative term, right? That's subjective to each individual person. So you're sitting there, it's bad shape. You know what? I probably got to replace some parts, this, that, and the other, where dark side is like, all the bolts are rusted and it's shit. Like, Dark Side saying you're making it seem like it's a 5 out of 10 on the bad shape scale when it's a 10 out of 10 on the bad shape scale. And Steve thinks he's getting a 5 out of 10 and you gave him a 10 out of 10. Of course he's a little frustrated by it. Come on, dork. Come on, bud.
Yeah, come on.
All right, mini race tech rant for you. I don't know if you're playing voicemails anymore. What the fuck's going on with that? You should. Your drunk listeners are funny. Anyway, people, for fuck's sakes, when you call into the show, get to your question. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Hey, what's up? What are you doing? You fucking know. Shut the fuck up. Get to your fucking question. It fucks up the flow of the show. Just fucking ask it. Jesus fucking goddamn holy shit Christ. Fuck off. Thanks,
he's not wrong.
Well, literally that voicemail, I think I've heard it 100 times on your show.
Yeah.
So many people say that same thing over and over again about just get to the point.
When you I'm a fan of other podcasts and radio shows or whatever, like radio shows that are podcasts. I listen to those.
Yeah.
But sports mostly. No other callers call in and be like, "Hey man, what's up?" Like everyone just says, "Get to your point." Maybe we should have the producer.
I was about to say, do those other shows have their producers say when he brings you on, go straight to the question or he will cut you.
That's Tits would more than happy to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like. So maybe, Tallon, we need to start being like, hey, just go right into your question.
All right. There you go.
I can get that in.
Right.
I also tell him just stay on hold for 2 hours. We'll get to you.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so I fucked that last one up. But anyway, I listened to Main Event from Daniel Blair. If he's going to talk about anything to do with him leaving his role at Race Day Live, Failed Entertainment, whatever, it's going to be in the music. I'm hoping, because I love his music, that he expresses it with music. I hope so. I really hope so. That'll be the true story. All right. Thanks, guys. Love the content.
I mean, yeah.
Next Main Event album going platinum, I guess, with all the depressing notes.
NBC can screw off. Yeah.
You won't make me pop the corn anymore.
I didn't like Race Day Live.
Steve, I know you don't read DMs, nor do I care that you read DMs. Pretty awesome having JD Beach on. I know he's in Kentucky now, but don't let him fool you. He's a Northwest kid, all heart. It's pretty awesome that you bring flat track into the MX world, because a lot of the flat track guys, that's how they cross train. So if you can get Kiefer on a flat track bike, that would be even better. I mean, hell, we can even get him on a flat track quad if he wants to come up to the Northwest. Anyways, keep up the good work. Awesome show, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I like how everybody just volunteers Kiefer to do anything.
I know.
On the show all the time. It's just like, hey man, I love bull riding. Let's get Kiefer on a bull.
I'm not scared.
I know that you don't love MotoGP, but those guys all cross train with Moto 2, like that guy says. Have you ever thought about just
no?
Okay.
JD Beach was cool though. Really awesome guy, and he works with kids who stutter. We heard his stutter on the show, and he texted me afterwards and said, I have no problem talking about that. I didn't really know how to go there. I know he works with people who stutters, and he's an advocate for helping people with that. But I wasn't sure, do you want me to bring it up on the show or not? I don't know how it went, but he was like, no, you could have, or no problem. You know what I mean? He's aware, obviously, and he embraces the getting over it and all of that, and tries to help people get over it, I should say. But he was really cool. We got a lot of great feedback from people on that JD Beach interview, and thank God for Uncle Jim, too.
Dude,
Flat track.
Every question he just knew, what about these twins and what about this? And you're just like, what?
Are you getting chased by the Indians?
I know.
My favorite, and I think Roto put it in our group text, Father's Day is Saturday in Guatemala. And I'm like, cool, man.
Right on.
Yeah, great stuff, Jimmy. Oh, I love Uncle Jim. Just an absolute beauty.
I'd fly the girls in from L.A., boy.
All right. Well, I know you won't do MotoGP, but could a guest that I would love for you to try to get on one time, because he is in Moto a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
He'd never do it, but if you could, Kimi Räikkönen.
Oh, he would never do.
He would never do it, but it would be pretty.
I would love to talk to
It'd
Kim.
be so cool.
It would be, and I would love to talk to him for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no chance.
Team manager.
Blah. You just hear blah.
Blah.
All the time.
Blah.
Why? What is that? What is that?
That's his thing. People would ask him questions in F1 all the time, and
when
he would just be like,
dismisses it.
Blah. Blah. Like,
Right.
Just didn't want to answer it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Hey, it's Lou from Nashville. I just had a mini race tech rant. All these listeners that call in, they're wanting you to come out to a vet race, and I want to meet you, Steve, and won't you come out to my vet race in the middle of nowhere? No, Steve's not coming to your shitty vet race in the middle of nowhere. If you want to meet Steve, go to a Supercross race and hang around Alex Ray's pit. He's probably there.
Not anymore.
If he's not there, check the Honda truck. He's probably eating Chipotle. Okay? Stop calling the show, ask him to come to a shitty vet race. Later.
I mean, I'm going to the vet destinations in England.
Yeah.
So I am going there.
Or if you go to Supercross, just go to the Pulp Fly live show thing.
Yeah.
Like
R.I.P. on that though. We didn't do the last little blah.
Yeah, but is it done?
I don't know.
Oh.
I think so.
Oh.
But yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can find me.
Yeah.
I'm not like a ninja. I'm around.
Hey, a lot of people stop you in the pits. Like, yeah, pretty easy spot to find you.
Right. Also, now I'm like fat. And
No, I'm not saying that. It's pretty. You're always walking through the pits, and people will stop you. Like it's actually you actually kind of make a little bit of a crowd of people that are saying hi to you in the pits sometimes.
Yeah, and you've been with me. Am I an asshole? No, I'm a nice guy.
Yeah.
Right. So all these people that are saying like I'm a dick, I'm not.
I think the difference is they'll meet you, and sometimes you're a little short with them because you want to go talk to somebody, like you want to go talk to PC or whatever. Weege will just hang out. So if they meet Weege will just be there for the next hour talking to them about whatever.
And Dark would probably just hang.
Dark
will give him a business cards. Dark will hang. Dark's got nothing better to do.
So that's where they get the you're a dick
I
thing
guess,
because they're like, Weege is awesome. He hung out with us for an hour. Steve left us immediately.
Weege will go take you to an IHOP. Whatever.
He'll just pick up a car at an airport and give you $10,000.
Right.
I met you at a race, and here we are.
Yeah, see?
There you go.
He said, Tallon was like, hey, I tried out for the producer job or whatever. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. And he's like, no. I'm like, do you really want to do it? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, well, we'll try you again or something. I remember how it went. But
You told me it was before the producer job.
Okay.
And you just told me to email you, and I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll never hear from him again.
Right.
And here you are.
Yeah, here we are.
Well, look at Mark's. Yeah.
Yep.
Mark's wishes tits never would have introduced him to this.
The worst part is I asked tits. I'm an idiot.
The worst part is I asked tits.
I asked tits.
You asked tits to, hey, I want to.
I said to tits. I was like, hey, get me in with Pulp. He's like, I think you might be looking for a new guy soon.
Oh boy.
I was young and dumb.
Yeah. Now look what happened. Look what happened to you.
Made a whole fantasy site and everything.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Silence.
This is riveting.
This is the part where
I don't know what happened, but it's not letting me click play.
Uh-oh.
Oh, there we go.
Steve, are you mad, cunt? What's going on? Just want to call about Lewis Phillips. He is the whiniest fucking loser cunt I've ever met. Well, I've never met him, and I wouldn't want to meet him. He's a fucking loser. Anyway, Father's Day is September 3rd in Australia for your listeners. And Roto Moto, don't listen to that cocksucker. 5-hour show isn't long enough. And I don't know why you're getting that little pipsqueak's opinion anyway. You ride his missus, Red. See you later.
Aussies, man.
Yeah, they come in hot
They do.
with the opinions.
They have a lot of thoughts on a lot of things. Aussies do. So I got a bunch of stuff on my social. When Roto was in, was he talking about don't do long shows or something? I don't remember, but
I don't remember that either.
I got a lot of people on social saying like, don't listen to Roto. I don't remember Roto being like, hey, don't do the 5-hour show. I don't remember that part.
He must have said something.
Yeah, I know, totally, because it was multiple people. It was,
I think he was talking about the clips like on YouTube do better because the 10-minute or 20-minute because they catch people's attention spans.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that's all he said.
Yeah, I don't think he said something about shorten the shows.
No. Yeah, I don't know.
Steve, I don't like it when we don't have nationals going on. It's Friday. I didn't get to hear your voice yesterday. I didn't get fantasy.
10-3.
Sounds gay.
It's the voice of an angel. I don't know what to do without you. I love you.
Hey, man, you beating off?
Bold.
Steve, I don't know why you're not answering your phone at
3 in the afternoon on a Friday, but it's very rude. Listen, I'm glad you're finally playing voicemails again because you get to listen to idiots like me and other callers. So, show 549, all of your voicemail guys talking about Lewis Phillips and how much he's disliked on the show. I disagree. I think Lewis Phillips has a lovely voice. I think he should be on the show more often. In fact, I think you need him on the show again in person with Max Ansey, so we can get some just fantastic British accents, kind of spruce up the show a little bit more. And those guys are calling Lewis a douchebag and whatnot. Hey, if we're going to be canceling people for being a douchebag, maybe we ought to limit JT's exposure on the show. I mean, the dude looks like he's trying to be a 13-year-old kid with that haircut. But I would agree his arms do look fantastic. So.
What a backhanded compliment. And then, the girl's haircut.
Oh, man.
But his arms look fantastic.
Oh, man.
Can you imagine Max Ansey at a 5-hour Pulp show? Just talking?
I think it'd be longer than 5 hours.
Yeah.
The rules don't apply to JT.
It's nice to see that Lewis has a fan out there.
Yeah, well, it balances out with the other guy that hated
Guys,
everything about him. Guys, yeah.
Matt, this is Jay from the North. I was just listening to the Re-Raceables. You guys were talking about Lasergate, asking if Alessi had to pay that fine or not. And just by chance, I was listening to one of your archive pulp shows, and you said that Alessi's fine would be stayed as long as he doesn't get in trouble for a year. So let's find out. Did he get in trouble that year and have to pay it or not? Okay, have a good one. Oh, by the way, what do the beavers say when he fell in water? Damn it. See ya.
There we go.
So that Alessi thing,
2014
is when he teed up Tickle at Atlanta. So if that guy is saying that Alessi wouldn't have had to pay the suspended fine, would that have brought it about?
Who knows, man?
Yeah.
We'll never know.
They may have forgot by then.
Yeah.
They'd have been like, we'll just put him on a different probation now.
Yeah, exactly. All right, is that it?
Red Bud is this weekend, 1980. Danny Schwantz won on a 490 Mako. Beat all the heroes, factory bikes. How come there's no mention of Matt Birkin qualifying on a 250 YZ in the 450 class?
Birkin.
The first 4 races. And you got Carson Brown, 5,000 Bounty up there in Washougal. Now he's got to ride just a 250cc, not some big bore exotic bike built by Jamie. How's he going to do? Later.
I don't know, man. 2-stroke guys.
Yeah, Carson raced a 2-stroke at Washougal last year.
I don't know, man.
And
2-stroke guys. And when he talks about nobody's talking about Mac Birkin, it's Burkeen.
Yeah.
And I did a hour-long podcast with him about
We've
it.
also had him on 2 of the first 5 best post-race shows on Racer X. So, he's been around and we've talked to him, and
People always say that, like, they're always just like, you never read anything. Well, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it's not out there.
If it's not on TV, it didn't exist.
Right.
I think is what a lot of people get.
Yeah. Is that it?
Hey, so since the last episode in the voicemails, it was like sharks with blood in the water regarding Lewis Phillips and how much he fucking sucks. So I thought I'd jump on that train. Last time Phillips was on PulpMX, he was talking about probability within motocross, implying every time you get in a race, you're increasing the chances of a circumstance happening more and more. He's using that term incorrectly. The law of probability resets every time the circumstance begins. So, for example, if you get on an airplane, there's a 1 in, it's something like 10 or 11 million chances, which it's probable you get in a catastrophic crash. That resets every time you get on a plane. He's implying that probability continues on so that it increases the event occurring. So I just want to throw it out there. He's using that term incorrectly because he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about in the moto industry. Have a good day.
Okay, have a good day.
What the hell?
Have a good day.
I honestly did not think. I don't know anything about the laws of probability, but if the more airline flights you take, don't you have the greater chance of something happening? Because this guy's saying it's 1 in 1 million or 1 in 10 million, let's say, of a plane crashing, and then it resets every time. So you're back on a plane with 1 in 10 million, but now you're on your second chance. Now you're on your third chance.
Yeah, but I don't think it's like 2 of 10 million. I think it's 1 of 999,999.
Yeah.
At that point.
But you've taken more chance. I don't know.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. All right. Well,
here's a rant for you. Watching Red Bud coverage, and the biggest thing you want to see at Red Bud is Locurcio's leap. So what do? You show the riders going up the takeoff ramp, and then you switch this camera to them going down the takeoff ramp. Worst view ever. Best feature of the track. We're going to do a split view. It does not make any sense. You can't make this. You can't make it up.
I don't know, man.
I will say that, we have Tom film for us at RaceRex, and we get a lot of comments on Tom's videos about why don't they have these cameras for pro motocross? He's got so much better angles of what's going on and stuff like that. And I will say, I think that the difference is that TV is trying to cover the race. Tom is trying to get cool, like, aesthetic shots.
Yeah.
So if you have, like, a straight-on shot of the roller section, for example, coming to the finish line at Red Bud, you don't know how close those guys are or if they're side by side or what.
Yeah.
So they may put a TV camera in a different location so that you can see if they're close together or what. Now this leap jump, the Locurcio's leap jump, having the camera switch from front to back, I think is more of a logistical problem. I don't think that they had the ability to put a cameraman be able to see the face and all the way over the top and down the backside and catch all of it. So I think they needed something up front and something up back. That's how I look at it.
Also, they have the cameraman up high on scaffolding.
Yeah, some, yeah. But again, that's so you can see the battle.
But that's not going to be as good as Tom down low.
Exactly.
On his knee going up.
But that's why we have media members down on the floor getting action like that, is so you get different angles.
Yeah. All right. Is that it? 702-586-7857. You can always call and leave a voicemail. Before we go, shout out to Nick Hayes. I don't know Nick at all, but he crashed recently. Hurt himself pretty good, I guess. He's a Loretta Lynn's champion, older guy, and he's got a long fight ahead of him. So there's a Road to Recovery tab for Nick, I believe, to donate to help him with this. And, yeah, man, like I said, I don't know him at all, but he's got a lot of industry fans. A lot of people like him. So, yeah, man, heal up. Get well soon, and man, every day make a little step forward. I guess that's all you can say in a situation like this where he's got some paralyzation going on. Just little steps every day, man. Try to get better and better. So we're thinking about you, Nick. So thanks for all that you do in the motocross community, and like I said, people really are a big fan of yours. Many people. So
yeah.
All right. Dylan Ferrandis, Lorenzo Locurcio, Brian Deegan, and Lewis Phillips. Best interview tonight, Kellen?
I'll say Brian Deegan.
I will go Brian Deegan also.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
I liked it. Marks?
Lorenzo.
All right, Tallon?
I was going to go Lorenzo, too, just because I didn't know much about him before, and hearing his story and everything makes you a fan.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. All right. Kellen, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
You got Jack in the Box. You got some Talk some Moto.
It was awesome.
What could be better in life?
Nothing. This is awesome.
Padres won.
I know. I can't believe it. I'm going to go jump off the balcony.
Yeah, everything's great. We're trying to get Chris Betts on the show.
Yeah.
And
he's too cool for us.
He said he was sorry that he's American, but he was going out for the
Well, I don't know if you noticed. I sent him this long text the other day, and then he just ghosted me.
No, I didn't even know that.
Triple digit assholes, get the fuck out of the way so we don't lose the win.
So we were trying to get Betts on to have more hot baseball talk, but
yeah, I'm sure the fans would have been so pumped. After your fireworks discussion, we could have followed up with baseball talk and just driven everybody away.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy 4th, everybody. Appreciate you listening to the archive or watching it on YouTube as well. Thanks to our guests tonight. Thanks to our sponsors. Again, check them out on PulpMXShow.com for all the codes to save with our guys, and we really appreciate it, whether it's WUSA or the new guys, MTX Braking. Whatever it is, man, we really appreciate it. We thank you for the help. It allows us to get guys like Kellen to come up here and all of that. So thank you to Roto as well for all his help. Marks, thank you.
Thank you.
Guy in the corner, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to Swisscore and Pookie and all of you people again. Kellen, thanks for coming in, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
so,
thank you.
Southwick this weekend, and then you'll not be at that one. You will be at Millville.
Yep.
Fantastic. All right, good to hear. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for listening to the PulpMX Show. See you next week.
There's something I want to get off my chest, and it's about that summer when you went away to community college. I got an offer to do Playgirl magazine, and I did it. I did a full spread for Playgirl magazine. I mean spread, man. I pulled my butt apart and stuff, and I was totally nude, and it was weird. I mean, you probably didn't hear about it because I went under the name of Mike Honcho, but I just wanted you to know that. If you could hear me, if it got into your brain somehow, that I spread my butt cheeks as Mike Honcho.